Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation. How are we doing, all you beautiful people out there? I hope you are doing a marvelous... Yes, and you are getting every beautiful, soft summer sound that is my voice. God bless every last one of you folks. Welcome to the K.O.E. Nation. We're doing an impromptu Sunday night chill stream. It's been a hectic, crazy couple of days, folks. I just want to take some time to enjoy this time with all of you. I've been away, out and about. A lot of things been going on in my personal life, but it was time to, Sunday evening, spend a little time with you. Now, what I'm going to do for this chill stream, this is an AMA, Ask Me Anything, but I'm also going to be playing some videos that have been some amazing stuff that me, Tony, Chicken, and the crew have been doing lately. We're going to start off with this little particular item here, Wahoo Whiskey from Wahoo, Nebraska. It's gotten quite popular on my channel because I put it on the Nebraska Bourbon Facebook groups, and the owner of that distillery saw it and basically showed it to everybody he knew, and that was very appreciated. And so I figured, folks, we'll start off this chill stream with a video that's been doing very interesting, and it's been getting a lot of local attention. And, you know, if I can call attention to a local Nebraska business, I'm always going to try. Sorry, folks. My bias doth reveal itself. So without further ado, folks, let's get right in to 100% Nebraska corn whiskey, Wahoo Whiskey. Enjoy, folks. Oh, that's sweet. A new view. I like it. We're going with this one. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for a very, very anticipated review of that good corn whiskey, Wahoo Whiskey.
Wahoo!
Yeah. Nice. Wahoo Distillery, the original Wahoo Whiskey. 45% ABV, 90 proof, distilled from locally grown Nebraska corn. Batch number 2, bottle 850. So, folks, I'm looking forward to this right here at the K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. And, of course, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour. The man with the power. The man that makes you the podcast cower. Joined, of course, by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
the non-chill filtered, quadruple distilled, Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe, and who doesn't love a good Wahoo whiskey from good old Nebraska?
What town is this from, I wonder?
It's anybody's guess.
Whoop, nice.
That was a cute pop.
And we're also using the Nebraska bourbon.
It's I like it's the very plain, standard, circular bottle. It just exemplifies whiskey. Now,
I'll let you read the back there, sir.
First off, this is 90 proof, so still from locally grown Nebraska corn. Batch number 2. That's fantastic. Premium craft spirits made in Nebraska. If we're going to distill whiskey in Nebraska, why not use everything this great state has to offer? Wahoo Distillery, original Wahoo whiskey, is 100, count it, 100% corn whiskey made from corn grown right here. Not too far from our building. Wow. They've even got the state of Nebraska, water, the corn cob, and the glass of whiskey in the back. This is beautiful. WahooDistillery.com. I'm already loving this. Established in 2022, so this is a startup for sure.
Yeah, like these are just starting to hit shelves everywhere. And because it's from a mystery town in Nebraska, I'm not sure which one.
I don't know either.
I'm sure it's like Scottsbluff or something.
Yeah, it's got to be Alliance, right?
Yeah. No, it's Wahoo. But yeah, so this is Ogallala Aquifer water.
Oh my goodness.
And this is like buttery.
That's an interesting nose.
And there's also like you know how Jack Daniels has a slight solvent?
Mhm.
Okay, so it's like buttery solvent.
Okay, I'm getting not like
Like kind of like kettle corn.
I'm getting less like corn or sweet corn or kettle corn. I'm getting literally walking up to the corn stalk, pulling the ear off of the stalk, and smelling it still in its husks. Fresh green husk.
You ever made a delivery to the ethanol plant
Been to it many a time.
and they got that
Wow.
mash that's coming off that they send off to the cattle? It smells like. Now, granted, it's not fair for us to bring that up, but
No, but to me, this smells like the green of the fucking stalk and husk just snapped, and you get that.
there is plant like okay. When I said solvent, now that you're bringing up, it's coming up across as plant chlorophyll.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. But yeah, there's a buttery hint here too. This is interesting.
Now, I'm not saying it's like kettle corn, like popcorn, but like the weird stuff that they put on it to make it kettle corn. Like I'm getting that in there.
Wow, this is interesting. That is not the nose I was expecting. I don't know what I was expecting. It wasn't this. Different. It's not. It's pleasant though.
Yeah. I'd say the more air you let in there, the more it kind of opens up. So I suspect this is one that as it gets past the shoulder, it's gonna get.
Oh yeah, this I think
gonna be a lot more interesting too. But let's see how it hits the palate. Let's undo that. A really brown sugar, caramelized cinnamon. Like,
oh yeah, there's a meatiness, like a red meat. Really, it's hidden by the sugars, but it's there.
You can say almost like a toasted marshmallowy.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. On the front.
And you're right, like it's like toasted marshmallow on the front, and almost kind of like a ribeye texture on the back.
Yeah. Oh man, that's different. That's really different.
Like it's still sweet, but the texture is making me think of like specifically when I'm going like to ribeye or prime rib.
Yeah. Now for me on that first taste, that first hit,
it's all like brown sweets. Like,
well, it took a second for me to get there because I was like everything I was smelling, I was tasting at first, and then that brown sweets kind of settled in. Wow.
Yeah, because at first you're right, the nose and palate match, but then it changes just a little bit, but for the better.
It's like the way that brown sugar kind of dissolves into an oatmeal.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, like if you're like caramelizing something in the pan and you add some cinnamon to it.
Wow.
Like that's kind of what
that is very, very unique. That is different. That is not what I was expecting at all.
Yeah.
That's a new one. That is a new thing.
Fascinating.
Huh.
Almost like pancakes.
Yeah, there is a syrup quality there.
Not even the syrup, just the pancakes. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you could go that route. Actually,
yeah. So there's
Milo cakes. There you go.
Nice. Well done.
Well
done. So, okay, team. This is
interesting.
Some fascinating stuff. Now, for those who don't know, we grade on a 5-star scale. 5 meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The K.O.E Nation has advised you well. So, Tony, we're going to grade this on a couple of scales. We're going to grade this as a Nebraska distillate, as a corn whiskey, as a whiskey. It's shelving. And for those new to the show, secret 5th question. So, Tony, as a Nebraska distillate.
Oh, I'm going to give this a solid 3.25.
Okay.
Because this is very different, very unique. This is not something that anybody's going to expect. Like, obviously, the hook here for us is local. So obviously that's why it's here. This isn't something that somebody's going to drive halfway across the country to buy.
Yet.
But it's so different, so unique, very pleasant. So I'm going to give it 3.25.
I'm going to disagree with you. As a Nebraska distillate, the list of things that can conquer it in terms of Nebraska distillate quality,
There's one.
This and not too many others. Okay.
One next to it.
This is pretty good, but your whiskey nerds are going to say this isn't a Nebraska distillate. It's sourced from places, and then it's given Nebraska.
Okay.
You know, it's given the Nebraska when it gets here. So,
all right.
If it's a Nebraska distillate, does that change your score at all?
I'll go to 3.5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Knowing that,
You're right.
I am going to give this 4.35.
Wow.
As a Nebraska distillate. There's only
Wow.
a handful of Nebraska distillates. Like I said, this is good stuff, T, but I know what the whiskey nerds are going to say. So, whatever.
Okay,
but
not wrong.
I get where you're kind of good. I totally get that. But, like, I'm just trying to think of what the nerds are going to say.
Oh, I get it.
And there's times I do whiskey nerd up.
You're fair.
So, all right.
Fair.
All right. Now, as a whiskey.
As a whiskey, I'm gonna go back to 3.25. This is not something that is going to appeal to everybody. And that's not me being a stretch here, me being nitpicky. This is not going to appeal to everybody. This is going to appeal to somebody with a sweet tooth, somebody with I don't know if I'd say a lover of bourbon or a lover of rye, maybe just a lover of like a blended whiskey.
Because it's a corn whiskey, it's just kind of off in its own category a little bit.
This is something that
Like, this is
whiskey
more
enthusiasts would enjoy.
Slightly more bourbon adjacent than rye
I
adjacent,
don't
but
even know
not
if
by
you could
much.
say that.
You gave it 3.5 or 3.25.
Yeah.
3.5.
I'll even go 3.35.
I'm going to disagree with you as a whiskey, and I'm going to give it 3.5 because mix this with a cream soda.
Oh God, yes! Please
Like,
sign me up.
I mean, like root beer in a pinch, but I think
No.
cream soda is where this.
Yes, that's spot on. This would make a freaking fantastic cream soda and whiskey. Wow, God, yes.
Yep.
Sign me up.
Now, as a corn whiskey, we're Nebraska boys. We've had more than a few
This is
unregistered distillers whiskeys over our years that, like, some great corn whiskey makers who are sadly no longer with us. So we've kind of got a wide berth here, but also this is comparing it to things like Mellow Corn, Popcorn Sutton's whiskey. Yeah, Howard Hooch, which is okay, to me, Howard Hooch is kind of the pinnacle of corn whiskey because it's great, it's easy to go down, and you can tell you're drinking corn whiskey.
Yeah.
Corn is what it is.
I'm going to give this a 4 because this never has corn whiskey so much exemplified for me the corn flavor, but not just the corn flavor itself, but the entire experience of the corn stock. Like I said, I can't get past that plant chlorophyll sense on the nose that translated to the first taste on the palate, and not in a bad way. Like, just like reminded of it. When I drink this, I'm picturing a cornfield, going out to pick sweet corn for myself. Like this nails it, and this is just very, very smooth, very nice.
Okay. As a corn whiskey, I disagree, but only just, and give it 3.85.
Okay.
Breaking the scale a little bit, but I enjoy this. But like I said, if you were to sit down like at a card game, 9 people sitting down at the table, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's some you throw this down, half the table's gonna love it, half the table's gonna be eh. You pour this, everybody's gonna love it. You pour this, you're gonna have 4 people that this is their favorite whiskey in the universe. And then there's gonna be 4 people that really are like, pass me something else.
Yeah.
And then 2 people that'll be kind of indifferent towards it. So like you said, this is very interesting, but some of your friends, this will be their favorite in the universe. Like I don't know how else to put it. So
Yeah, this is gonna be very exclusive. This you have to try this to understand just what we're talking about. This is very unique. I've never had a whiskey quite like this.
hit like this.
Yeah,
All right, now, gentlemen,
this is a solid middle for me.
nice. Considering I paid like I think like $5 for this.
Oh shit!
Like I said, it's a startup. They're trying to
Wow.
get their name out there.
Steal.
I'm gonna say yeah, it's a middle to bottom shelf for me. But yeah, probably gonna stick with middle because it's a local boy and it's kind of a conversation piece, and especially if you happen to have somebody from whatever town this is. I think it's Alliance, Aurora, maybe.
Elba, St. Paul,
I'm sure they make this in Hastings.
Grand Island,
Okay, yeah. But if you happen to have somebody from
Norfolk.
like, yeah, I mean, this is literally a where in Nebraska's Carmen San Diego mystery here. Where in Nebraska is Wahoo whiskey distilled, folks? If you know,
Mystery.
drop it in the comments. I mean, because we just don't know how Google works. We can't, and we don't know how to read the rest of the bottom. So if you could give us that precious information. Now, Tony, secret fifth question. When this bottle runs empty, will I seek another? Well, if this lasts long enough to make it to the soon-to-be corn whiskey tournament that we're putting together after we get through a few more tournaments, yes, I will. I will definitely be picking up because I think this one's got a really good chance. When we put it in a Sweet 16 corn whiskey tournament up against all the other corn whiskeys on the market, this one's going to shock people. This one's going to surprise some people. I got to say, Wahoo Distillery, well done. Cheers to you. Now, Tony, would you seek this bottle?
Oh yeah, I'm buying a bottle of this for $25. You kidding me? That's fantastic. That's a bargain.
Now, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here for this very special review of Wahoo whiskey. Folks, Wahoo Distillery, thank you for bringing us this amazing product of locally grown Nebraska corn to be made into this beautiful, beautiful whiskey. God bless every last one of you folks. I hope all of you make it back here to the K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. Tony, take it away.
Very interesting one. Took me by surprise, and I congratulate you, Wahoo. Very nice stuff. Can't wait to try some more of your stuff.
Look at that handsome devil there.
Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back.
Yes, folks. So that was that review of Wahoo whiskey. Really turned out a lot better than I thought it was going to be. Now, what we have going this next weekend, folks, this is also a little bit of a preview for the WrestleMania weekend that's coming up, folks. Yes. Big Bucket Empire, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, and K.O.E Nation are all going to be coming together for a simulcast of epic proportions for the WrestleMania weekend. So night one, we're going to do standard preview and then review of night one. Night two, we're going to do a watch along. So yes, folks, it's going to be quite an evening. But to give you a taste of what you're getting into, folks, this was a really fun time, and I'm glad we did it the way we did. And I got to say, apologies to Tiberius that we didn't let you in on this one. But this, little did I know, this was going to be the last chance me, Tony, and Chicken had to get together for a very, very long time. So Tiberius wanted to get in. Chicken vetoed it. And I get it. But at the same time, like I said, apologies to Tiberius, but I'm kind of glad me, Tony, and Chicken got to get together for this because little did I know it was going to be a while. That was going to be it. So WrestleMania is going to be the first time you see all of us three together live since this particular broadcast. So, Folks, without further ado, this was some of the most fun I've had in a while. Podcasting was this particular broadcast. And so, folks, for this AMA, if you got a question, drop it. Otherwise, let's get into this episode. I'm going to make me a little din, and we're going to get into this, folks. We're in for the long haul tonight. So grab yourself a snack, pour yourself a drink. I might review a drink or two tonight. I don't know, but this is going to be a good fun stream, folks. So without further ado, let's get right into it with me and you.
Desire, and that one is you. No other will do. I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim.
Any government is to monopolize as much violence as possible in order for it to inflict it on as many citizens as possible.
I've been on this like weird anarchist art for a few months now. This is playing by their rules, exactly how they are.
Me. I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame.
You're watching the Dog and Chicken Show. Like, share, subscribe.
That's right. It's time for the Dog and Chicken Show. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the greatest show on the world. Am I
in
wrong,
all
fellas?
existence. No. It is the greatest show in all existence, the greatest production quality in all existence. This is Big Bucking Empire on YouTube and Facebook. Check us out on Facebook, because we're always being held down by the algorithm over there. Folks,
Damn
you know, like
Zuckerberg.
Chicken, before we get into all the festivities tonight, I just want to say right here at Big Bucking Empire, folks, I am jealous for you. All of you out within the sound of my voice, I am actually jealous for all of you, because you get to see for the first time in weeks here on Big Bucket Empire, Phil K.O.E, Tony G, and Chicken finally together on one screen again, folks. So like I said, I'm jealous for all of you. I'm looking forward to this. But Chicken, Tony, how are we doing this week, gentlemen?
Fantastic. Excited to be back. Excited to be with both of you fine gentlemen. We got a stellar show lined up for you. Before we get into all that, I'm drinking me some Buffalo Trace. Of course, for you Facebook subscribers, I got my bottle LTD ready to rock and roll. I'm ready to talk about some fucking fun stuff that happened this week in the news. But before we get into that, of course, the man who makes cowboy hats sexy again, the one, the only.
I'm doing a service to everybody. The 14-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion, non-COPPA friendly, non-chill filtered, quadruple distilled, and yeah, like you said, just rocking it in pretty much every fucking area, as you can imagine, as you can see visibly with your very own eyes. Tony fucking G, like, share, subscribe. Follow me on TikTok at Tony the Rod 2.0. The OG3,
Yeah,
the
I
Grizz,
like that.
the triple
OG3.
threat, the triangle.
The Three Stooges of podcasting, if you will.
The greatest three-way on YouTube.
The Triforce of
but yes, folks,
Triforce of life.
it's also me, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes you the podcast cower. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. And this evening, I'm drinking on this bottle of Blanton's that I've been nursing. Some people think it's sacrilegious. I've even mixed it with a little bit of cola on the rocks, just as a nice little chill out drink. And oh my, it's marvelous, because I'm trying to, drink down some of these bottles that are getting down beyond their final quarter, because it's time. And I need to make some room on my shelves, because so Tony, what
you
are
have a problem? Is
a buying problem? Yes,
I was about to say, like, I tend to pick them up a lot faster than I'm able to drink them because it's like baseball cards for me. But T,
Maybe if you weren't being a pussy.
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
all right. You know, it's good that I got the kind of friends that encourage me. Okay, like
All
so.
about the negative reinforcement.
Yes. So with that,
I
T,
am
what are you
drinking
drinking?
a single barrel Heaven's Door
Ooh, that's
Pick
good
that
stuff.
Wine Beer Spirits number 2, that caramel bomb, Heaven's Door Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 123.36 proof, baby.
I think I finished that one off a couple weeks ago, actually.
Yeah, I love this one. I've been holding on to it.
I got like a pile of these handles, so I figure I'd like. Oh, I gotta move.
You.
I gotta move. So I'm like, well, like if I drink some of these bigger ones, like these are hard to pack. The nickel box is really heavy.
He said.
Hey. So, but Justin, producer Justin, I am saving one bottle of those just for you, buddy, because I know you want to handle a buffalo. So
You want to handle them.
And let's give a before we get into things, let's give a cheers to our producer Justin, killing it on the shorts and the reels.
Hey.
Yeah, he's been rocking it for us in the background, getting shit pulled up, and we appreciate you, sir. So cheers to Yank, man.
You know, I do feel he could maybe feature
Hell yeah.
your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E, a little more heavily in
God.
those shorts. But other than that, you know, just fucking stellar job.
Well, maybe if your content was better, Phil.
Stellar job, Justin. Stellar job.
You know,
indeed.
Jealousy's an ugly thing, folks. It really is. But yes, so folks, here at
We're not
Big
even
Bucket
talking about
Empire,
anything tonight. We're just cracking
Nope.
jokes. That's it.
Nope,
That's
we're
all we're
just
doing.
gonna
Hey,
rip
you know,
on each
sometimes
other.
that's fine.
Remember the 6 of Pretender?
Pretender?
A possible, very real treasonous plot. I can think of no reason why this media treason should ever be forgot.
Well done.
That
Well
was
done.
beautiful. I love that.
That was nice.
Good
So,
shit.
But we'll get to that a little later. That's just a little teaser for what's coming. But yes, gentlemen.
I think we should kick it off with the cartel story because that one's kind of new.
There we go.
Okay.
It's a good ice-breaking story that everybody's kind of going like, what the hell's going on? You guys down with that?
Yeah. No, I really like caramel myself. I'm a big fan.
Chicken, is it all right if this time I just give my thoughts and bury the lead?
Here we go again.
You rapscallion ne'er-do-wells. Mutate is real. Okay, like this is awful.
Phileas.
Oh, I mean, is he wanting to mute me for 5 minutes?
I mean,
well,
he can do that.
He can do that with his stars
instead of a drink. Well,
he can make. Yep. I mean,
there's all kinds of possibilities when you enter the Big Bucket Empire.
There's all kinds of possibilities here at Big Bucket Empire, and like I know, Grow the Farm Up really wishes that he had that ability in real life.
Oh my god! I just finally got a notification from Facebook.
Yeah, hey, dude, mine worked tonight too.
That's amazing.
Why?
I mean, it's only 10 minutes late.
By Cracky?
Not at all. Yeah,
see.
folks, those of you who follow us on Facebook, I'm just going to throw this out there now. You've got to make sure you're subscribed. If you watch the show on Facebook, make sure you're subscribed to Big Bucket Empire on Facebook because we post the event page, and the event page is apparently the only way when we go live that you can get notified. We post the event. That's the live stream, obviously. You go to the event. You see that notification pop up. Hey, we've posted an event. Go to the event. Click get notified because apparently Facebook ain't going to tell you dick if you don't do that. So it sucks, but it is what it is. That's how we got to do it. I apologize for the extra inconvenience.
Here in this crazy, crazy journey at Big Bucket Empire with Phil K.O.E. and Chicken 2 and Tony G. The guests are wide. Phil's basically a movie star. Lynn Yank and Brendan here at Big Bucket Empire. Yes.
All right. So we're doing variety.
I got that.
Phil's had way too much time in the fucking truck today.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I've been in the semi for the last like 3 days. And so in my mind, I've come up with like theme songs for quite a bit of shows.
Oh, wow. Your singing was so bad. Tyler said, fuck giving Phil a drink. He wants to mute you for 5 minutes.
Your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer.
I don't actually. Where are you
I haven't
seeing
seen
this?
it. I'm
It's
not
in
seeing
the
it.
there here. Nope.
Nope. Mute,
Still
Phil.
mute.
All right, 5 minutes mute. I'm
Mine?
gonna hit
There we go. Shit's finally popping up on my end. Holy shit. I'm
All right.
all laggy
Yeah,
on
I'm
the
still
comments.
not
Starting
getting
you
it.
now, Phil. All right. The 5-minute timer is started for Phil. God, I just have so many nice things to say about Phil right now. And the fact that he mixed his goddamn Blantons with Coke, he needs kicked in the dick.
Yeah. Actually, I'm surprised he doesn't like punch himself in the dick because that's just fucking rude. Like,
Wait,
why would you do that?
He just texted me. Oh, he did. He just texted me and officially said he is promising he is voting for Joe Biden secretly every time we have him on the show. And it's not because he likes Joe Biden. It's because he wants Kamala to stay in office and have a chance to become president.
Well, see, that was the thing Phil was telling me the other day. It was like, he's like, I really, really hope that Joe will step down at least 6 months before his term is up. That way we can get a sneaky peek at President Kamala, because he's really, really hoping for it. Like, he secretly wrote her in the last election too.
Yeah, and well, he's been talking to Tom Foolery on the side, and both of them want Kamala to bring Nancy Pelosi in as the vice president.
Oh,
when that does eventually happen.
Phil has an entire secret page on Facebook, like Nancy supporters are us. He's been he's getting the petition signed. Bring her back. He wants her back. Cannot get enough of that drunk, slag-eyed fucking old whore back. But
yeah, well, and I also, you remember he used to wear an eye patch way back in the day on RWP. Yes. So he wants to bring that back because he loves Dan Crenshaw so much.
True. That's true. Oh, you know what, though? On the inside of that eye patch, it wasn't just a black eye patch. There's a picture of Nancy Pelosi in there.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe
I heard
it.
on K.O.E. Nation, Joy Behar is going to be making an appearance real soon. Like, he's real excited about it.
Cody says,
on after that.
Cody said when he worked with Phil, he always told me about non-GMO planting was the best way.
Oh, man. Digging fucking heels. Wow.
That's awesome. KO search Amanda, we're not being harsh. We might be trolls, but yeah. Well, this is all stuff that Phil's told us personally.
You just are. Bam. That's what.
Yeah.
Throwing digs all over the place.
And I know we're going to talk about January 6th later. Phil was so upset that he did not have the opportunity to be on the commission because he had so much he needed to say about how bad January 6th was. And he thinks he could have been the one that put Trump under. He could have done it. He could have moved that last rock and finally finished the job. You know, the day is coming. You know, it's the end is nigh. You know, we heard this forever. Phil had the smoking gun, and they wouldn't listen to him.
I know he had a whole filing cabinet of smoking gun documents, but alas, it wasn't meant to be. He pushed out at the last second, or just conflicting days.
Well, no,
he thought it was the 7th, and
he wanted to give Kissinger. He loves Kissinger so much, and he loves. Oh God, that one got him.
I heard him and Merrick Gartland are going on a vacation here real soon.
Okay, here's what really happened on the January 6th thing: is Liz Cheney sent him a text and said, "I got this. Trust me." And he goes, "Oh,
Lord Almighty." Well, hey there, Desperado Sensei. Had to get my suit back on. And we got Osiris. How the fuck we been? How the fuck we been, man? Great to see you. Great to see you, sir. How's it going, Osiris Tech? And Osiris, hoping to see you someday soon on Hazard Analysis, the new show me and Tony launched. You're always a welcome addition to any episode of Big Buck and Empire, Hazard Analysis, and Desperado Sensei. I know our schedules don't exactly sync up much, but sometime I would love to have you on Big Buck and Empire. Be a great time. And I'm going to have you on for the interview for the official ambassador to Japan, which is the position you don't want. What you really want is Secretary of Education. I know, but I only appoint people to positions that they're utterly qualified for, but really don't want. Like, really, really don't want. Like, so that's how I'd have to go with that. Osiris, hey Desperado, just hanging out. Um, Definitely. Fuck yeah, fuck yeah. But yeah, gents, just having ourselves a little chill stream. I'm literally just kind of tidying up the house when I'm not on camera here and just answering questions with an AMA. And yeah, it's been an interesting weekend. It's been an interesting one. So having some introspection and spending some time with the lovely people at the KOE Nation. Uh, Ambassador Japan would be bigger shit show than the political shit. Like again, Desperado. Desperado, quit drilling. You hit oil. You've already sold me on the. You already got the job, man. Like, oh my god. Like, yes, yes. Like, it's time that the establishments in this world get a wee bit shaken up. And like FDR said, folks who don't want their toes stepped on, a few toes might even get stepped on. That's what's happening in the administration of extreme. So yes, it's going to be an interesting time. Going to be an interesting time, Desperado. It's Desperado. I'm going for bet. Like, excellent. All right, you got the idea. Now, Osiris is one I'm having a hard time picking. Like, where would he be utterly qualified, but doesn't want to do it? Like, it's one of those like, oh fuck, because like it's almost like a guy like him. He's so tech minded and he's got like a good mind for like what's going on in the digital world. You almost want to put him in DARPA, but even he'd be like, oh fuck, that's a bit much. So yeah, that might be a touch much, but you never know. You never know. Because like the people who keep approaching me saying they want to get in on DARPA, I'm like, I don't know if I should put you in DARPA. Why? Because you want in DARPA. Like, we all should recognize that DARPA is sort of like the great ring of power. You just shouldn't fuck with it. FCC. Oh, the FCC won't let me be or let me be me, so let me see. They try to shut me down on MTV to be so empty without me. Oh, God almighty. Lurk real quick. Gonna go get drunk. Surprised no one in the circle is streaming. Looking for a stream to shit. Well, I mean, deposit all thine shittery right here at the KOE Nation. So long as, like, because I'm sorry, just so long as I can reach just a few more beautiful people. That's all I need in this life. So, Cyrus, God bless you for stopping by. Definitely FCC. Okay, okay. Ooh, the FCC. That would be okay. Because you would be qualified for it and you'd hate that job. Like, you would like, oh fuck, like, really? Like, and so literally, Osiris, the FCC will not let you be because you're the head of it. I'm going to be calling you all the time. They need to make decisions about shit. So yes, Osiris, you will find that the FCC will literally not let you be. And I don't know, like, for the first week, you'll brag about that to your friends, but it'll get old quick. It'll get old quick. Let's see. Desperado, farmers know how to utilize manure. Oh wow. Um, well, it's not that. It's just like I'm always a little trepidatious about anybody who wants specific power. Like, I'm only running for president because the field of morons that are going to have their hands on the nuclear button is a danger to us all. So that's why I'm running for president, not because, oh fuck, you kidding me? Like, yeah, like who needs that kind of job or that level of scrutiny in their life? Okay, like the fact that Donald Trump still, as of this date, could change, but still this date has not been indicted. It's pretty amazing. It speaks volumes to, you know, guy runs shockingly clean ship here. The fact that he hasn't been indicted thus far, and they've had every reason to do it. So not a lot of people can hold up to that level of scrutiny. So, but we're doing it for America. We're doing it because we love our home and we want to enter into the political realm and then go back to the civilian life, hopefully leaving our great, beautiful home and nation better than we found it. Not hopefully, it's what we're going to do. We're going to leave it, the laws of our land, better than we found them in our 8 years in office. So join me, Desperado. Bring on the honey wagon. Oh, it's going to be an amazing time. The administration of Extreme. Okay, we're gonna. It's folks. You ain't seen nothing yet. We're gonna have an economy the likes of which that few folks have ever seen. It's going to be one of the greatest moments in human history if we can just take back the reins of power away from those who really shouldn't have them. And so, yes, that's what's going down here, Desperado. I don't know if you want to call that a honey wagon, but it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. So, folks, that is just one little campaign issue. Now, if you have any campaign questions for your next president of the United States, drop them in the comments. And yes, I know there's going to be pushback in the courts, but at least a president did it. Day one, by executive order, I am removing marijuana from Schedule 1 as a drug. We are going to at least downgrade it a few schedules, if not remove it from the schedule registry entirely. Probably not entirely, but we'll get very close to it. Maybe somebody's going to push back in the courts, but it's my first 100 days in office. I fucking dare you. So yes, that's one of my first priorities, folks. So yes, if you have any other questions, I would love to answer. And one of these days, I'm also going to get my soon-to-be ag secretary, Grow the Farm Up, on here to answer all the questions as to what he will be doing as the official ag secretary, despite how adversarial him and Tiberius very much are. So thus far, I've confirmed Iko Rich is EPA secretary. Tiberius is Secretary of State for now. He's on a little bit of shaky ground when he said he was willing to start wars over peak with Grow the Farm Up. It's like, okay, you two, I'm going to turn this car right around if you two don't start getting along. So that will be fun. Let's see. Desperado, are you going to pardon grant clemency to non-violent drug offenders? That's a good one. It would just be like, to me, so long as there is no other extenuating circumstance in your case, and it is only busted with a little bit of weed, that's it. Like, there is one case where the guy's like, I'm here in jail for just a few, like he said 11 cents worth of meth. It's for a documentary. And it's like, well, they found me passed out behind the wheel of my vehicle, slammed into a tree, foot still on the gas, going, "Arr!" Like, okay, I don't know about that. Like that's kind of a danger. So, but if it's only non-violent, specifically marijuana possession, yeah, I don't see any reason why that wouldn't be a priority. What's up, Phil? Hey, Justin, Chris, producer Justin. Hey, man. The other day, I owe you an apology, actually. The other day, I was talking with Tony in the side chat, mad shit about you. Mad shit. And then Tony said, no, Phil, all that was me. Oh. And so I do apologize because, like, who kept bringing up that gin shot comment at the end of the show? God damn it! Who was that? That motherfucker. We got to have a talk with him. And then Tony's like, no, that was me. Oh, well, you're an asshole. Oh, okay. Let's see, Desperado. If you don't have opposing views in your cabinet, are they really doing their quote unwanted jobs? Ooh, you raised an interesting point. Like, I like the idea that there's different ideas and different philosophies. Yes, but I don't want a cabinet that actively works against each other. Like, we're not here to waggle our dicks at the Oval Office. I'm the president. I'm the only one that needs to waggle my dick, and I'm waggling it at the rest of the world. We don't need to do it here in America. What we're here to do is leave our country better than we found it. That's it. And if I ever do truly get, well, no, I'm going to win in 2024. But if after my presidency, I decide to do like I think it was Taft and a couple other presidents where they took like lower elected office, like at their home state afterwards, like if I do like get into the local legislature, like, no, that's my only goal. Leave the laws of my state better than I found. So I do like your idea though. Justin Chris, calling me a dick, lol. Just finishing up on the first video upload to well, thank you, sir. Thank you. The amazing Justin Chris. Can't Could do it without. Now I'm trying to think what would be a great administration position for Justin Chris that he'd excel at, but he would hate. That's a tough one because he's a producer extraordinaire. So we're gonna have to think about that one for a minute, guys. Because Justin, sorry, it's like you're just gonna be like, gonna have to tell wife and kids, hey, honey, I guess I'm going to Washington now. Now, for the campaign, you're going to be the guy that's like on the switchboards, like making sure the lights are up, and like when the music comes on and I walk out, rubber band, man, rubber band, man. Yeah, like hey, I'm the president. I can come out to whatever fucking song I want to. So maybe I want to come out to Rubber Band Man. I don't know. Maybe DC Sound Attack by Clutch. That one would definitely be one. Never let a set of morals prevent me from doing what is right. Naturally, no sympathizer. I'm a warmonger, baby. Go to industrialize ya. Trouble I love. Peace I do despise. No, that actually wouldn't be a good one, would it? So no, we're ixnaying DC Sound Attack, even though it's an amazing song, because at one point it goes, trouble I love, peace I do despise. Nah, can't do that, because I'm the absolute opposite of a warmonger. But press secretary. No. Actually, my press secretaries are going to be Tony and Chicken collectively. And every single time that they do a meeting with the press release, it's going to actually be an episode of Big Buck and Empire. It's going to be an episode of the Dog and Chicken Show. They're going to have the desk up there. They're going to have the headphones. Everybody there's going to be asking them questions. And that's just the newest episode of Big Buck and Empire. So, yeah, no, press secretary's already decided. That's Tony and Chicken. They already got the job there. Make him press. Oh, God. Like, Justin would hate that. But no, Justin will have to help out with that. So, but yeah, during the campaign, he's going to have to be setting up the switchboards and such. So, you're going to have the lights like, like, oh, yeah, it'll be awesome. Desperado, you should have them wear a different mask every time. Ooh, nice. No, Joe Biden will be making more appearances. He had his one term, but Tony will see to it that Joe Biden will make some press secretary appearances. So it's going down. Yeah, so Desperado, I'll at least hear what you have to say on what needs to happen in American education, because you do have a little bit of experience in that, and I know that'd be something you excel at. But I need somebody I can trust as ambassador to Japan, and like you said, like it's a job. You'd be like, oh no. So it's like, oh damn it, you're too perfect for it. But yes, well, we will. We'll have some Zoom call advisements on education. You'll at least be in on those calls because you do have some experience there. But yeah, my Secretary of Education, that one's, you got to understand though, as a Republican, that's an important pick. Ron DeSantis basically could win or lose the entire presidency based on who he says to the public who he is going to make his Secretary of Education. That's how strong that is for a certain core base of Republicans. Because like I've always said, if you're not like worried about what is this teacher pumping my kid's head full of, if you haven't worried that at least once, you're not really engaged with your kid's education. You're not really putting the time in. If you haven't at least thought that, like, what the fuck is this fucker pumping my kid's head full of? That hasn't come to you at least once. Yeah, you got like nannies and shit. You're not putting the time in, okay? You got other people raising your kids for you. You're dropping them off at grandma's a little too much. God, Jessica stepping away. I'll let you know when the vids hit YouTube. Hopefully, okay, nice. I'll definitely let me know. Make sure that there's the all copyright free music and such. I'll probably play them at the end of the show tonight because we're doing a nice long little show. It's AMA. It's just fun times. That's right. What the WTFK? Why the fuck do Chick and Tony get their dream jobs? Well, they are my buddies, so maybe I'm pulling in a favor for my buddies. If you can't, and then, let's be frank, the press is going to get all their questions answered, and it's going to be like 2-3 hours, and a couple of them might want to drink with them. And so, wouldn't it be nice if folks got along a little bit, and then after the show and the post show, they go to the White House bar and they talk some shit out? Think we might have just solved some problems in this country, folks. And all it took was, some, decent bourbon and some gin and maybe some, whiskeys and such, I think we got something here. Maybe some beer, some wine. We will find a way. Always, buddy. He never any copper. Thank you, Justin. There's a White House bar. If there is an ICO, there's gonna be. When I'm elected president, there's going. And actually, what we're gonna hang on, everybody, hang on. I'm gonna put the music back on, or not the music, the video back on for just a second while I grab a bottle and also grab a tissue real quick. And
of course, Liz Cheney has this. Why wouldn't Liz Cheney have this? You are like the God Queen of gods. Like
Liz Cheney was his inspiration today on International Women's Day.
She should have got all the awards for sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she got all of Phil's awards.
Yeah.
Sure.
Phil gave her a couple belts and had a couple of wet dreams.
Oh, he'd give her a couple belts right up next to his headboard, if you know what I mean. Him and Liz. Phil and Liz Cheney sitting in a tree. Pegging. That spells pegging, for those of you who can't spell.
Oh, and did you hear Phil started a new podcast with Adam Schiff?
Oh, really? Is that going to be a good one?
Yeah, it's like the truth or fiction show or something.
Oh, no, I heard about that. That's Phil, K.O.E, and Adam Schiff. But Phil just lets Adam Schiff kick him around for an hour.
Yeah, it's kind of like Hannity and Combs back in the day, but in reverse. It's great.
Yeah. He gets on there. Hey, not all conservatives are like that.
Oh, God, Amanda. I can't even read that. That just made my head hurt.
We got about 15 seconds of this left. Phil drinks Blanton's with Coke. I mean, that's really about the biggest insult I can hear.
Oh, my God. Yeah, Cody's right. He's jealous he didn't get to kiss Biden's wife.
Fact. Oh, he's kissed her.
Yeah. Probably a few
Between
times.
the cheeks. And Phil's back.
There's time. Phil is back. I'll unmute him. There we go.
Oh, fuck you on the Kissinger thing. Okay. The rest of it I can even let go.
I said that,
but
like,
fuck
I saw
you on the Kissinger shit, motherfucker. And also, no. I have somebody that wishes they were Adam Schiff that I do a podcast with. Yeah.
I thought you'd like that.
Like, my God. And no, on Truth and Fiction, which you can find Truth and Fiction Pod on YouTube. I do, it is Hannity and Combs, where Ty is the Combs to my Hannity, and it's beautiful. But God almighty, fuck you guys. Have you guys been holstering this for a minute? Like, I'm like, you fuckers have
No, that was on the fly.
That was off the fly. We haven't had 5 minutes of Phil silence on this show in months.
That was painful. Usually, even the shows I don't appear on, for somehow I'm not fully silent. So this is
that was fun. We haven't got
worth
it
it
so long.
Fuck you. That was not fun at all.
The funny thing is,
we'll get back to that in a moment. But at the White House bar that Phil K.O.E of the administration of Extreme will be stocking when you go to the White House bar. There'll only be a few select spirits. The main bourbon of the house will be Loop River Nebraska Straight Bourbon Whiskey. That will be the main whiskey served throughout the entire establishment. For a bit more spendy among us, things like Golden Sheaf. We'll have mixing spirit like Wahoo whiskey from Wahoo, Nebraska. Our gin will be Brickway Gin and Good Life Gin from Loop River Distillery, Brickway's vodka, Cooper's Chase vodka, Loop River's vodka. So basically, when I'm elected president, the bar that will be stocked in the White House will have, so if a emissary from, say, Russia comes, they want to do a shot of vodka with me, there will be a shot of vodka for them to enjoy, but it will be Nebraska made vodka. It will be Nebraska spirits stocked at the White House bar. You can get yourself a whiskey water, you can get yourself a bourbon, what have you, but it'll be Nebraska spirits that will be served. And that is just one. I know it seems like a small thing, but it's a piece of loyalty to my home state. And I think the state of Nebraska that born me, bred me, I drank the waters of the Ogallala Aquifer. It's the least I could do for the marvelous state of Nebraska. So that's what I would do for the White House bar. Just in case those who are wondering, it will be all Nebraska spirit on serve for the dignitaries of all the world.
I could do that too.
Oh, so can I.
I'll hold on to that. I'll keep that pocketed.
Okay, Ico, but will NEO2 will vote for me. They will love me. They will love the idea of a Nebraska local boy heading up to DC and making good. Oh, trust you me. Trust you me. The big question is my VP. Right now, The Rock is somebody that I would consider. I'm looking at some options. Should probably be somebody from a pretty significant swing state, so we'll see how that goes. But NEO2, oh yeah, they're right here for old Phil K.O.E. Worry not, Ico rich.
How much for another 5 minutes? Cody, all you have to do is be a paid subscriber on the Facebook page, so
Yeah,
you
that's
can
really all there is
sign
to it.
up and definitely be part of it. Looks like Adam Schiff brings the truth.
Yeah,
Says yeah. That's what Phil told me, at least. Grow the
Oh,
farm
fuck
up.
you.
Grow the farm up says Adam Schiff looks like this little biatch tuberculosis D.
Yeah.
What am I doing?
Hey, what do you know? What am I hearing?
Force.
Wait, can we go back to this real quick?
And that's the problem, though. Ty is February's black.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Amanda.
Well,
guess
unfortunately,
what? It's March.
We can only have 12 groups that get a month. So, that's.
Here's the thing. I remember. I'm sure you guys have seen the clip a million times. I remember watching it live on 60 Minutes when Morgan Freeman, 15 years ago, said, "I don't even want a Black History Month. I think it's ridiculous. Why? When do they celebrate Jewish month? A white month? Well, they don't. Do you want one? Well, no. Exactly. I don't either.
Yeah.
But Amanda,
but
is
Andy
demanding a whole bunch.
Okay, Desperado with an interesting one. Considering that his extended family make up 60% of the electorate, I think he's got it. It's not quite like that, but no, I just think Nebraska boy going to DC making good. It's just too good of a story for the folks in Nebraska. Thank you. I will check that out shortly. And away we go.
All through all the mud just to have Women's Day.
An entire month. Now, let me ask you, Amanda, what did you do today specifically to empower women?
Don't.
No, I want to know.
Don't encourage her.
I want to know,
Oh,
chicken.
man.
I have a feeling this could go but first I want to say, Tiberius, you sensed a disturbance in the Force. I don't know how. I mean, being so moderate, though, at most you're a gray Jedi. So, I mean, just you're so down the middle there. You're just a gray Jedi. And I don't know how the Force really speaks to you.
Wrong with being a gray Jedi, Phil.
Tony, you moderate motherfucker. You don't. Just, oh, God.
Yeah, well, at least I'll let Adam Schiff kick me around.
Jesus God. Actually, Truth and Fiction, Ty and I are going to be doing another episode here real soon, and where you're going to see Hannity kick around Combs.
Oh, fucking Trey with the cow. She made all the sandwiches. Thanks, Amanda. Thanks, Amanda.
Wow. Grow the farm up. Tiberius is literally the worst Star Trek name in history. They literally talk about how horrible the name is in the movie. That's why James T. Kirk middle name Tiberius is that. Oh wow. Because James T. Kirk, his middle name is Tiberius. So Ty, you're either named after a
Mr.
general
Smith goes to Washington.
I would brag about both of those things at parties.
Yes, it was. All right, let's get into tonight's
Let's do a
first story.
story.
That was 20 minutes of nonsense, but we do have stories
That
for you
was
guys
20
tonight.
minutes of beautiful.
It
All
was
right.
fun. It was
Chicken,
fun.
I
Fun.
won't even bury the lead here. I will give you about 20 seconds of silence.
Okay.
Nice.
Mexican
Wow.
cartel delivers kidnappers, 5 bound men, and an apology. Let's go ahead and scroll down. Yeah, thank God. Mexico City, the police in Mexico border city of Matamoros early Thursday discovered 5 men bound with zip ties in a truck near the intersection where 4 Americans were kidnapped last week, with a note claiming to be from a Gulf cartel faction saying it wanted to hand over those behind the abductions, authorities reported. There was no official confirmation that the 5 men who were found alive were indeed behind Friday's brazen attack, which left the 2 Americans dead. But Mexican crime groups leave notes or banners describing their actions or blaming their rivals in Macareb for form of public relations. Cartels have in the past turned over gunmen to those whose actions brought on the wrath of Mexican or U.S. officials. The attack has become a flashpoint in the U.S.-Mexican relations. Republican lawmakers have demanded the Biden administration declare Mexican cartels to be terrorist groups. Some have called for U.S. military intervention. Thoughts, fellas?
So
Well, I've been asked to come onto a panel over the weekend. I might not make it, just depending on personal schedule, where they're going to talk about Lindsey Graham is introducing a bill to basically say, let's invade Mexico and take it over. And I'm just like, no.
For the wrong reasons.
Well, I mean, for all the reasons that you shouldn't do that. Like, it's kind of why Trump was like, we're building the wall. And then the minute Biden got power, he's like, I guess I'll build the wall. I'll just keep building that wall, because whether anybody likes to admit it or not, Mexico is a failed narco state. In 2019, the Mexican government was routed in open battle by the Mexican cartels. Okay. And in the last battle they had not too long ago, the outcome was a little fuzzy. So to me, you don't really have a functioning government in Mexico. What you have is officials that say things that the cartels want them to say. And so the fact that we got anybody back from this particular exchange is kind of amazing, because the thing that sets the Mexican cartels apart from all the other drug cartels and gangs is, in terms of violence, they just want it more. Like, there's a reason why you don't hear about the Bloods and Crips too much anymore.
Well, no.
Because the Mexican drug gang shot them all. Okay? Like, that's why. Like, that shit happened when we were in college, guys. And yeah, like, so that's, so
the story essentially boils down to like 5 people that are in the game. Sometimes the game catches up to you. And you know that when you start playing the game. And if you don't know what I'm talking about by saying the game, keep living in fantasy world, folks, because this is just life. I'm sorry. It's just
play the game.
It's no, god damn it, Phil.
Yeah, some reason I knew Phil was going to go there, but
damn it.
No, but I don't know. With me, when I like the first story comes through, there was dead. It was 2 of them that died, 2 of them survived, and supposed mistaken identity, and then this happens, and now this probably happens. Yeah. Well, today's story where there are 5 men bound and gagged and released, this probably happens way more often than any of us know. Now, the killing and abduction. The killing and abduction, that was just so egregious. That's why it made the news. And now the spotlight's kind of on the border again. And so, depending if you're a lefty that doesn't want Biden to run, you're going to push this narrative. And if you're a righty, this is a really easy campaign. That's what made Trump win in 2016 was the build the wall. It was immigration. Was the biggest. It was the biggest thing that got him elected. And so now all the Republicans are like, oh my God, we just got handed everything on a silver platter. You really think they're going to go over and fucking fight the cartel? Hell no. This
No.
is posturing. This is fear mongering. This is what Republicans do best. They're like, oh my God, I just got free donation money for the next 2 years. We got so many super PACs getting loaded up for the 2024 election. Fuck yeah. Come on, cartel. They're excited.
Here's the problem with going to war with the cartel. The United States is going to lose the first fight, and it's going to be really embarrassing. And then we're going to like go way overboard retaliating, and it's going to be really, really ugly. And that's probably the last thing we really want right now, considering all of the other tensions given with other countries that aren't directly connected to us on land.
Well,
So
most of our crime economy comes from the laws that we pass here that make it, entice the cartel to get shit across the border. So like there's a big economy, like that cartel can't survive without our laws, and our laws never seem like they have a purpose without the drug cartels. So like there is a relationship there, like behind the scenes that nobody wants to talk about, and we need each other. So guys, just kiss, make up, cartel, America, make up, make some money, start making some better drugs, and just keep making shit illegal. That's what's gonna happen.
And you and me, so happy together. I can't see me loving nobody but you.
Grow the farm up. It's always best to just apologize and swap back when you find out you are accidentally trafficking the wrong illegal person across some board.
Not feds, right?
Yep. And guys, I'm being like Ty is begging me to send him a link, so I'm gonna let you guys be the final decision on that one. Some place called Sinaloa just runs it all. ... allegedly. Winky face. Lindsey Graham has my full support to invade Mexico if he's willing to make that's the thing.
I kind of like that.
I like that.
You know what? I will give Lindsey Graham 100 rounds of ammunition if he goes. Like I'll help fund some of this. I'll help protect Lindsey Graham.
100 rounds. Nice. Okay.
I care.
Well, it's like I said with Ty the last time we were talking about Ukraine. I said, you know what? It's not really dangerous to be pro-war when you're past 29 years old.
Yeah.
It really ain't all that dangerous to advocate for war once you make it. Like it is when you're like 21. Like a kid that's pro-war at 21, you should probably listen to that kid, okay? Like that kid's probably, okay, if you're willing to go do it. Yeah, but gentlemen, I will let you two be the final decider on the Tiberius ticket.
Yeah, I don't know. Tiberius gets hours and hours and hours of streaming. We get like 2 hours a week. Like, it's the first time we get with each other in a long time. I don't know if I want to hear Adam Schiff's take tonight.
Ouch. Okay. Hang out for
Love
January
you, tuberculosis
6th.
D.
Hang out for January 6th. I think I can convince him.
Okay.
Right. So drug cartels. I gave my 2 cents. Like this is the nothing burger. It's a fundraiser tactic in the long run. That's all this is.
Nobody's gonna go to war with the fucking cartel. Why?
It sounds fun.
Yeah, it sounds like
it'll make a really cool Call of Duty game.
Oh, it'd be great with Denzel Washington, fucking Mark Wahlberg in there, maybe throw in Jason Statham. Oh, it'd be a great movie. It's not gonna happen, folks. This is so fucking stupid. Anybody who can actually stand at a podium or a press conference or anything the like with a straight face and say, we need to definitely take the charge to cartel. Like, I'm sorry. Forget any chance you ever had of voting for that person. And if you still do, you're a fucking idiot.
Well, I mean, the problem is Mexico needs the kind of dictator to take power that's not going to be able to ever take power in Mexico. Because the thing is, like, I remember people say, well, this guy's really popular. That person's really popular. And, they've got a lot of support. Yeah, that don't make it bulletproof. Okay? There ain't nobody that's bulletproof. Okay? And that's the big problem. Now, to me, I think in terms of nothing burger stories, I kind of get it. But, like, I remember when we heard about the 4 Americans that were kidnapped and 2 of them come back alive. I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm guessing all 4 of them were connected with somebody in our government. And I gotta say, being on your knees, hands behind your head, with a 9mm pointed at your head in the middle of the Mexican desert, that's a hell of a time to suddenly grow a conscience or to become somewhat uncooperative. I gotta say, it's like, sir or senor, I am listening to whatever it is that you're saying right now. And I will be.
You're making a lot of good points right now. And it's fun from your perspective.
I'm really seeing it from your perspective, looking down that 9mm barrel. I do see it your way, and I'm going to do this. This is good negotiating tactics, sir. So yeah, like I got to say, like that's a hell of a time to get like, no, fuck you. I'm gonna call Johnny Law on you. Like, yeah, that's not a good.
I'll die with my morals. Yep.
Right.
You sure will.
Have fun with that.
It's kind of like, and I've always believed this, the Ferengi rules of acquisition. Dignity and an empty sack is worth the sack. Rule 109, which is, it's kind of like my grandpa's advice. How much money has your pride ever made you? Now think about how much money your pride's cost you over your life.
A lot.
Put those 2 numbers on a balance sheet against each other. Yeah. I'm sorry, Osiris. I'm not familiar with the Destiny drama. Can you give like the elevator pitch in text as to what the fucking Destiny drama is? I'm just curious. Months ago, I said I would live to see the U.S. invade Mexico again. I was laughed at, and now we have a resolution. Okay, we have a Lindsey Graham-olution. Okay, he was also the guy that said we're going to federally ban abortion, and all the Republican Party went, "Shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, Lindsey." Okay, you keep talking, we're going to out you to your mom. Okay, you shut the fuck up. Okay, we have kept this secret for you for fucking 30 goddamn years. But if you fucking do that shit, all bets are off. And so, yeah, that's that. I think that's close to it. I don't think we're going to see an actual invasion.
No.
What's there to invade? You can't tell me.
There's some pretty decent oil and silver mines. It's actually got a lot better ag base than you would think, considering how much of the land is arid desert. But
I say we just buy it.
No.
You know what? At that point, the cartels are listening, chicken.
Right?
It's like, okay, wait, whoa. Like at first they're like, all right, they're bringing their money. Hey, wait, what if we just buy it? And they're like, we're listening.
How much information on the cartel, the inner workings, their whereabouts, the names, etc., etc.? How much of that do you think the U.S. intelligence agencies have access to?
They pretty much know who.
Okay, so if that's true,
you'd think.
If that's the case, the U.S. intelligence agencies know who's in the cartel, what they're doing, what they're up to, where they're at.
I don't know. We couldn't find Osama bin Laden for fucking ever.
Well, it's a little different in Mexico. Who's spending $8,000 a night on Cristal?
If the U.S. intelligence agencies
right.
have their finger on the pulse of what the cartel's doing, who they are, where they are, etc., why are they still operating? Because if we're going to go in guns a-blazing and take them out like these people are suggesting,
Tony,
why wouldn't we do that?
Anything that serves its intended purpose will be allowed to continue.
There you go. So no, we're not going to invade Mexico because we're not invading Mexico. It'd be invading the cartel. And we're not going to do that either. So no, that's not happening. It's just not happening.
The Mexican cartel would overtake the Mexican government before we would ever.
Yes.
And there would have to be some like crazy fucking coup down there. Some crazy shit goes down.
They would have to have like Brittany Griner, held up in a cell for us.
We're gonna attack we'll attack Canada before we attack Mexico. Yeah. That's how unlikely all of this is.
Buildings lately? No. We will get to that a little later, zombie Batman. Remember the six of Pretender. But yeah, so. Mexico, it's unfortunate. Like that place should be a paradise. Okay, where it is, but its politics is just a basket case. And I mean,
if the FBI wouldn't have, introduced crack, it'd probably be a beautiful place today.
Well, do you think they would at least for like International Women's Day? Do you think they would have actually
this age?
Ty, I
Listen.
say that at least 3 times an episode. Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm
You got to go back and watch our original coronavirus episode before COVID hit, like a month before COVID hit.
No, we were spot on. It
you
turns
know.
out.
We were spot on. Yeah.
Yeah, we were like,
Turns out.
it's not like it's going to be the end of the world or nothing. And then
Hey,
turns
you know
out no,
what?
it was actually,
Revisionist history, going back and watching it again, I bet we're actually a lot closer now than we thought we were a year ago.
Girl, the farm, Tiberius just likes to see tanks driving on his news clips. Apparently, like now,
Well,
granted,
tanks are kick-ass.
Yeah, I mean, like I remember when I was a kid, I played with tanks.
Phil, is
so
that who you gave your eye patch to, Tiberius?
God, Jesus. Actually, yeah, Ty, you should wear an eye patch and just be Dan Crenshaw because you can pull the look off enough and just like that's your impression. You just got to be.
D
your comments remind me of him.
Stands for Dan.
Yeah, Tiberius Dan Crenshaw.
Tiberius Dan Crenshaw. Like,
I want red flag laws and I want tanks on every corner of Mexico.
Yeah, God.
And some stock tips.
Somewhere.
Yeah, and Nancy, stop hiding all them stock tips. I need to make some money too.
I say somewhere a military industrial complex CEO just got hard. Right?
Of course you do. Of fucking course you do. I was joking, but okay. I just got him. That's fair.
Tiberius like, yep, I just got. Yep,
what, you just now got one? You should have
just
had
now
one for the last 35 minutes.
Yep.
Well,
it's like the military industrial complex, and Ty's like, yeah, I need to wear an eye patch from now on. That's like his evil. That's like his alter. Oh, everybody take a drink. Everybody drink.
What? For what? Oh, yep, kiddo. Awesome. Just refreshing my drink there. I don't know how to
perfect transition point.
Well, I don't know how to transition to this next one, but International Women's Day. So we have to discuss. There's an award given out every year, and we all know who the recipient of the International Women's Day Courage Award goes to, right?
Is that trophy in the shape of a wiener?
Oh, son of a biscuit.
Phil Jen. No, I don't believe it is.
Why not?
By the way,
it probably should be.
Which gin? Brickway Nebraska gin or Indoggo Snoop Dogg gin? It's the only gins I got left. I already finished off Beefeater last week.
Boy, that's sad. That's sad.
That is sad.
That was painful, is what that was.
So anyway, our next story, if you couldn't guess, Joe Biden gives International Women of Courage Award to a transgender official. I'll go ahead and scroll this one down. Of course, First Lady Jill Biden, International Courage, where he said that during the ceremony held at the White House Wednesday, Biden and Secretary of State Anthony Blinken honored Alba Ruda, a biological male who identifies as a transgender woman, with the award. Well, again, I was mentioning earlier, like nobody knows anybody who's done these. I read through some of the people that's gotten this award, and like very deservingly. Like there was a journalist that was like exposing gender related like atrocities in Africa that got the award. There was another one that was like the first Malaysian or Mongolian like female general to fight in battle. Like all of them up until now.
Don't forget about that fearless pioneer of women's rights who refused to pay her rent.
Yeah,
I gotta say, Ty, you're talking about things that aren't going to age well.
No, Ty, we're not talking about women. You're totally missed the headline of this story. So let's keep scrolling.
Thank you for that.
Now I gotta hang on.
I just want to show like what she did to deserve this award. If we can scroll down just a little bit, it's like we had some great ones. I'm trying to see here. So, in acknowledging her activism, the State Department noted the official actively campaigned to change the name of the Women's National Conference to a Plurination Conference of Women and Lesbian, Crossdresser, Transgender, Bisexual, Intersex, and Non-Binary persons to include diverse, descendant, and racialized identities. You're welcome, folks.
So she changed a name?
Well, no, she's been working really, really hard out of Argentina to push basically identitarianism. That's what she got an award for, basically.
Identification. Self-identification.
Democrats like former
There are
men
2
more than men.
kids and a cat in my office. Mother of
Good luck, T. Good luck.
yeah.
Well, I'll have another drink to that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Proving that men are better than women, even at being women. Insert that joke. Facebook slapped me on. Yeah. Sucks to be a cuck.
Jesus.
Wait, what? A trans person got something they didn't deserve? Color me shocked.
Oh boy. Now, gentlemen, give me the full screen here. The world is a crazy, mixed up, over the upside down place. But folks, there's one thing that you can count on, and that is the big bucking empire gin toast. To fight and stealing and drinking. If you're gonna fight, may it be for a friend. If you're gonna steal, may it be a lover's heart. And if you're gonna drink, by God, I hope it's with me.
Yeah. He loves that just as much as Kissinger.
Fuck you. Okay. That Kissinger shit was over the line, man. Wow.
So yeah,
I think it was right on.
So biological man wins International Women's
Like
Day.
saying
So
your favorite president was George W. Bush, chicken.
oh, hey.
Phil, your favorite president was George W. Bush at one time.
Yeah, well,
No, the last one we had in office was pretty fucking awesome.
Phil's backed off of that a little bit.
Oh yeah. Like, no, it's just the Gipper, just good old Ronnie Reagan.
I think Phil loved George W. Bush because I hated him, and it made him warm and fuzzy inside.
Your hatred for him did make me warm and fuzzy on the inside, kind of like an unnecessary gin shot. Like I gotta say, like that's.
Ty loves Kissinger enough for us all.
I don't doubt that actually.
Yeah.
Now, what's funny is on our death pools last year, everybody had Kissinger.
Yep.
This year, nobody's got Kissinger. I don't think any of us even believe he's like he must be immortal. Like I put him on my list, but I noticed like not even half the same amount of people that had him on last year had him this year. So it's like, man, people are just not counting on Kissinger.
Yeah. So anyway, like here's I guess this is what the transgender thing like. To me, this story's stupid. It's just another like calling out the absurdity of it all. Like whatever. Like everybody's trying to get these ESG points and all this stupid shit. But I guess what it comes back to, what the lefties want to go after and talk about is like when you had what's that dude from the Daily Wire, Michael Knowles. He was at CPAC and he pretty much said like fuck all transgenders evil, blah blah blah. Like he went hard in the paint on it. Probably went way too far, and like went a little crazy. Like whatever, you dress how you want to, you tuck your dick, chop it off. I don't give a shit. Like you do you, boo. But like like the cultural, yeah, I know, right? Yeah, do it. But like the cultural part of where you come out and say, I don't want these people to exist, and I find them evil. That's nobody. Name somebody in like historical terms that made it with any type of attitude like that. Like they always lose, right?
Democrats almost have been doing pretty good.
Yeah, lately.
Calling everybody that disagrees with them evil. Like it's sadly enough like that. Like, and it's unfortunate. Like, because I had an exchange about this earlier today, actually in Ty's Discord, where it's like, you know, there's some folks that they just have this really weird comic book villain version of their political opposition. Like the right did it in the 90s, and now the left is doing it today. And it's weirdly enough, it's the kids of the people of the right who did it in the 90s who are doing it the hardest. So they're kind of their own form of woke leftist firebrand preacher.
Oh shit!
It's kind of fascinating.
Zombie, I'll fix it. Give me a minute. I'll fix it.
Where
you guys keep going?
Oh God. Okay, we got to get that representation.
I'm gonna fix it.
It's all the right.
I, for one, I'm just glad that men took back International Women's Day. It's about damn time, frankly. We stole that shit back.
Let's show these girls how to be women.
Ben,
Like,
Ben.
like so, you know, like I wonder where the limit is going to be on this, because there is going to be some point where there's going to be pushback. Now, it's fascinating is the younger
Well,
generation.
there's no limit.
No,
Nobody
there
is going
actually
to-
is.
There we
No,
go.
there's
And,
not.
and it's Ollie London.
Tony, bite your head.
Hey,
There we go.
when
Just for
Ollie-
Zombie Batman.
when Ollie London said that he was a 20-something Korean rather than a 30-something
Yep.
white dude from London. Like, I remember, like, everybody, even like my kiddo, like when I asked her about it, it's like, so what do you think about it? She's like, no, that's nonsense. So I was like, okay, there is a limit
Yeah.
here somewhere.
No,
And
there's
so
no
at
limit.
least-
I'm sorry. There's
He
no
just
limit.
he did like a 2-hour long interview with Tim Pool a couple weeks ago. I didn't watch the whole thing, but
I
pretty
saw
much he
the
ex-
thumbnail.
yeah, he explained like, yeah, I was really confused and everybody was telling me to do this and
No.
I just kept doing it until one day I was like, I'm not happy and I keep doing things that make it worse. I should stop doing this stuff. So good on him. He came out of it.
You know what? That's good. Like, I'm glad that, like,
Now he's
guess
just
what?
a guy from London again.
Everybody has their own identity crisis at some point in their life. Some go a little further than others. Like, I love in South Park when Randy got a divorce. For a little while, he legally changed his name to Stevie Ray Vaughan. I was like,
Stevie
yeah,
Ray Vaughan.
yeah, like that's
No, see, this is Stevie Ray Vaughan. He just gets up there and shits his britches.
Well, yeah, like, because most baby boomer guys who go through divorce, yeah, for about like 6 weeks, they think they're Stevie Ray Vaughan. Grow the farm up. I mix salted caramel Crown Royal with chocolate milk 50-50. I think I discovered a drink I'm going to respectfully name the Mud.
That actually
Nice.
sounds delightful.
Yeah, I was about to
does.
say, I hate to say that sounds actually pretty good. And it'll coat your stomach, so you'll be in good shape. Zombie Batman, imagine being such a pathetic man that you need to identify as just to win something. Okay. All right. Damn. You know,
Yeah,
like,
it's not even setting your bar of expectations low. That's borrowing somebody else's who's much less more capable than you.
well, like
to begin
South
with.
Park, I love what they did, and it is an argumentum ad absurdum, where you take an argument to its most absurd point, but it does demonstrate the point quite well. When they did the Macho Man Randy Savage strongman, I don't want to get into the details of my transition, but I'm gonna crush and destroy all the women of this competition. And like so, and like, yeah, that's argument ad
Heather.
absurdum. But it does demonstrate the point at some, because like Joe Rogan one time said, if Brock Lesnar self-identified as a woman, she would beat the fuck out of everyone for the rest of her fucking life. Just for the rest of her life, boom, boom, boom. Like, it would just be over. Like, and so, like, especially when it comes to the contact sports like that, there can be differences. I'm sorry, because when it comes like boxing, I was taught size does matter. Okay, like, when you push off the ground, the bigger you are, the more force you can actually achieve in boxing. And so it's just a matter of weight, mass, and physics. And so people who are smaller, that are muscular,
stop using science. We don't believe in science. Remember, all the lefties told us we don't believe in science, so you can't
Oh,
use that.
God.
You're
here.
not the science.
Yeah. Well, apparently neither's Fauci either. So yeah. But,
Well, no, he just dictates the science. He writes letters ahead of his decisions to prove
know,
his decisions are.
chicken, people used to call us far right, but really they just need to call us so far right about everything. So like that's really,
that's the only claim of right I accept is correct.
well, as you should.
It has
as
nothing to
you
do with
should.
political leaning. It's just correct. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So like, and
I'm correct leaning all the time. Yes.
yes. Now this one, like it does kind of fascinate me that, like, of course Biden is going to be the first person to do this kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, I'm sorry, Trump was not going to be the one to break this ground. Okay, like
No.
Am I saying something that's out of bounds there, guys?
No.
No. So like, to me, this is all part of. Do you remember? Have you guys
Could
ever
you
seen the show
imagine if Kamala was president like you want? how many
fuck off.
groundbreaking decisions she would come up with.
You guys have both seen the show The Boys, right?
Yeah, good show.
Okay.
Great
There's
show.
the scene where Homelander goes to see the blind kid. Okay. And the secretary's like, you know what? Oh my goodness, we could have a differently abled member of the 7. Inclusion is very big with the 18 to 34 demographic right now. And so like I just feel like a conversation almost exactly like that went down before that award was given. It wasn't a superhero and it wasn't Homelander, but a conversation pretty close to that scene went down.
Ah!
Go!
That scared the shit out of me.
Fisted by a rainbow.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, no. And if he pulls a half and half out of nowhere. Spoiler, Fauci is a flat earther. Well, that makes a little bit more sense.
Fauci all the way down.
Yeah, it's Fauci
It's
all the way down. I love that.
All the way down.
When Tony goes all Biden, he needs to put on a dress as well. Joe Trans Biden. Ooh. God. I don't know what you're talking about. Tony doesn't dress up as anything.
Yeah, what? No.
Tony? You seen it?
Yeah.
Is Trump electable to Tony G and Chicken, not K.O.E? Well, let me tell you something what I think about this Grow the Farm Up. First, Tony, you gotta go check.
Oh, you got the fucking machine.
The machine! Ziggy zaggy, oi, oi, oi. Ziggy zaggy, Jesus.
I wasn't ready for that. I didn't know you had that ready and
wow. Tony,
you were excited to take a fucking beer jug, weren't you?
Your stomach your stomach just has to be like a fermentation tank.
It feels amazing.
Yeah, I was about to say mixing whiskey.
That is impressive.
Yeah, that's pretty fast. That yeah.
Dude, if that evil bitch becomes president, I'll nuke you bastards myself. Imagine the first woman president being her. I know, right?
You know, it's pretty funny. Like Dave
Joe
Chappelle,
Biden's done a good job of setting women back about 10 years. Like, imagine what Kamala would do.
Well, like, I was just thinking about that, like, today, if like Hillary had been elected. Like Dave Chappelle made the joke, like, they were gonna make coins out of this bitch.
Yeah.
The first female president, they are going to absolutely make coins out of. And like it's gonna be some slave owning president that she's going to replace. Okay, like I don't know which one. Take your pick though.
Get rid of Lincoln.
No, they won't replace Lincoln.
I know they won't, but they need to.
Oh,
Jesus Christ! What in the fuck is that?
I'm on the right track, baby. I was born.
So anyway, back to Grow the Farm Up's comment. Is Trump electable to Chicken and Tony G?
Let me tell you what I think. Oh,
I think he's electable, but I don't think he will beat Joe Biden.
I think he is electable. Yes, but only if he goes up against Biden. And I think this is twofold. I think this is twofold.
Different analysis.
I think it's twofold, though. Don't get me wrong. I think the only person that can beat Biden is anybody. Biden. And I think the only person that can beat Trump is Biden. So,
Trump.
Yeah, they kind of can. Like, I don't like. There's so many candidates that can easily beat Biden because it just has to fucking happen.
DeSantis would destroy Biden, in my opinion.
I
don't want DeSantis, though. I do not want DeSantis.
I don't see any other.
All these people fucking jumping on the DeSantis bandwagon. That guy is going to become one of the most authoritarian asshole fucking Republican presidents. You remember all the bad shit you heard about Republicans back in the day? That is Ron DeSantis.
Oh, it's coming in spades with old Ronnie.
It's gonna be bad. I would rather have Trump for fucking 30 years than have a Ron DeSantis president. I will not vote for Ron DeSantis. That guy,
here's the thing.
he is a fucking goddamn. I don't want to like throw certain labels out because I don't want to sound like a fucking lefty, but that dude does not give a shit about other people. Like there's the left, like I criticize the left all the time because they want this like democracy, it's democracy, majority rules. Well, the majority has to have like restrictions on other people's rights that are not part of the majority. Ron DeSantis is the antithesis to that, or not even the antithesis. He's the opposite side of that coin. He's going to be the majority rules with the Republican side and the right-leaning folks and not protect the rights of anybody outside of his little fucking window of power. He's just as bad. He will be just as bad, just in the opposite direction. Republicans, you vote Ron DeSantis in, you will set yourself back 30 fucking years, and you will not win another election for fucking 2 decades.
Chicken. So you're saying if Ron DeSantis, let me get this straight. If Ron DeSantis gets elected, he's only going to shore up and help his base of power of Republican voters, is what you're saying?
At the cost of
we will get into that a little later
and more problems. I know.
Yes.
Yeah, Phil's.
Like,
well, and I bet Tiberius is sitting there going, "Does that mean Ron DeSantis is going to put tanks in Mexico?" Yeah, probably. Like, this dude is just bad news all the way around. I can
now, when it comes
that
to Ron
slimy
DeSantis,
fucking face.
I get your trepidation. I'm really wary of all the people who are supporting him, because like all the we got time. That dude does not care about other people while talking about someone other than Trump. Like, oh my god, that's the thing is Tiberius and I'm just using you.
Trump loves you all. He loves everybody. He's perfect. You're perfect.
The greatest president.
You're all amazing.
When it comes to Ron DeSantis versus Donald Trump, I think back. This is a quote, and I forget who it was. It's actually a socialist who wrote this, but it's true and it's brilliant. I would rather vote for what I want and not get it, and the Democrats learned this in 2020, rather than vote for something I don't want and end up getting it. And that's what the Democrats got. They voted for what they didn't want, and they ended up getting it now. And so for me, it's like, okay, a lot of us Republican base, we want Trump. We want to send that bull in the China shop to DC because, just to be frank, they deserve it. Okay, they just deserve it. They fucked us over for so many decades, and this system threw us overboard 30 fucking years ago. So now fuck you. You get Trump. That's the giant middle finger we send.
I do like the Mike Lindell 2024 My Pillow 2.0.
Yes, My Pillow. It's going to be the greatest.
I think right now, as it sits, all the call to action to get DeSantis on the ticket, it's rose-colored glasses, because half of the people that want him just want Biden out. They're staunch Republicans anyway,
or they just want anybody but Trump.
That are disappointed about the way that things shook out with Trump, but they're not ready to jump back on the bandwagon yet anyway. Or they're falling privy to he's going to be as old as Biden eventually too. So do we really want that, or do we want a young up and comer of the Republican Party? So I
Ron
think
DeSantis,
once it starts, if he does announce, I think a lot of that shine is going to fade off a little bit. He still easily beats Biden if it ends up being Biden. But that was kind of my point earlier. There are so many people that can beat Biden. I don't think there's a lot of people that could beat Trump right now from the Democrats. Right. Like, very, very small pool.
Obama,
that's about
Biden
it.
and Michelle. You're right.
My fear with Ron DeSantis, he's like a Josh Hawley, but presents better. Is like, here's what Josh Hawley does. Josh Hawley's like, hey, I'm going to present this bill that makes it sound really, really good in the title, that we're going to stop kids from being spied on. But in that bill, literally is legislation saying the government can spy on your kids, just not third parties or big tech. Like Josh Hawley's terrible with his actual bills. He'll make it sound really, really good. But then what he really wants to do is just as bad, if not worse. Ron DeSantis will be like, hey, we're going to end ESG. And we're like, fuck yeah, dude. We're all down with that. Get rid of ESG. That shit's stupid. We don't need ESG. But then somewhere in the bill will be like, if you are of this particular identity or group of people, and we find out that you do anything within your organization that goes against or that follows any ESG type of following, we're going to give you 50 lashes. That's what I feel like is going to happen, and nobody's going to see it coming. I don't trust the fucking dude. Have you guys seen Hershey bar? Oh god, yeah, the Hershey bar. We talked about it a little bit last week. Oh my god, that was such a fucking terrible video. I want someone that doesn't want the job. Yeah, good luck with that, dude. The only people that run for that job are narcissists. I want being elected to be in office ever to be
Not
seen
me
like
though. I'm
getting
totally
jury
different.
duty. Yeah,
Vote Philly KOE
totally.
Christ.
Vote
2024.
KOE 2024.
Yeah.
Chicken speaking facts. Never thought I would see the day.
Wow.
Ah,
Son of a bitch. Uh,
I knew I would win Tiberius over someday.
Tony, do you want me to have Brickway or Snoop Dogg gin?
What'd you have last time?
So y'all
Brickway.
think DeSantis goes and
Snoop
turns the
then.
military industrial complex times 3 trillion over 4 years to get elected? You think so? Trump didn't do that. A lot of reason why he wasn't reelected. Yeah, and yeah, that sums up a lot of my argument. Grow the farm up is, I think Ron DeSantis is just like, he's doing this like hyperbole or this like talk right now of like, I'm a new age Republican and the old Republicans aren't going to be able to live up to this, and I'm going to take Republican Party in the next generation. I'm like, nah, like everything you're doing, like it's just a perfect time. It's just a perfect time.
Chicken.
It's
That's
an
exactly
opportunity.
what Bill Clinton said in his primaries. I'm a new Democrat. We're going to take the Democrats to a new level. We're going to go to a new kind of party. The old party that's in the past. We're not going to talk
And then
about
like
Dixiecrats.
45 people have been killed or murdered or suicided in the last 50 years since then.
Oh, yeah. We're not going to
Yeah.
talk about all those people that were suicided. Clinton's side. So
2 shots to the back of the head, totally hung myself.
here's a shot to all them poor Clinton victims.
Deficit.
Allegedly.
God damn it. It's like I wanted to laugh, but then what was in my mouth hit my taste buds, and I was like, this is no laughing matter.
I don't have any fancy words for you tonight. Fuck you, Justin. God damn you.
Son of a biscuit.
Yeah,
Ooh,
bitch.
good. Ooh, why does it taste worse tonight?
Because it's always going to taste worse.
I
I think there's a good chance that if DeSantis does end up,
I think this is
getting
my
into the
last
White
bottle.
House,
This is almost gone.
I think if
well,
DeSantis
we'll get
ever does
get you a
back
handle. Don't worry.
into the fuck, if he gets into the White House, there's a good chance he sets the Republicans back quite a bit, and that's pretty. That's not. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but I think that,
Here's
saying that
the
he's
only
a
way.
New Age Republican. No,
I'll vote for DeSantis if he promises the Lindsey Grahams of the world are gone. We get rid of the Mitch McConnells of the world. We move on from the.
No, you're
these
just going to replace
fucking-
them with fresh faces in the same role, and they're the same person, and then you have to endure them for another 40 fucking years.
I know, but it'll be
No,
fucking
Chicken,
so
he makes
nice
an
to
interesting
move on.
point. Like at the end of this decade, all the people that run American politics, Mitch McConnell, fucking Lindsey Graham,
Nancy.
yeah, Nancy Pelosi, Schumer, all
Justin,
of them are going to
Dick,
be
you got
gone.
that shot in 1 minute before the top of the hour, too, you prick.
Yep.
But yeah, they're all
Nice.
going to be gone by the end of this decade.
Yeah.
So we are going to have a very different party at the end of the decade. DeSantis does set up some interesting leadership.
That's what I mean, though. Like, a lot of people are going to be jockeying for position, not just for the presidency, because really that's an afterthought. We're talking about the long game. You want to get into a place of power like a Nancy Pelosi. Fuck that. A goddamn Chuck Schumer. Jesus Christ. That's what I'm saying. Ron DeSantis, fuck, maybe he just skips the White House altogether and just latches on to one of those forever positions. That, oh no, sure, yeah, no, I'm totally not involved right now, says Nancy
Nah,
Pelosi.
a guy like
Eating
Ron,
ice
he's
cream.
wanted to be president since he was 8 years old. Trust me. Like I know a politician from here in Nebraska. He's nephew of somebody that used to work for us many generations ago. And that guy wanted to be president since he was 8 years old. And that's just the way these people are built. And so Ron, this is what he wants. Now, here's the problem though, guys. Like
Yeah, when he was 8 years old, he thought the presidency actually had power.
in
We're proving
yeah,
today
there's-
that it doesn't.
yeah,
Yeah.
Tony, we
Apparently, you're
found
just
out.
Putin's cock holster when you're president.
Well, no, Tony, we found out the Patriots are real eventually when we grew up a little
Exactly.
bit, and there's people that the office of the presidency has to look up to. And
Lale,
apparently
lale.
they're in the military industrial complex, and you don't fuck with our intelligence apparatus. Otherwise, they'll just remove you from office one way or the other. So,
There you go.
but I think the Republicans do have some future stars. The Democrats have nobody in terms of future star power. Like even this is Obama's exact words with Pete Buttigieg. Pete will never be president. He's too short and he's too gay. And like those are his exact words.
He was right.
Like, he's too short, he's too gay. And it's so funny. Obama, like, even though I was born in Hawaii, raised internationally, and spent the majority of my life in Chicago, Illinois, I still speak with a slight Southern accent. All right, T, you got chug. You love it.
Ziggy zaggy, oi oi, fuck.
Boy. Oh man, dude, that's not right. Jesus, like liquid should not go that fast.
You okay?
Never better.
Tony's
peachy keen. Oh wow. That's
looks like he's in. We better get to the good article real quick. Let's pop up the PolitiFact. Let's get into some January 6th stuff.
Oh, have a holly jolly January 6th. It's the best time of the year.
This is turned into one of our most fun things to do is find the topic we're going to talk about, find the fact check on it, and read that fact check and see how accurate that fact check is. This is great.
The fact checkers, like, let's be frank, they're kind of like pollsters where they're just another political weapon.
Yeah. Keep going, Justin. Let's get down to the first fact check. We all know what happened. Tucker Carlson got all the footage, and so he started airing it. So first claim, the protesters believe that the election they had just voted in had been unfairly conducted, and they were right, says the fact check. In retrospect, it is clear the 2020 election was a grave betrayal of American democracy. This is a quote from Tucker Carlson. Calm down, YouTube. Don't strike us.
I'm going to give the weird Tucker Carlson face into the camera.
Yeah. Let's scroll back up because I want you to really pay attention to some of the words here. Unfairly conducted and grave betrayal. So grave betrayal, that's subjective, right? That's beautiful, a feeling writing. That's... Yeah, like it's really good, it's persuasive, it's good writing, like you said, but unfairly conducted. That's I don't know if that's subjective. Like, depending on where you live in this country, that's an objective claim.
Well, unfortunately, this is something I've had some back and forth with Ty on. This is fair is a word that, like, unless you talk about like gambling or fighting or something, fair is a word that we invented so that idiots and children can participate in debates.
Fair enough.
There is no fair. You can't fill up a bucket of fair. But idiots and children can be like, that's not fair. And also people who don't have power will use the word fair to try and get power. And actually, this particular usage in both instances holds up because it holds up to both of my how I define it in both ways. So yeah, to me, like, that's chicken. I don't think it's fair me taking a gin shot. I don't think it's fair that you don't let me talk for the whole show. I don't think it's fair that we have to breathe oxygen.
These are all facts from Phil, honestly.
I don't think it's fair that we have to breathe oxygen instead of nitrogen, which would be a lot more efficient on our internal systems. Like, I don't think it's fair. Like, yeah, there is no fair. You can shit in one hand and say fair in the other and see which one fills up first.
All right, let's get into disputing this claim. Again, let's scroll back up just so I can remind the audience real quick what we're looking at. Unfairly conducted, and then the betrayal of democracy. All right, they say this is pants on fire. Former President Donald Trump lost the 2020 presidential election to Joe Biden. Biden won with 306 electoral votes to Trump's 232. Biden won the popular vote by 7 million. Allegations of a rigged election have been refuted by audits. Now, do you notice they threw in the rigged elections? Nothing Tucker Carlson said had anything to do with a rigged election, right?
No.
So now
it wasn't fair. Who the fuck knows what that means?
Yeah. So like they set their goalposts wherever the fuck they wanted. So I love these fact checks. Allegations of a rigged election have been refuted by audits, judges, federal agencies, state elections officials, and technology experts. That could be 10 people. It could be 2,000 people. I don't know. As well as officials and advisors in Trump's administration. Again, that could be 10 people or 2,000 people. So yeah, like this is like one of the most disingenuous fact checks. Now, I'm not saying that anything happened in the 2020 election. The laws were put in place to put it, pretty one-sided. So, to be fair, the next one is claimed these were not insurrectionists; they were sightseers. Again, this is a cut short. This is a really cut short quote because there was a lot more said there.
Now, come on, we were just going like I'm sorry. Folks were going in, they were just sightseeing, they were taking unguided tours, chicken. Now,
to be fair, a few of them were just sightseers.
Yes, and also to be fair, in the instance of the Buffalo Hat guy, he actually had a very guided tour.
Yeah, we'll get to that one. We'll get to that one later. This is another pants on fire claims, according to PolitiFact. Rioters attacked police, smashed windows, broke doors, and ransacked offices. Again, he actually did bring that up. They chanted "Hang Mike Pence" and caused the House and Senate to shut down for several hours. This is all true, yeah, but that's not what he was claiming. The video footage Carlson aired showed only parts of the events at the Capitol that day. Now, like that one blew my mind because I'm like, here you go.
All of it.
The program conveniently cherry-picked from the calmer moments of 41,000 hours of video versus what you did for 2 years.
Wait.
I was about to say the Democratic Party actually hired a television producer to try and make it look as dramatic
as possible. Didn't the dude work for Disney?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Let's go back up for a second. It says the video footage Carlson aired showed only parts of the events at the Capitol that day. And the next paragraph literally says the program conveniently cherry-picked from the 41,000 hours of video. How long does he get on TV a night? Like half an hour?
An hour?
An hour? Okay.
Yeah.
But we were supposed to cram 41,000 hours.
How dare you, Tucker? You son of a bitch. I want 41,000 hours now.
Right
Download
now
that shit like I'm in the Matrix, bitch.
I was about to say, and I want it all uploaded to my brain immediately.
Yes,
so,
break the screen down into 41,000 squares. So we
kind
can
of like
watch all of it.
This is the same thing that they levy against like Project Veritas. It's like, well, I mean, sure, they talk about some really ghastly, gory stuff, but they said other things in the hour and a half too.
Be like, everybody watch this very edited and truncated version of a conversation I had with somebody I don't like, while I tell you that they edit their videos to make it look really, really bad on everything they do. Ready? Go. What?
But this is essentially saying it's not fair that they're only showing the parts.
Well, it's not fair
that we
that you
haven't
use the
been
same
showing.
tactics that I've been
That's what I'm
using.
saying.
I invented that tactic, Tony. You can't use it against me.
That's what I'm saying.
I had
They're
dibs,
mad.
motherfucker. Do you not respect dibs?
They're
I had a
mad
nickel for every time the
because
left
we've
decided to
already
say that.
we've already seen for 2 years all of the really bad shit that happened. We've been everybody's been blowing up all the bad clips, all the horrible stuff.
I'm sorry, Tony. You don't respect dibs. You're a fucking heathen.
And this and that. But now they're mad because they're showing the not bad stuff.
No, I'm mad that you don't respect dibs.
I'm mad that you don't respect these nuts.
Oh,
All right, here's thanks, Trey. To be fair,
LTD's nuts.
rocket. Ouch.
I bet had a snot bubble in the middle of that.
Ah, that hurt me.
Oh.
So like that to me, this kind of feels like I remember during 2020 some of the riots that were going on then. Like I remember
Peaceful protest, Phil.
I was in a chat room that like, there was a guy that was just being like really kind of smart. I was like, no, these protesters, they're just doing early Christmas shopping. That's all they're doing. And it's just like, and they're like, okay, I see. And so like when Tucker Carlson goes,
what do you
they're just
American
Express?
I got a break.
Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. We all remember the picture of the little grandma holding the American flag in there.
Yep.
And I think she's actually got some legal trouble, doesn't she?
She's in solitary confinement as far as last I read.
Yeah, that's
there's a bitch right.
Like
yes,
at this point,
that bitch right.
Jesus. Like, there are some people that did wrong that day, and the people who were violent need to be under the jail. That little old lady who just kind of waved the flag and was just a little old lady, if you think she needs to be in solitary confinement for all this time, you're probably part of the problem.
You're probably
I
a
like
piece
to
of
believe
shit.
I like to believe when they went to arrest her, she like went all crazy like MAGA Hulkster fucking style and just started losing her fucking mind, screaming at everybody and like, fuck you, fuck government, yeah. Like she went all like, yeah, she went nuts. We got more facts to go through
I
here.
hope that's true.
That'd be great. Okay, claim Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell refused repeated requests by Capitol Police Chief for backup for National Guard. So this is according to the New York Post reporter. So this has nothing to do with Tucker Carlson. That's my fucking favorite part. This is not Tucker Carlson saying this. They make this whole thing about Tucker, and then they throw in this other thing of like, oh yeah, by the way, the New York Post made a claim too. But anyway,
now look how carefully worded this first paragraph is.
Yes.
Like, this is like lawyer. Like, there's no evidence of this positive specific thing happening. It's like, okay. But yeah, like Nancy can't place a phone call.
Yeah, previous claims have said Trump authorized 10,000, 20,000 National Guard troops, the number depending on the claimant, to protect Capitol, and that Pelosi rejected it. But we found no record of any such authorization being made. Well, maybe it's just not public because everything's fucking classified from January 6th on the back end.
You make
fucking
a phone
retards.
call and not a text or an email.
Yes.
Yes,
facts. Did somebody say facts? Yes.
I got a feeling we're going to get one from Brandon here soon.
Let's keep on going down on this one. This one's just, this one was dumb. It had nothing to do with him. And like, to your point, here we go. We all watched the video. We all just watched it. Capitol police officers helped. So I love how they put that in quotations, because I don't think they were helping him. I don't think that's the appropriate word to use, but they, take a quotation out of context wherever they can. Capitol police officers helped QAnon shaman Jacob Chansley and acted as his tour guides.
They didn't help him.
He said that like in jest, like to be a dick, and they're going to take him out of context on this one too.
The word is chaperone. Okay,
it's kind of like when Trump would say, "Oh, isn't it a good morning?" And there was a little bit of a cloud in the sky, and then they'd say, "Fact checked. Add that to one of Trump's 4,000 lies." Like,
to be fair, if you're amidst a giant like breaching of a government building where an angry mob has entered the establishment,
happens all the time,
and you're the police, who are supposed to like stop stuff like that or like try to keep the situation under control, wouldn't you probably like pinpoint the one guy that looks like a lot of trouble? And I don't know, maybe I'm off my rocker here, but that might be the guy that's wearing a buffalo skin and horns and got war paint on and kind of looks like he's ready to fuck shit up. I'm just saying maybe there's a reason they were stuck to him like glue. I don't know. That's just me.
I would have assumed he was
Are you
high on mushrooms.
That you were profiling him, Tony?
Yes.
Racist.
1,000% yes.
Like, I'm going to be honest, if I would have seen him at that protest or anything ever, I am going to assume, okay, this guy is on more mushrooms than are in this whole half of the state right now. Like, this guy is just like, he's seeing the face of God right now. So, yeah, like, that's what I'm going to assume if I see a guy dressed like that.
So the fact check goes, like similar claims, we rated this pants on fire, of course. Chansley, among the first rioters to force their way into the building.
You're going to believe PolitiFact or your own eyes?
Right.
Yeah.
So we watched the video of him coming through. He wasn't forcing anything through. He was like the fucking 30th person to come through. They opened the door and he like all of a sudden stumbles in, looking around going, fuck yeah, I made it in. Anyway, officers repeatedly asked Chansley to leave the building. This is corroborated by the plea agreement Chansley signed. So just because he signed a plea agreement doesn't mean any of that actually happened. But whatever.
I was about to say, there's
plenty
of people.
It's on a document now. So that
they had him in solitary confinement. And this guy has a history of mental illness.
They would get that guy to sign that he started the Chicago fucking fire if it would get him a slightly bit more of fucking human contact.
2023. Whatever somebody claims regardless of whether they were pressured or not. It's true now.
It is. Manger, I don't know who this is, called Carlson's claim outrageous and false and said officers used de-escalation tactics to try and talk rioters into getting each other to leave the Capitol. So opening the doors to the Senate chambers, taking him to the upper Senate chambers where everybody had just earlier escaped.
Yeah.
They walked him to those doors. That's the one where you see him like walk to the door and it's locked and they all turn around. The doors. Did you see that? The door was blurry in that video.
Yeah.
And then you watch a different video that they played on the fucking House floor. I believe it was Mr. Swalwell, China Lover, played a video. He played a video of all the senators walking out of that same fucking room platform and that same door. And they're like, we have to blur certain images because we don't want people to know what these are. Like, dude, we know. There's another video of that same fucking room, you fuck. It's so silly. The whole thing. Anyway, we'll move on. I don't get on a rant about a really fucking camera angle. This is great. The video shows the media lied about Brian Sicknick's manner of death. Anybody want to read this one while I pull up the story that's still on New York Times?
This is misleading. Sicknick, a 42-year-old Capitol police officer, died the day after the January 6th assault. Initial news reports citing law enforcement sources said he had been struck on the head with a fire extinguisher. Follow-up coverage challenged that, saying he had been sprayed with a form of mace and that the cause of death remained unclear.
Here we go. You guys ready? I'm going to share my screen real quick. Sorry, Yank. So when I look up New York Times, Capitol police officer dies from injuries in pro-Trump rampage.
What?
So that wasn't hard. I'm sorry, PolitiFact. That was not is that headline not just fucking tell you that this cop died? To likely lead to calls for profound changes, Capitol, blah, blah, blah. Capitol police officer dies from injuries in pro-Trump rampage.
Pro-Trump rampage.
I'm come the fuck on. It's right here, guys. It's the gray lady herself has yet to fucking retract this article.
So what is PolitiFact claiming not to be true again, Chicken? Maybe just read it.
Because I don't. This is the most ludicrous shit ever.
The misleading Sicknick, 42-year-old Capitol, died the day after January 6th assault. Yeah. Initial news reports citing law enforcement sources said he had been struck in the head with a fire extinguisher. Follow-up coverage challenged that, says he had been sprayed with a form of mace, and that the cause of death remained unclear. No, the cause of death is not unclear, and they continue on. April 19th, the medical examiner determined that Sicknick died from 2 strokes at the base of his brain caused by a blood clot, and that there were no signs of injury or evidence that Sicknick had an allergic reaction to irritants, and that Sicknick died of natural causes. But then Diaz also noted that Sicknick was among the officers who engaged in the mob and said all that transpired played a role in his condition. Maybe. That, again, you can't prove that.
Yeah, there's no way to know that.
And Carlson's attempt to vilify the media also, and that's what this is really about, is he vilified the media. So the media's got to be like, oh, how dare you? In Carlson's attempt to vilify the media, he also used video to support his argument that the riot wasn't that violent and to undermine the details of Sicknick's death. Carlson pointed out to surveillance footage that showed Sicknick walking around inside the Capitol after being confronted by the mob, appearing healthy and vigorous. Carlson claimed that whatever happened to Sicknick was very obviously not the result of the violence he suffered at the entrance of the Capitol. But the footage doesn't mean Sicknick wasn't assaulted, nor does it disprove the medical examiner's conclusions. 1, nobody ever claimed he wasn't assaulted. 2, nobody disputed the medical examiner's conclusions. The conclusions are subjective because there's no way to know if anything caused anything other than that. What Tucker Carlson was pointing out is that the video they tried to show of the fire extinguisher and then the New York Times article and all the shit they were trying to say of when he died after he died, he's inside the rotunda, walking around, picking up signs and cleaning shit up. That's what he was trying to show. And that he texts his brother later that day saying he's fine, everything's fine. He made it home safe later that day. That's all he was trying to say. And they make this fake ass goddamn fact check.
God almighty. So let's move on to the next one, because
is this not a problem? Like,
no, that's just fucking ridiculous.
Why
are we splitting hairs? Like, I don't understand why we feel the need to,
because look at the political hay they can make from splitting those hairs.
I get it, but Jesus,
this is now, Tony. This is gonna be hard.
Who are you arguing with at this point? It's all right there. It's crystal fucking clear.
Well, no, like this is gonna be hard for you to believe, T. But like,
oh yeah,
there are a few people throughout my family bloodline that are pretty good at making a mountain out of a molehill.
Whoa.
I know,
nobody has anybody like that in their family, Phil.
I know life doesn't make sense hearing that, but like when I hear some of these complaints about January 6th, I do kind of get that, like they're trying so hard to make this like it's a tragedy that this person died, but there really is a question as to what actually caused this person's death, and to try and make it try to basically change this person's death into something to score political points, I find very craven. And it's been done for 2 years now.
Tony, do you mind taking over reading this? I got to take a piss.
Yep.
I'll be right back.
You just have to hold it.
All right.
Thanks, Phil. See, this is why I don't want to vote for Ron DeSantis, because that's the type of treatment I'll get.
Jesus Christ.
Wow. Authoritarian. Claim, I remember asking reporters at the time, why do you keep calling these people armed insurrectionists when there's no evidence that anybody used any arms against it? And they said, well, they had flagpoles. So it's because people were walking around with American flags that made them armed insurrectionists. That's Charles Hurt, Washington Times, making that claim. PolitiFact says there were multiple rioters armed on January 6th, and we've raided claims stating otherwise false. Court documents, video evidence, and news coverage directly contradict this characterization and show that several rioters on the Capitol grounds had firearms, and dozens more wielded knives, bats, and other real makeshift weapons, including flagpoles, fire extinguishers, skateboards, and chemical sprays.
So I'm sorry, what's the evidence that anybody had a gun there? Like, I'm sorry, if there was actual evidence, we would have all seen the picture, and it would be the only thing that anybody would ever talk about.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, because I don't remember seeing any video.
I remember one guy had zip ties, and that was all we heard about for weeks, was the zip tie guy. All right, we got another claim here.
If there was video of somebody that breached the Capitol with a firearm, that would have been all we would have seen. That would have been the thumbnail. That would have been the headline. That would have been the little picture behind Trevor Noah's stupid fucking head. Like, that's all we would have been talking about. That an armed insurrectionist, MAGA tard, broke into the Capitol with a firearm. And that didn't happen. So I don't really care. I'm sure somebody did have a concealed carry. Probably more than one. But you know who else did have firearms and used them that day? People that shot the supposed insurrectionists, the only actual casualties. But I digress. Yep. Claim. Under public pressure, the January 6th committee finally interviewed Ray Epps. Epps told the committee that he never entered the Capitol and therefore never committed a crime. His text messages show that at 2:12 p.m. he boasted to his nephew that he had orchestrated the protest at the Capitol. He admitted he helped get people there. That's the claim. PolitiFact says we rated a similar claim about Epps admitting to orchestrating the Capitol protest. Mostly false. Mostly, so not entirely. So by PolitiFact standards, mostly false basically equals fucking true. Because
I was about to say, that's PolitiFact saying it's like he's a Fetty Fed McFed from Fetty Stan. He's Fetty McFed face.
Epps, an Arizona man who supported Trump and was baselessly accused of instigating the insurrection as an FBI informant, told the January 6th House Select Committee in an interview that he walked to the Capitol and told others to do the same. Well, so did Trump, but I digress. Epps
Peacefully make your voice heard.
Epps
Boy,
texted
howdy.
his nephew at 2:12 p.m. on January 6th and said, "I was in the front with a few others. I also orchestrated it."
We know, Ray.
But he said that. So there you go,
Yeah.
in a text. But when questioned about it in testimony to the committee, Epps said he wrote it out of pride. Oh, so that completely makes it null and void. Right? That's how that works. It was the wrong word choice in retrospect. He did not confess to Congress that he orchestrated the attack, except he
Kind of
did.
I mean, like, to me, like,
Usually text messages are like a smoking gun in a trial case, aren't they?
well, it's sort of like, a few good men. It's like Tom Cruise, did you order the men to do this? Jack Nicholson, you're damn right I did. Wait, is that a problem? That I just confessed to murder in a courtroom? Why is everybody giving me a hard time? I'm going back to my base. The judge's like,
no, you can't.
No,
do that.
that's not how that works. Why? Because you just sort of confessed to murder in a courtroom.
Yeah. So
But apparently that's not how that works if you're actually connected enough. Apparently the way that scene should have ended was Jack Nicholson go, I'm going back to my base. The judge goes, oh, okay. And Tom Cruise goes, the fuck, Your Honor? The fuck? And he goes, sorry, he's in the Illuminati club, kid. You're not in it. That's how that movie apparently should have ended. Because that's what's happening with Ray Epp here, allegedly.
To think, I'm sorry. I know it sounds like a grand conspiracy theory when people who have questions over the election and the results say things like Ray Epps and people from the intelligence community were there and they pushed those people into doing it. They helped people get in. They wanted people to get in. It was they basically just made those people a patsy. I know it sounds like a conspiracy theory, but if you're going to sit there and pretend like you don't know that the intelligence agencies, the alphabet letter groups, don't willfully orchestrate things to happen, you're just being willfully fucking ignorant. Like, we know these things to be true, that the FBI and the CIA do these things. And they get away with it because they're good at doing these things. So if you're going to completely shut down and not hear any of that talk just based off of your own pride and the fact that you just don't want it to be true because it hurts your narrative, just fucking stop.
Chicken.
Just stop. And now you can look at this and say, this guy literally said on text message, yeah, I did that. Well, no, but I just said it out of pride. Oh, no, that's totally okay.
Yeah, fuck you. Like, okay,
that's totally okay. Understand.
Roger Stone went to
sir.
Jesus. Okay, I need to pour more. But Roger Stone went to prison for being a bullshitter, and this guy can actually say I orchestrated. Because, like, guys, I don't know if you ever played the campaign for Grand Theft Auto 5, but there's this great scene where the feds, the FIBs, the fibs, they say to Michael, it's like, you know what? Nothing increases your budget for fighting terrorism quite like successful acts of terrorism. And so they made Michael and Trevor do a terrorism.
Terrorism.
Did I just do a terrorism?
Am I a terrorist?
Hence the conversation about Mexico earlier.
Okay, now. Oh, God, that's a double.
Get your double shot in there.
Oh, to Jen, I take it with chagrin.
You love it.
It took 3 fucking big old gulps.
Dude, I got heartburn from that fucking those last fucking LTD ones. Goddamn.
Well, it's so yummy. LCD's nuts.
Yeah. Ugh.
God almighty, why? So that happened. What were we fucking talking about?
I don't know. Should we move on to the next? Yeah.
Oh,
all right.
God.
Justin, let's get our next story up. God, a reminder to the folks also, for those of you on Facebook, if you want to be a paid subscriber, you can give us a shot on the hour, each hour, or anytime in between. Working on getting stars back. Facebook changed their policy a little bit, but I think I can still get it for us under the gaming thing only, because I'm still
Nice.
Yeah, what
enrolled
the
in that.
fuck, Facebook?
No, I'm still, yeah. Well,
Facebook
what they're
changes
doing,
their rules every 3 weeks.
they're trying to make it like Twitch, to make a partner program, is what they're trying to do.
Well, that is horseshit.
But I think I'm still grandfathered in on the gaming thing, and I have not broken any rules on Facebook, so I'm pretty sure I can still get in that way.
Now, before we transition to the next story, I just want to say I'll never forget. I tuned in one time to a fairly big Twitch streamer, and they were going over like what Twitch sends them, which Twitch is owned by Amazon, by the way. And what's pretty funny is Twitch. Okay, if you donate $1 to your favorite Twitch streamer, 50 cents of it goes to your Twitch streamer. 50 cents of it goes to Twitch. And Twitch said, like, I'm just like, I'm like, wow, this is corporate doublespeak at its best. It says, show us doing the profit splitting program. We believe that shows you, the creator, that we're in this together. And I'm just like, wow, fuck you, but amazing. Like, that's amazing.
That's something Phil would have said.
Like, that's what? Okay, maybe.
Corvix says the Eisenhower interstate system requires that 1 mile in every 5 must be straight. These straight sections are usable as airstrips in times of war or other emergencies. Another piece to tag along with that. Usually, depending on the state you're in, you will actually see an airplane sign. A really small airplane sign when you hit those stretches of that highway where it's safe to land a plane, and they make it big enough to land a 747.
Yeah, it sounds like the Eisenhower interstate system is homophobic.
What?
Well, he said every 1 mile in every 5 must be straight. Like, who are we to dictate? Who are we to dictate?
You got to be 20% straight at all times.
I'm just saying, we shouldn't force belief.
They're not down with roads that are born this way. Okay.
Christ. Yeah.
Well done, T. Well done.
Yeah, that was good.
I'm just all about inclusion over here, guys.
ESG man right there.
Where's my rainbow go? I want my rainbow back.
You want the rainbow back?
Yeah.
Hold on.
There it is.
This way. Yeah. Oh my God.
Justin's on it. Justin's got this.
Tony. No, Tony.
What?
No. You have been distracted.
So never happens. All right. Next story. Let's get it pulled up here. There it is. So Proud Boy's attorney. So let's talk about like the outcome of Tucker's January 6th footage that's coming out. Proud Boy's attorney finds hidden FBI messages during the January 6th trial. This has been conflated a few different ways, that they were caught lying on the stand, all kinds of different things.
What? Not an honorable FBI agent. I don't believe you.
I know, right? An attorney for Proud Boys member Ethan recently filed a motion alleging that he found hidden messages exchanged between FBI agents in the ongoing sedition trial stemming from the January 6th riot at the Capitol. In the court documents filed Wednesday night, his attorney said that the following cross-examination of government witness Special Agent Nicole Miller, she was required to turn over any written statements related to her testimony under the Jenks Act. Miller produced her messages. She had them in an Excel worksheet, but in quote, a close examination of the agent's sheet revealed over 1,000 hidden Excel rows of messages, the court document said. So she, I believe, if we scroll down, I believe she only showed 25 rows. Just a little bit up there, Justin.
SpaghettiOs.
I'm totally lost.
Evidence from judges.
There. The document filing comes amid ongoing sedition trial involving Proud Boys member, all these guys, of course, through the election. They were all through there. Any of you guys ever play with Excel? I'm kind of an Excel nerd. I do a lot of things on Excel every day.
I run a couple of programs on Excel. Yeah, it's amazing program.
You literally just like click on the right button on what you want to hide, and you click hide, and it goes away. So like, there's I excel in bed. Nice. But but like to me, this is like one of the dumbest fucking stories about January 6th. However, it's even dumber that the FBI thought they were going to get away with this. So basically, this chick, we can pull a story down, I guess, but this chick was supposed to show her messages on this program and provide them to the court. So she downloaded them all, put them on an Excel thing, and then anything she didn't say, she just clicked the row and hit hide. And so she hit over 1,000 lines of conversation and only showed her 25 lines. Well, so they print it off and hand that print off to the defendant. And when the defendant's like, no, we want the actual Excel file. Like, we don't want to print off. We want the actual file. They're like, oh, okay. Like, so the prosecutor, not knowing that that's what was going on, hands it over and gives them the actual file. And they go, highlight all, right click, unhide. And they get to see this 1,000-line thread of classified conversations that they were having at the FBI. But like, they're using this as like they were hiding evidence from us and trying to use us as a technicality to get off. So like, one, FBI, fucking come on. Like, delete the row, you dipshit. Like, why are you hiding it? Delete the fucking row.
That's just
but that's another claim that they're making, that people were deleting it. If they hit it, if they actually did the hide button, like, you can unhide it, like it comes back. Yeah. But this is like one of the dumbest fucking stories ever. I'm like, one,
that's awesome.
You don't have to be good at Excel to know that you can hide rows or columns. Like, this is pretty basic shit, man.
It's just another epic failure. And that's the thing. Like,
it's ESG at work, man.
You look at this and you're like, why was this just a spectacular fail on so many people's parts? Like, this top to bottom, since it happened, for the last 2 years, this has been just a failure at every fucking level. In terms of handling the situation that day, the people themselves going in, the fucking people encouraging them to do so, who may or may not totally were feds, the response to it, the media's handling of it, trying to say, hey, look at all this horrible shit. And then now with all the mild stuff coming out, it's not fair that you're going to show a lot of the mild footage. That's just not, everything has been such a failure.
Don't show your cut footage, only show my cut footage.
It's just
your true colors are shining through.
Oh. Top to
hey,
bottom,
my name's Ray Epps. I orchestrated this whole thing. He totally didn't orchestrate anything.
Your true Fed colors. That's why the deep state loves you.
Is that why Tony still got a rainbow?
So don't be afraid
to
let
rainbow.
Your Ray Epps show. Your true Fed colors are. Fuck you. I didn't want to say beautiful there. I couldn't.
Gave Tony a better rainbow. Anyway, so yeah, it's fucking silly. So now some Proud Boys. I don't know. We don't know anything about the Proud Boys. You'll never actually know if they were decent people or not, because Tony.
We'll never know if they were ever even real or not at this point.
Yeah,
because every lefty I talk to seems to have talked to some Proud Boy, but Tony,
I've yet to ever see one.
Yeah, like, we're on the right, we've never met one, and every lefty I've ever talked to is like, oh yeah, I talked to a Proud Boy at this point. Like, it's like, did you really? I kind of feel like it's like the guys in the 80s and the 90s who were really into karate, and they talked about how, yeah, I went to a mountaintop and fought a grandmaster. Totally.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that, buddy.
We all have that story.
Yeah. I did it twice.
Only twice? Like,
once
I did
on the North Pole, once on the South Pole. Yep.
Oh, okay. So you had to do a an environment fight. I'll give you that because I've beaten like 18 grandmasters.
No, I'm just bipolar. Yeah.
Well done. That's well done. Tony's the bipolar grandmaster. He went to both poles and dominated. So I got to give you credit there too.
There used
That's
to
fair.
be, that movie coming out, Cocaine Bear. Ironically, there was a bear. It was a white bear, and it used to battle like super highs of depression, but also was very manic too. It was a bipolar polar bear.
And a week later, it changes pronouns.
The bipolar polar bear meets cocaine bear. Adderall bear versus Adderall polar bear versus cocaine bear. Make it happen, Hollywood.
You got to have a meth bear in there too.
Ooh,
Oh, man.
nice.
You need one that's just
Cocaine
always
bear.
moving their jaw, like.
Yeah, forget about Godzilla versus Kong. I want to see Cocaine Bear versus Sharknado versus Snakes on a Plane.
I hate to say it, if they did a cocaine bear versus pretty much anything, I'm down.
It doesn't matter because Saudi Arabia will pay a bunch of money and Goldberg will come in and spear and jackhammer them all.
Yeah. Now, like, what's great about Cocaine Bear is it's also the same thing that's great about Godzilla versus Kong is sometimes you get to just sit down and watch a show.
Yeah.
Like the writer's not trying to fix you. They're not trying to preach to you. They're not trying to fix the audience or anything. You just get to sit down and watch a show. And that's why like Avengers did so amazingly well because they let you just sit and watch a show for a few hours. And like, so when you're wondering why are the movies not doing good? Because A, it's not affordable to go out to the movie theaters. B, the content is all getting a little too preachy and trying to fix the audience. And nobody likes that. I'm not paying $5 for somebody to preach to me.
No.
Well, everybody else does though. Ugh.
God, I was
You
about
come
to say,
here to the Dog and Chicken Show to have Phil K.O.E. preach you.
Yeah.
well, no. I don't
There's no
preach,
preaching
Tony.
here. Come on, we don't preach.
I just
anything at
tell
all.
you what you
We're
need to
free
do,
preach here.
and you make the necessary adjustments. Totally different.
Yeah.
I just shit on a couple of people in the chat once in a while. Like that's all I do.
Fucking
Once in
every
a
week.
great while. Chicken, we had to limit you to one ban per one
Yes,
person.
yes.
You get one.
Hey,
Otherwise-
the one ban we have right now is well deserved though.
Yep. And
But again, I say I really wish he wasn't the last few weeks because I really think his mind would have fucking exploded if he saw something else.
Nah, he would have just been even more. I don't.
Yeah.
It's been about a year. Should we just like lift all
No.
bans?
God. Let's see how
I
long
think-
it lasts.
I think we lift all bans. We see how it goes. I can always just ban them again.
lift
Like,
all
True.
bans. You mean lift the one, Chicken. You don't need
The
to use
one.
this grandiose language.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Like lift the one ban. And there you go. So gentlemen,
we got one last story actually.
ooh, I was about to say we
Right.
saw and conquered January 6th. We saw that,
Time and
Oh,
time.
no,
that
we didn't.
mountain for the molehill it was.
We have not totally conquered yet
Oh,
because
there's
this
still
is
one more
this
hill?
is the coup
Ooh,
de
false
grace
peak.
that came from the January 6th videos. Oop, sorry. Did the QAnon shaman get shafted on sentencing? New footage raises questions over Chansley case. If there is one image from January 6th that will remain why do they use that word? What does that even mean?
Indelibly.
Is it
It's
indelible?
like, yeah, like you'll never be able to unthink it. It's just like it's so incredible and permanent. It's like, yeah, so
Who
it's
do they write the story for if they're using a word like that?
English majors.
Yeah. Anyway, it is the QAnon shaman, bare-chested and wearing an animal headdress, horns, and red, white, and blue face paint. Jake Angeli Chansley is the Capitol riot. To the Capitol riot, what Rosie the Riveter was to World War II. Nice reference there. Howling and chanting on an unintelligible mantra on the Senate floor. He is the embodiment, oh God, of the unhinged rant that led to one of the most disgraceful attacks on our Constitution process in history.
Our
However,
Constitution.
the newly released Fox footage from the day raises serious questions over the prosecution and punishment of Chansley. The videotapes aired on Tucker Carlson this week. showed Chansley being escorted by officers through the Capitol. 2 officers appear not only to guide him to the floor, but actually appear to be trying to open locked doors for him. At one point, Chansley is shown walking unimpeded through a large number of officers with his 4-foot flag draped spear and horn Viking helmet on his way.
Spear!
Yeah,
Jesus Christ. That's a pretty grandiose term for a flagpole.
I like how they have to add that that descriptor, spear-shaped horn, as if most horns are spear-shaped, but just in case you were unaware, this horn specifically was spear-shaped. Like most,
sometimes
speary.
even though all
sometimes
horns
they're
are.
not sharp. All right,
Like when
they break.
No, even then they're still pretty
Shut
jagged.
up, Tony.
No,
it was
sorry,
dangerous insurrection. They were
that
all
was just a
armed,
fucking
armed
pointless
insurrectionists.
descriptor.
Remember, Tony, don't get off the narrative. They're
That's like
armed
pretending AR
insurrectionists.
stands for assault rifle.
God. Next thing you're gonna be telling me that one dude wasn't a Fed.
Yeah, and I'll be telling you.
Okay, don't be fucking throwing around conspiracy theories that are going to get us kicked off of Facebook and YouTube like Ray
I'm
isn't
sticking
a
to the
Fed,
narrative.
okay?
Ray
Or
Like,
that
is
one
totally not a
thing that
Fed.
totally didn't come from like a building that might be called a lab, probably came from a building that might be called a lab. I don't know.
Yeah, and Tony Fauci is the most honest person to ever come out of government.
Science.
The science.
It is
Trademark.
otherworldly footage. While I admit that I approach these stories from the perspective now, God, I hate it when sorry, this is me again. I really hate it when they like write a news article and then they throw in their like personal feelings about shit. It's a news article. I don't fucking care about your feelings. Like, I want to know what you are saying. Yeah, I don't care. It's a news story. Tell me what the fuck happened. Anyway, while I admit that I approach these stories from a perspective of a longstanding criminal defense attorney, I would be outraged if I was unable to see such evidence before a plea or sentencing. True. At no point in the videotapes does Chansley appear violent or threatening. Indeed, he appears to thank the officers for their guidance and assistance. On the Senate floor, Chansley actually gave prayer to thank the officers agreed to allow us into the building. Before addressing the legal implications of this footage, one thing should be clear. The public should have been given access to this footage long ago, and the January 6th committee withheld important evidence on what occurred inside the Capitol that day. While it is understandable that many would object to Carlson being given an exclusive in the initial release, many in the media are denouncing the release of the footage to the public at all. The press and pundits are now opposing greater transparency and resisting any contradiction of the narrative put forward by the January 6th committee. Indeed, MSNBC's Jason Johnson angrily objected that this is a federal evidence, ignoring that the evidence that was being denied to criminal defendants. This is not just material that the public should be able to see. It was a potential evidence in the criminal cases like that of QAnon Shaman. When the footage aired, I wrote a column raising the question of whether the evidence was known to or shared with Chansley's defense. After all, he was portrayed as a violent offender by the Justice Department at his sentencing. It now appears that the answer is no. Spoke with Chansley's new counsel, Bill Shipley, and confirmed that the defense counsel did not have, need to scroll down a little bit, did not have this material. In the hearing, federal prosecutor Kimberly Paschal played the video showing Chansley yelling along with the crowd, insisting that this is not peaceful. That portrayed Chansley to have more difficulty. Anyway, basically, all the footage we just seen completely like turns the narrative of the QAnon shaman guy into just a dude that was wandering around. And literally every piece of footage that you have, every piece of footage you have of him, he is not being violent.
Yeah.
He got 4 years. 4 fucking years.
So again,
because he dressed up. Because he
People
fucking
who
dressed
commit
up.
homicides who don't get that long.
Profiled. So I'm sorry, but maybe this is a lesson for everybody who might be wanting to involve themselves in a large scale protest or something of the sort that may or may
Don't.
not turn violent or destruction of property ish. Don't
You can just stop
cosplay.
there. Just don't.
No,
Like,
just don't cosplay. Don't cosplay during it. You
like
know,
I remember after January
incognito,
6th,
folks. That's the way to go. Don't make
actually-
yourself the fucking poster boy for the
yeah,
fucking
you're not going to be the
hammers that come
hero.
down on
You're
top of
just
you.
going to be sitting in prison for years. Like
You
I
will
even
look like the whack-a-mole mole.
I
Like
had this
sometimes the
talk.
mole comes up in the whack-a-mole and it's worth 15 points instead of 5. That's the one people are gonna whack.
You
Don't
you
be
just
that mole.
became the 15-pointer.
Well, yeah, I was
Yeah.
going to say I had this talk with my kiddo one time. It's like, yeah, those big political protests, do what you can to avoid them because no good is going to like all it's going to
No.
do is you're going to sacrifice yourself for somebody else's cause.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're not going to be around for it. Yeah.
No, they're going to let you serve those years. And so that's why, like, those big scale protests, like, don't get me wrong, a lot of good has come from protesting in American history. A lot of good has come. Me personally, though, I got a mortgage and a kid to take care of. I don't know if I'm going to be going out and doing that anytime soon.
Can I just say, like, January 6th is supposed to be the biggest criminal offense that's happened in this country since the War of 1812. Like, this is the biggest fucking thing that we all should be fucking afraid of. And our criminal justice system has just fucking shown how inept it is at the highest levels of our government. That we're more worried about narrative painting and fucking storytelling and news fucking manipulation than we are about that. Like the people that are like, we need democracy. We need to stop the bigots. We need to stop the fascists. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, we are literally taking a mentally ill man who dressed up in cosplay, who literally did what appears, maybe there's video of him doing something else, but from what we understand, literally did zero harm to people. He walked into some rooms, he said a prayer, he got on bullhorn, maybe he riled some people up. Sure. Is that 4 years in prison? There's like Phil said, there's people, maybe it was Phil or maybe it was Tony, but there's people that fucking commit murder that don't go to jail as long as this fucking guy is going to. He was in solitary confinement with a mental illness. He'll confess to fucking anything to get the fuck out of that goddamn room.
Asset cultivation for any,
the reason
any
this
story
agency. Like, and this is why I wanted to end on this story, because this story is actually way more important than anything Tucker Carlson's ever done. Because in the fact that you had Lindsey Graham come out, you had fucking him siding with Chuck Schumer and all the eye patch fuck and all the other assholes throughout the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, all your usual fucking suspects, the goddamn the establishment fucking shills, if you will, all going, Tucker Carlson should not be releasing this information because January 6th was bad. Yeah, it was bad. And Tucker Carlson never fucking said it wasn't bad. This is important. I'm not a huge Tucker Carlson fan, but sometimes fucking somebody like him is necessary. And the fact that they were withholding not only this shit from evidence in court trials and fucking court proceedings, this getting released to the media, and that the fucking narrative spinners are outraged that we know the truth now, that should fucking tell people something. This is dangerous shit. You don't want another January 6th? Maybe you shouldn't do this. This is what leads to a January 6th. This is what leads to people losing their fucking mind. Stop withholding shit. Stop fucking up your Justice Department. Stop fucking with the First Amendment and fucking trying to spin this narrative. Like, this is so corrupt, criminal, and fucking scary. This is bad on a level, like, to me, like, black pill wise, fuck, man, it went to 10 when I watched that shit. I'm like, holy fuck. We were all led to believe, even me, that dude probably did something bad that day. And Tony, you're like, yeah, look at him. He probably did something bad that day. That's probably a guy I'm gonna keep my eye on. That's a reasonable assumption. That's a reasonable assumption we all have in this country. now, and unless you're
Or it's just
like,
something that the talking box told us to think.
yeah, like it to me, this is so fucking dangerous. And everybody that's doing this, Tucker Carlson should not have this, and they need to stop him from showing this. Every one of them off with their heads. Like, this is fucking gross.
In a video
We
game.
in a video game. This is so bad. These people do not care about you. If you were the guy dressed up in a costume, maybe not doing anything bad, or at least you didn't think it was bad. You're dressed up in a costume at the wrong fucking place at the wrong fucking time. That's literally, you could literally break it down to that. Sure, he waved a flag and he, that's not what happened with him. But you literally could have just
Trouble
been
in a
dressed
video
up
game,
and
chicken.
showed up there and been like, hey guys, what's going on? And then you could have been the face of January 6th, locked in solitary confinement and fucking given 4 years in prison for doing nothing.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, the fact that they've been in
Roaching the
solitary
cat.
this long is pretty ridiculous. But chicken, I gotta say, for that last rant,
Yeah, bravo.
bravo. But
was
all right.
beautiful.
Well, so gentlemen, we
Feels
came.
like I don't want another gin shot. We got to get out of here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
get the
came,
fuck outta
we
here.
saw, we conquered. Is there anything else
Post
you'd like
show
to say?
link.
All right, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at Big Buckin' Empire, episode 178. Remember the 6 of Pretender, the treasonous plot. I can think of no reason why the congressional treason should ever be forgot. And folks, unfortunately, shout out to Deke Jackson, but like a song that I sang on the day after the election, but I tweaked it just a little bit. January 6th is a lie. And I think you'll find most people know, but they just don't mind. Folks, God bless every last one of you. I hope all of you make it back here to Big Buckin' Empire. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. Folks, you can find me, Phil K.O.E. at K.O.E. Nation at YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Raise a glass to yourselves. God bless every last one of you. Like, share, subscribe, and follow on YouTube and Facebook. Tony, chicken, take it away.
As always, folks, thank you for tuning in. We'll see you all next week. Appreciate you. Love you. Tony, take it away.
There you go, Trey. Yep, it still stands true. If you were not offended by a fucking entire summer of riots, but one day of people menacing some politicians upset you more, you're a fucking hypocrite piece of dipshit. And yeah, the Buffalo Man Warrior, he was a fucking patsy, and we kind of knew that all along. And now it's been proven. But that's why you come here. That's why you come to the Dog and Chicken Show to the Big Buckin' Empire, to get the honest, actual commentary about what's happening around us in this shitty world. So I recommend like, sharing, and subscribing to Big Buckin' Empire. Join us next week, right back here at the Dog and Chicken Show for episode 180. Folks, thanks for joining us, and we will see you next week.
And see if it just smooths itself out.
Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold.
All right. That was actually a really fun time. I'm glad that I got that recorded with Tony and Chicken, because that was the last time me, Tony, and Chicken were able to get together for a little while. We life hits everybody at different speeds, and great alarm. Would have been late. Son of a biscuit. But yeah, life hits us all at different speeds and hits us all on different days. And so it just kind of happens. Like me, I've had some instances in my personal life today, and it's just the way that it is, folks. But now actually it is just past midnight, so it's a new day. So like Sting said, starting of a brand new day. Yeah, which is actually, I know a lot of people don't like it, but that's my personal favorite Sting song. It's the starting of a brand new day. Like, just beautiful song. If you ever get the chance to listen to it, I recommend It's truly marvelous. But folks, since we got you here and since I'm recording and everything's beautiful, I decided we're gonna do something, because we're here, because we're together, we're gonna do an impromptu review of something that I know Tony will never want to review with me ever. So one moment, folks. All right. So, you beautiful people, what we're going to be reviewing is kind of unique. So, let's get into it. One moment. Ah, that's better. I abhor dead air, but I needed to clean the air ducts of Extreme out so that you could get every beautiful note. So, without further ado, welcome one and all to the KOE Nation for a very, very special and very interesting review of Dr. McGillicuddy's Peach Intense Peach Liqueur. So by A.P. McGillicuddy. So this has been a long-standing Canadian secret, Dr. McGillicuddy's liqueur. This is the peach persuasion. But there's a lot of different persuasions. Now, where Dr. McGillicuddy got his start, boy, howdy, that one was secured on there. The way Dr. McGillicuddy got his start was with a cinnamon whiskey, which is a recipe that many of you may know as being none other than pretty close to what we call Fireball. So Dr. McGillicuddy was a Canadian secret throughout most of the 70s and the 80s, I believe. And then it became kind of a sensation here in the United States. And then they just started flavoring everything. But it started out with the recipe which Fireball is kind of copied. Let's be frank. But it did kind of prove the concept of how popular a cinnamon whiskey could be. So Dr. McGillicuddy's interesting product. In fact, I pulled up just the Wikipedia page because I know not too much about it. Dr. McGillicuddy's is a line of liqueurs produced in Canada and the United States by the Sazerac Company, acquired from Seagram's in 1989. It comes in varying flavors, including apple pie, butterscotch, cherry, coffee, lemon, menthol mint, peach, peppermint, raw, vanilla, root beer, and wild grape. Um, and according to the brand's website, a character named Dr. Aloysius Pervisil McGillicuddy created the liqueur. He lived in the late 19th century as a bartender in an old western town. In 2016, Sazerac launched several McGillicuddy branded flavored whiskeys: apple, peach, honey, and blackberry. They're all 60 proof. The flavored whiskeys are available at bottle size 50, 750, and 1 liter. In 2012, the brand is among the 100 largest selling brands by revenue amongst brands analyzed by Symphony IRI and had a market growth rate exceeding 100%. The brand name has also been used by Sazerac for a New Orleans-based non-alcoholic root beer. Okay, I could see that. That would actually be a pretty good name for just about any kind of product. Dr. McGillicuddy's, whatever. So, that's the story. But how's the nose? Okay, very, very peachy. Like, it's going to remind you almost exactly of Crown Peach, but not nearly the same ethanol level because, like I said, it's 21% alcohol by volume. So, way, way lower than Crown Peach, which is 35. So, yeah, it's almost just the exact same, like, peach Jolly Rancher smell. So, folks, let's see how it hits the palate. Mm. It's like peach cough medicine. Like this would be a good cold winter drink. What a shock that a recipe that originally came from Canada could be considered a good cold winter drink. I could definitely see myself sipping on this if it was like below 0, I was like, yep, I could take a sip of this. But yeah, very easy, not very offensive. Mixed with just about any cola, just fine. I would probably recommend that. So, and probably like Canadians be like, maybe an RC cola or something, eh? So yeah, we'll see on that. But all right, we're gonna grade this on a couple of 5-star scales. We're gonna grade this as a liqueur. See, we're gonna grade this as what would be fair. Let's go with a peach flavored drink, Canadian distillate. It's shelving. And for those new to the show, the secret 5th question. So, as a liqueur, I'm gonna go 3 stars. This is good stuff. Like I really thought I was gonna hate this. Like I was just ready to just crap all over it, but you know, Sunday evening is the first drink that I've had in a couple of days, actually. It's not offensive, nothing wrong with it. I can see why this product is done well. So I'm gonna give it 3 stars as a liqueur. As a peach drink, which is putting it up against like Jim Beam peach, Crown peach, all those other varying peaches, I'm going to give this 4 stars. This is excellent as the peach flavored liqueurs. As a Canadian distillate, I'm going to go 2.25. This is all in the flavoring. The distillate is what it is. So, in terms of its shelving, folks, let's be honest with you here. I'm not going to BS you here. You come to the K.O.E Nation to get the real deal. This is bottom shelf. This is just pass around with your buddies in maybe the ice fishing hole where you're all out ice fishing. It's a little cold. And you pass something around like this for a quick little nip. That would be what this is for. In terms of would I seek this bottle again? Yeah, I think I like this kind of won me over for if you're showing up to a party with people that you know aren't going to appreciate like your expensive stuff and you just want to have a good time. Maybe showing up with a bottle of Dr. McGillicuddy's, you could serve folks a lot worse. So there you have it, folks. This impromptu review of Dr. McGillicuddy's authentic, intense peach liqueur. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this impromptu review. Please like, share, subscribe to the K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. God bless, folks. And so, yes, folks, that's how the sausage is made here at the K.O.E Nation. But now that we got to that, folks, there's something else I want to debut for you here, folks. It's a new show that Tony and I have started. We're just starting to get our footing on it. And also, we're doing a subscriber drive for this show. What I need y'all to do, folks, is I'm dropping it in the comments now. Go over to Hazard Analysis, give a subscribe, and help us grow this new show because it's something new that Tony and I are into, and we tried this first time. It kind of got a little disorganized because I only wanted certain guests at certain times, and it kind of got all thrown together. So gonna have to have a talk with some certain producers. But next week, I think we've got a better vision for it because I wanted to customize the segments for the guests. And somebody online was great, but unfortunately, he wasn't from the Midwest, so he kind of got drowned out in this. But this is an amazing conversation about what is and isn't the Midwest and many other things on me and Tony's new show, Hazard Fucking Analysis, folks. Here we go. And this is going to be, I'm really actually happy with how this. Without Phil K.O.E., without Tony G, how will you make it? How will you survive? How will you go on? Well, you're going to have to find a way for just another 12 seconds. And then you'll soon have Phil K.O.E in your life again, and your life will be refreshed and renewed. And you won't have to worry as much as you did before. And now it is time. Welcome, one and all, folks, to Hazard Analysis Episode 1. Folks, I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. Folks, welcome. Welcome to the christening, the maiden voyage, if you will, of Hazard Analysis, folks. I am, of course, Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. You can find me at Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, but now you can also find me right here at Hazard Analysis, folks. And I am joined this evening by a couple of indomitable broadcast partners for this maiden voyage. My co-star at the K.O.E Nation and my co-star at Truth and Fiction. Couple of amazing folks. I am joined by Tiberius and Tony. Gentlemen, how you doing this evening?
It's good to be here.
Never fucking better, Phil. I am Tony fucking G, your 14-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion. And over at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, WrestleMania is a mere 2 weekends away, so make sure you go over there and like, share, subscribe. But of course, go to the Big Buckin Empire, Linktree/Big Buckin, and all of your Big Buckin Empire needs. The K.O.E Nation, the Dog and Chicken Show, the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, and all of the sort. But especially tonight, Hazard Analysis, the debut episode, episode number 1 of Hazard Analysis, debuting for you live here tonight. And folks, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. And I'm sure all of you who are used to seeing the Dog and Chicken Show in this time slot are a little confused if you missed last week's show when we made the announcement. But Chicken is going to be taking a bit of a hiatus for a few weeks, and we didn't feel it was right to do multiple Dog and Chicken Show episodes week after week after week without the chicken in the Dog and Chicken Show. So Phil and I thought this would be a perfect opportunity to launch not just the same show, but a new show, but a very familiar show. So all of you Facebook subscribers, you know the routine. Subscribe to the Big Bucket Empire on Facebook for $5 a month, and you get to make us drink and do all that fun shit. We're going to sit here, we're going to talk trash, we're going to have fun, we're going to talk about news, we're going to talk about politics. It's the same thing that you're used to, but a little bit different, a little bit shinier. And as this progresses, we will probably move this to a different time slot when the Dog and Chicken Show does return, if we're going to keep doing that. So just make sure you're over at the Big Bucket Empire. Like, share, and subscribe to all of the Big Bucket Empire shows. Like I said, how many times do I got to say it, folks? And if you feel the need and you're not a Facebook subscriber, like Lesto TV last week, who dropped a bunch of dimes, we will have to catch up with him tonight. I hope he's going to be here with us because we owe him some fucking drinks. Buy me a coffee /Tony G, and we will make it right with you if you're not a Facebook user.
And speaking of which, T, what are you drinking tonight?
I am drinking a blend of Tea-Ling Pot Still Irish whiskey and Jameson Black Barrel. And I'll be frank, it's not my favorite blend I've ever had. So we'll see.
And Ty, I'm sure you're always enjoying and imbibing in spirits with us every time. So what are you drinking this week, sir?
I'm not much of a drinker, and I think most people from the other shows can remember that. But if you're new to the show, alcohol is just not super much my thing. I do have a list of some things that I do need to try. I am a bit of a rum guy, and Phil's supposed to be sending me something. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. But there's also, I've been told I need to try Di Serrano.
Yeah, you'd like that.
So
you like rum, you'll like Di Serrano. Absolutely.
Okay. So,
Mix
yeah.
that with a Corona. Tastes like Dr. Pepper.
I was going to say, I was just told mix it with Dr. Pepper, and it's even better. But, you know.
Yep.
It's actually on my list. It's something I want to try, but I do regularly engage with.
Now, I got to say, a little fettuccine when it comes to Mania. All right, I'm going to give you an inside look as to what's going down this weekend because you're the super fan of Extreme. Okay, me, Tony, and Chicken are going to be getting together for the first time live in about a month, maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I forget how long exactly. WrestleMania the Friday before. After SmackDown, we're going to go live with our predictions as to what's going down. Saturday, we're going to do a little pre show. Then we're going to do the review of Saturday Night 1. Tony's going to come over to my house. We're going to watch it. We're going to do it standard because we got some traditions that while WrestleMania is going, we like to do. Night 2, we're going to do a live watch along. So yeah, night 2, we're going to do a live watch along of WrestleMania. And Little Fettuccine, I want you to be there. I do. Sunday, it's going to be really fun. It's going to be special. It's going to be our first live watch along of WrestleMania. And it's going to be special. It's going to be special. I remember the live watch along to AEW Revolution. That was something I'll never forget. And I'm so glad that happened. So in terms of WrestleMania predictions, I know this is going to be real unpopular, Little Fettuccine, but you heard it here first. We will be acknowledging the tribal chief at WrestleMania. And this is the beginning of the Roman Sammartino reign. How do I do that? No, you just come to YouTube. K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube or Spotify, because we're going to have all of them going live for the watch along here on YouTube. We're going to be so basically while you're watching WrestleMania, you can keep us on in the background and we're going to be reacting to it as if we were commentators. So it's going to be really fun. It's going to be a good time. Hey, the freak, how the fuck you doing, man? God bless y'all. How y'all been? It's just a Sunday night chill stream, so I actually slipped my coat off for a minute, but then we had some folks come in, so I was like, well, how y'all doing, you beautiful people? So yeah, that's gonna be WrestleMania. It's gonna be a full weekend, but it's gonna be a fun weekend. So we're gonna try to do what we can with whoa, WrestleMania. You know it's all right. Here we go. So yeah, that is the full schedule for the mania that is of wrestling. So folks, let's get just a little deeper into the analysis of the hazardous
cannabis. So if you guys like the high times more than you like the drunken stupor, I think that's a better fit for me. So it's a pleasure to be here.
Nice. So eventually we'll get to the point where subscribers can make Ty take a lung clear hit or something out of a bong. It's all right, one that makes you rethink all your life decisions. Okay.
Yeah,
one that for 10 seconds, you're like, okay, how did I get here, Lord? This evening, I'm drinking Isaac Bowman port barrel finished Virginia straight bourbon whiskey, kind of, sort of, a little bit. Excellent stuff, finished in port casks, and the review dropping soon at K.O.E Nation on YouTube. So that is something that we can all look forward to, folks. So yes, K.O.E Nation, Truth and Fiction podcast, here Hazard Analysis. Folks, I'm basically the Drew Carey of podcasting. There's no such thing as me having enough shows. There's just has to be, I think, at least 3 more, right?
3. I was thinking 20. Phil, why stop there? Why you selling yourself short?
Nice. Tyler Williams, can I make Phil take a shot for my birthday yesterday?
Yes.
I mean, you are a subscriber. Yes. But while we get into all that, because we're going to honor the original subscribers, we're going to have something new for the folks who follow us here at Hazard Analysis. You definitely want to get in on those baseline subscriptions there. Now, before we get into that, Ty, where can the people find not only you, but also you and me?
Oh, geez. So yeah, I want to clarify a few things. Number one, I have no idea what's going on here. I was just told there's this thing, Hazard Analysis premiere episode. We'd like you to be our first guest. So Thank you for loving me so much, Phil. Like you have me on all your things. I do appreciate that. But it's always nice to see this guy, Tony G. I enjoy this man a lot. So it's always a pleasure to get to talk to him more, especially whenever I'm always having to fight Phil whenever he's on. So at least there's
No.
at least while I love chicken, there's one less person here to get in the way of me and Phil running over you guys. So
Yeah.
that's appreciated.
Ah.
But final note, though, when it comes to this, is that I do have a wonderful show called Saturday Night Lights. I think you guys can tell where the rip is on that one. But we just bring everybody together on Saturday to kind of talk about, some kind of politics or some social issue and kind of just have a real conversation. There's only 6 people instead of the big 8-person panels. And we try to actually bring a higher standard of folks, people that we like, people that are actually going to engage in some level of good faith, bring your story, which is why I've been inviting Tony G, and yet he has yet to accept. So I'm a little pissed off and a little offended. All right.
Well, okay, and I need to do this because I want to, but like Phil's gonna have to like walk me through the process of using Discord as audio and all that because I'm used to just doing this, throwing on my headphones, jumping on StreamYard, we're good to go. And he's like, no, you gotta do this, you gotta have another browser open. I'm like, oh my god, Phil's actually more tech savvy about like one thing than me. This doesn't seem right.
Well, the thing is, like, StreamYard is sort of like the PlayStation Network to Discord's Xbox Live. Like it's I don't know how else to like it's 2 different ways to arrive at the same thing, but it's totally fucking different ways of getting there. So but so Tony's got to get set up on Discord, and then yes, I'm sure he'll start wading into the pool that is the panel life. And like yes, Tony, I have no doubt will climb the ranks quickly in the panel world because Ty, like he's a moderate, but he's agreeable and not an elitist. So he's got that going for him. So
what the hell's wrong with you?
God almighty. So yeah, that's something I'm always gonna give you shit about, Ty. From now on and forever. Your elitist villain arc. That was
what do you mean it's an arc? That has been my life. I've always been a bit. I'm for real. No, I will come clean. I have always been a bit of an elitist, and while I've had some humility checks along the way, I have yet to square that circle to not be an elitist. I'll put it in that regard.
He's like the Joker without the origin story or the drive to be evil.
Well, I hope I'm not evil, and I hope I'm really not the Joker.
Whoa. Are we talking Heath Ledger or Joaquin Phoenix?
I haven't seen the new one. So.
So you got to be more specific there. But, all right, since we're talking pop culture, there's something that here in the pop culture of the Midwest. Hey, Tony, that was a beautiful segue. Fuck you. This is brilliant. This was beautiful. Ty, this is something that you and I have been going back and forth on for some time. And we got Tony here to be a tiebreaker. And we're also going to let you, the audience of Hazard Analysis, give your thoughts on this because the greatest hobby of Midwestern people is to kick out other states from the Midwest. It's our favorite things to do. It's like, all right, you fuckers over there, you ain't in the Midwest. And then them fuckers over there, they're like, well, fuck you fuckers, you ain't in the Midwest. And so tonight, we're going to hash now. Ty, you might bring me some sort of like Census Bureau nonsense, but you got to remember though, there's 3 types of lies, damn lies, and government statistics. So all that will give you no sway here tonight at Hazard Analysis. But we will have the official Midwest will be decided tonight right here what the K.O.E. Nation, Hazard Analysis, Truth and Fiction, all of them have to say about what is the Midwest. So, God damn it.
It's a good way to start. Thank you, brother.
So without further ado, Justin, pull up the
that was some pretty good timing. I'm not gonna lie.
That was great timing. And yeah, Phil, somebody get Alesto on the horn and let him know we're live so he can come collect.
I think that's all right.
Before we move to the gin, I just gotta say that if I have the statistics, you have the lies and the damn lies, right?
Oh, well done. Well, no, you see, I just have the beautiful description. That's what I have. But no, Ty, it's you that brings the government statistics, which is the third, like it's the 9th layer of hell of lies. Okay.
I hear you, Ronnie. I hear
Because
you.
well, you got to remember, like everybody knows, the government has 2 sets of numbers: the numbers that they show us, and then the numbers that they keep for themselves, where they don't really tell the truth, but they just lie differently. So, like, yeah, we all we're all aware of that at this point. So, with all that being said, all right, Yank, can we get that map pulled up, sir?
Oh, I thought you had to do a gin.
Oh,
Yeah,
God
he
damn it!
does. He does.
Really?
Oh,
You're like that kid who reminds a teacher about the fucking homework
Hey,
assignment.
look, if you invite me on your show, that's fine, but I'm going to make you deal with me being on your show.
Yeah, that's
Son of
fair.
a
That's
biscuit.
totally fair.
All right. Fighting, stealing, and drinking. If you're going to fight, may it be for a friend. If you're going to steal, may it be a lover's heart. And if you're going to drink, by God, I hope it's with me.
Ah, that was nice. That was nice.
He's just like, it's so terrible, though.
Well, at least he only had to take one.
I haven't even taken a drink of my bourbon yet. It's like, ugh.
Well, that's all right, Phil. Why don't
I can always rip one here in a minute or whenever
Tom.
whenever they donate to it, even though I get none of the proceeds. This better go to some really they better go to some good charity, or y'all are sending me that stuff.
Yeah, we'll
Tony
see
G.
Oh shit! Was that? Oh,
Tony!
did I do a naughty?
You
Oh,
did a
Tyler-
fucking naughty.
Dude, you broke
Tyler's
the
doing
fourth
a
wall.
naughty too.
I don't like any of you right now. So you're
Aw.
saying I need to do a double.
Yeah, let's get you nice and loosened up before we get into your fucking topic, Phil. That'd be great.
Sounds like a
Tony's
horrible
so
idea.
nice.
Oh, it sounds like
Yeah,
a great idea.
especially for my plans later tonight. Thanks.
Oh,
Appreciate it.
Phil, you want to?
Our reviews are a national treasure.
Just
Thank
don't
you.
drink and drive. We strongly recommend that you do not drink and drive.
Well, it sounds like the
Yes,
odds are
true.
forever in his favor, and he can find somebody else to fucking drive.
True.
Yeah. I'll back off tonight since you called me a dick last week, says Justin Chris. Gee, Phil.
To drinking, fighting, and stealing. I don't know. Mix that up in something really witty.
To drinking, stealing, gin and tonic, Snoop Dogg.
Oh my
What,
god.
what?
He's already fired on after the first drink. Like, this is gonna be
Yeah.
a show, ladies and gentlemen.
I hated every.
Oh, he's gritting the teeth. I love it.
So,
Fantastic.
all right. My audience
Oh,
loves me,
fantastic.
Ty. I'm a man of the people.
Truly.
All right. When's the wrestling event? It's actually next weekend here. This upcoming Saturday and Sunday. WrestleMania is a 2-night event. It's too big for one night, apparently. So we're going to be covering it all weekend long. You can find it at K.O.E Nation here on YouTube, on Twitch. You can find us on Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify. Big Buck and Empire on YouTube, Facebook, and also RevRest Pod on YouTube, and wherever all great podcasts can be found. We'll also probably be doing a live stream with Hazard Analysis too, because why not? I mean, like, which, you know what, I'm going to drop that link again to Freak. If you don't know, my buddy Tony and I, this is our new show we're dropping, Hazard Analysis. Here's the link. We would definitely appreciate having an amazing mind like yourself amongst our subscriber base. So that map
Man of the
again.
Juniper, yes. All right. So
Ugh.
this is Phil's baby. So I want to know, like, Phil, what are we doing here? What exactly is this vision? Because you've been wanting to do this so badly, so desperately, because
me and Ty can never agree on what is the Midwest, and it's
well,
time
no,
for
because
us.
you're right and Ty's wrong. It's okay.
Well,
Like,
thank
obviously
you,
we're not gonna
Tony.
agree.
God, there. We finally arrived. All
I
right.
thought we were supposed to be on the same team, Tony.
Look, okay, we are most of the time, but like when it comes to this, like I can't lie.
This is heresy.
Oh, all right. So, all right.
The inconvenient truth is that still the truth.
Okay.
So I'm going to pull up. All right. I think the first thing that we can do is disqualify the states that we know aren't Midwest.
Thank California.
The freak. Yep. Thank you. California.
Yeah, let's get that.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm
Still alive. Yeah. Oregon, Washington, Nevada. Okay.
You're being-
Whoa.
You're being so nice to the producer right now.
Can we take Nevada instead? Because I wouldn't mind having.
No, it's too
Okay, you're
desert. Two desert.
All right. Fine. So obviously Hawaii and Alaska, yep. Maine, Florida, pretty much the eastern seaboard there is gone.
Okay.
Yeah, but if it touches the
Now,
Atlantic, it's gone.
I was about to say my next
And
one,
never
like,
New
yeah,
York.
get New York
Never.
out of there. Pennsylvania, get that out of there. Now I'm
Okay.
gonna say,
Okay.
what Virginia, yeah, we can get that. I was gonna say any state that was in the Confederacy during the Civil War does not qualify as Midwest, which would be Virginia, technically Texas, Florida, South Carolina, Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi,
Why do you
North
have to look this
Carolina,
up? You should know this. You should know this.
Arkansas, Georgia, Tennessee, and West Virginia. Yeah, like, I don't have all the fucking Confederacy
wait.
states memorized off the
We're
top of my
looking at
head.
this.
Jesus.
All right, we're looking at this
Know your
right
history.
now.
I'm a World War II buff, not
Let's
a
go
Civil
back
War
to the
buff.
West Coast here a little bit. Can we agree that I
Like, wait a minute. Ty just gave me shit about not knowing all the Confederacy states off the top of my head. Well, you would probably know all about that, wouldn't you, Ty? Being from fucking back east. What? Yeah. I fucking went there.
Idaho, Utah, and Arizona are not the Midwest?
Are we all in? Wait, are we all in this, or is this just Phil's pick?
No, we're having
No,
a discussion.
if you
All
got
right,
a veto
all
on
right.
anything that I've said, feel free to let
I'm
me
gonna
know.
have the Giga Chad take here. All right, you ready for this? The true
Oh, God.
Midwest is only 3 states:
Oh,
One-
God damn.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming. That's the true Midwest.
Wow.
No, it's not.
Idaho, Montana, Wyoming.
What?
The middle of the West. Like,
That's
wow.
Midwest. Really?
Uh, Obviously,
It's
that's
more
not
like
what
the-
we consider the Midwest.
It's
But
more like
if-
the armpit of the West, not the
hey,
Midwest.
look, you said Midwest, right?
That's
Well,
not even
where's the
remotely-
West? Where's the middle? There's the Midwest.
That's not the mid. That's like the armpit of the West, not the Midwest.
All
Now,
right,
that,
so
that does raise an interesting question. I was going to wait till a little later, but all right. Idaho, Montana, Wyoming.
No.
There's certainly Midwest in spirit, but
It's
just not in
Midwest in spirit.
location.
Not.
right. No, it's I'll put it this way. It's actually more Midwest in location. It's not really Midwest in spirit. No one there calls themselves Midwest.
You're gonna talk location when you
Oh,
consider
yeah,
Ohio.
Hey,
as
what
part
is
of
the
Midwest?
name? What does the word say under my name again? Someone remind me. Geopolitics with Tiberius D. Like, yeah,
I can
I'm
call
gonna-
myself Joe Biden. That doesn't mean I live in the White House, Ty. You're talking about Idaho.
No, but
being
if
in
you
the
li-
Midwest.
No, but if you live in the
Mid-
White House, it's hard to say you're not the president.
Well, I'm just as qualified.
I
And I'm
look,
just as
you're more
qualified to talk about
qualified. There's just a difference.
geolocation.
Okay, so all right, let's do the spirit thing, right?
As someone who literally lives in the middle of the country, I think I have more rights to the word mid than you.
Yeah, exactly. You're in the middle. You're not in the West.
Mid. You're
Yeah,
not in the
the-
mid,
the
and you're not
mid
in
of
the
the
West.
West.
You're not in the mid or the West. So,
Oh,
I mean,
snap.
what do you?
Oh, that's. We're getting fucking into it early.
You're,
Yep,
It's like-
yep. It's memes. It's getting
you're in
memes.
the
Uh,
like East squared.
All right, so
Yes, Alesto, you've got
Damn it,
you've got
Alesto.
drinks, my friend. You have drinks to give
this is
because
bad.
you paid your due and then some last week.
All right, so first and foremost is that let's get the ones that my esteemed co-hosts here are going to want to validate. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, and I'm going to put Oklahoma in that list too.
I'd agree.
Okay,
As much as like Oklahoma, it's starting to get in your desert territory, but let's be frank, pro wrestling and the NRA fucking they go well in Oklahoma. Okay,
Well, okay,
so like
but I'm-
that
but that's why
pro
I'm like, I'm
wrestling,
looking at
Kraft
this.
macaroni and cheese, and the National Rifle Association.
Okay, but that's why I'm
That should
like
be on the
looking at
state
this
flag.
map, and I feel like we need to start closing the gap a bit. And that's why I said originally Idaho, Utah, and Arizona. Like I don't see that how that is any claim to being Middle West, no matter what hearsay Ty was just talking about.
Okay, I will say get rid of what were those 3 states? T. Say them
I'm
again.
just looking at it: Idaho, Utah, and Arizona.
Note to the
Okay.
producer: Can we flip this up to where we select the states that we are actually going to agree upon? So,
Well,
like,
right now we're eliminating, and what's left is
okay,
me and
like,
Greg.
I was gonna say, like if we're eliminating, fine. Arizona's gone.
Yeah.
Get rid of Arizona.
All right.
Utah, it's tough
Utah,
because
no, Utah's gone.
Yeah, Utah's
yeah,
out.
got it.
Okay,
Idaho.
Idaho's
Now,
gone.
now
Love-
Montana.
Definitely
like,
not.
Depends on how many
Well,
episodes of Yellowstone you've been watching. Like, yeah, that show is making like all the people who watched 3 episodes of Sons of Anarchy and thought they were bikers now will think they're cowboys because of Yellowstone.
shout out to Idaho though. They do have a very strong Midwest like spirit. They're not Midwestern, but they've got that kind of thing going
That's
on.
fair. No, that's fair.
But yeah, producer, please eliminate Idaho.
Yeah, I would say, but that's the thing. Like, if I was going to pick like just spirit of the Midwest, I would have Montana over Idaho. But geographically speaking,
Now, guys, I'm gonna
Oh,
let you guys
sorry,
make the
Phil,
call.
Go ahead.
Do I make this toast to Idaho being kicked out of the Midwest, or for them being congratulated in the Midwest?
You know, being a friend, being a what do the kids say? Being an
Honorary.
ally of the Midwest. you're an ally.
Wow.
All right. If we're talking about allies in the Midwest, shout out to Idaho, and I will give somewhat of a shout out to Utah.
Yeah,
All
somewhat
right.
of a shout. But
All right, all right.
But Montana is the question here, gents.
If you're talking about space, how much of that state is actually Midwest? I'd have to give
Half
it.
of it.
I'd have to give it.
All
I
right.
see.
To Midwestern status to Montana.
All right, we'll come back to Montana because here's my problem with Montana. Like when I think, like you hear the term "big sky country." Literally, the first state that comes to mind to me is Montana.
Yeah.
Then Wyoming, then begrudgingly Idaho.
You have not been to Texas, have you?
Yes, I have. What?
He's got a lot
What?
of kinfolk in Texas.
Texas? Texas is not big sky country. No.
Texas
No,
is big
no.
desert country.
Texas? No. What? Yeah, that's a fair question, Bandit. Which direction is west?
Damn. Damn, bro.
This is great. All right, so all right, if you guys are going to give it to Montana, go ahead and highlight it for now. I might try to veto that, but we'll see.
I was gonna say I thought highlighting was canceling since you guys were.
Oh yeah. Sorry, you're right. Okay. I can't
Wyoming?
cancel Montana. To me, Montana, Wyoming are kind of like hand in hand. It's like North and South Dakota.
I'm going to agree with you. Like here's the thing: if we're going by area, Montana gets a bit, Wyoming doesn't. Wyoming's a lot more mountainous because pretty much everything on to the east of I-25 I will count, but everything to the west I don't. And there's not a lot there to the east of I-25 in Wyoming.
So,
Mm.
so what do you think, Ty? Do we take it? Is it part of the Mountain West or the Midwest?
It's part of the Mountain West. Wyoming, I love you, but I can't validate you as anything more than an LI. Great folks, though.
We can't punch that ticket.
And if you're going to count Wyoming as the Mountain West, like Montana to me is Mountain West. But again, I'll digress for now. So let's go ahead and highlight Wyoming.
Yeah, let's highlight Wyoming for that. Now,
Colorado can get fucked. You're not in the Midwest.
No. I wish that we could divide this map to the point where we just want the flat part. That's all we want. Is
I don't
the
want
flat
any
part
of it.
Hey, I will 100% support my.
Hey, folks, I'm just going to let you know I've been invited onto a panel. I'm going to see if I can get that going while being on this show at the same time. I'm not going to pull this show off until I know for damn sure that I can get that going properly. But we'll see what happens, folks. So if things suddenly shift, I just want to give you a heads up.
The whole thing, we need to redraw the states because Wyoming or Colorado have the same problem. The western part of the state is not the same as the eastern part of the state. They should literally be two different states.
Yeah. Now, like, could you imagine like anybody in the history of anything like I'm coming to the negotiation table and I want part of Colorado, but I just want the flat part. like nobody's ever gone for that before in their lives. But so Colorado, as much as we would love to, no, you are the mountain state.
So I am going to, because we're the ones here and we have no one to defend it, I'm going to say, all right, Colorado, I would almost grant you this, but you pulled a Chicago. And because of that, everyone else in the Midwest is going to vote to disown your ass. So
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Colorado, but you're gone.
Deuces. Get the fuck out, Colorado. No.
Yep.
You're done.
Sorry.
And
Denver
I'm
wishes-
sorry.
Denver wishes it was in France.
Yeah, it's like for real. I love Denver. Nice place. But you're fucking it up. You're pulling a Chicago. And I don't want to see what seriously, I do not want to see what Denver looks like in 30 years because it's not going to be pretty.
3 years.
Yeah.
Do we have any qualms about New
Mexico's
Mexico?
gone.
Because
Well,
New
I was about to
Mexico
say,
is not the Midwest.
It's named after a place that's definitively not the Midwest.
I was gonna say, like, no, that's
It's too
not
far
the
south.
Yeah. So yeah.
Midwest. So,
Now Texas, Grow
hang
the
on,
Farm Up has
let's
a great
not,
point.
Let's not
here.
jump the shark here, Phil. Let's go
All
back to
right.
the East Coast a bit. Because there's a whole nother belt here in the East Coast. Now, this is where it's going to start to get interesting.
Kentucky,
because
Tennessee, no.
I'm looking at it right now. Alabama.
Alabama's
You're
gone.
Out.
Louisiana, Kentucky, Tennessee. all of them
Tennessee
gone.
is not the Midwest. It's a great time. Kentucky's also a great time, but
With guns. There's some dumb motherfuckers still gonna come in there and go.
No, I'm
Hello.
not saying if it's gonna stop it. So, okay. So what I'm getting at here is, if we didn't have the 100 officers, but we did give the teachers the guns, would that stop it?
It would you would be able to control a little more of a section than being a free for all.
Interesting.
Well, what if I gave you 100 officers instead of teachers with guns?
I think teachers are still a little better.
Wait,
Officers
why
have
are
to go
teachers better?
through protocol.
That's interesting.
That is really interesting.
I did not expect that answer. I don't agree with that answer, but I
Okay,
did not
but
expect that answer.
no, but you got to understand, you can't just go around and someone's like, "Pow pow." Like most officers, to me, are like, I gotta see what's going on.
Can you
Okay,
hear
I
me,
live in a
gentlemen?
white. I completely live in a white community, so
Can y'all hear me?
Oh, we hear you.
yeah, we can hear you.
I'll be right back.
All right, all right. Working on getting my video going because I'm streaming at the same time. So I'm
Huh.
trying to get two birds stoned at once, actually. So we'll
Whoa,
see how that works.
Well, we got most of the best part of you already. So if we can get the other part, it'd be great.
Oh, well, I mean, you do need the beautiful soft summer sounds that are my voice.
That is the bigger
Um,
portion of it.
Oh, there we go. I'm a little closer to the mic now. Now, I was gonna say, you guys were talking a little earlier about like bringing guns to class and stuff like that, and this is gonna sound a little like extreme, but I remember I was actually in college when the Virginia Tech shooting went down, and a very good friend of mine just straight up told me after that they started carrying a 380 pistol in their school bag when they went to class because it's like, nah, fuck, I ain't going down like that. And some crazy copycat wants to try and do the same thing. I ain't going down like that. And it's like, well, okay, God bless. You're making your own risk assessments there, I guess. But so, like, there are some people that make that decision whether it's exactly legal according to current jurisprudence or not.
True.
True.
Yep. And I'm still like I'm still working on like 4 or 5 different technical issues on my end, but I'll be right. Hang
Yeah,
on
take your
one
time.
second.
Take your time. Thank you for that input. So we're on the aspect of, criminals are going to have guns.
I'm okay with concealed
So-
carry within a certain limitations of within radius of the fucking school, I guess.
Interesting.
I believe someone should be carrying something rather than just one officer of a school of 3,000. It's not going to work. Someone else should be carrying within a radius to keep it all kind of controlled. But we don't do that. We basically just say, hey, we're going to build a shelter. Here you go. Quick shelter, lock the door, have a good day.
There we go. I remember actually a couple of days after the same shooting I was talking about, Virginia Tech. I was sitting around with a couple of students, and like they were talking about, like, no way, we can't have armed anything in the schools. That can't be done, shan't not be done. There's no way we can have that. It'll just be chaos in the streets. And I basically said, well, what could have possibly stopped the Virginia Tech shooter other than another armed individual?
Mhm.
And there was silence. Nobody had an answer for that. Like, and that's the unfortunate reality is we can not like something, but it still might be necessary.
Okay, my
Right,
answer
but
would
then
be to actually understand the root of what the Virginia Tech shooters' issues were and try to fix it societally so it doesn't happen in the future.
Right.
That
So where unlike I heard about Greek academies, the Library of Alexandria, any of these institutions having armed individuals to guard them. No, at no point in time of schools needed to have armed guards
wait,
well,
until
the
now.
Library of Alexandria isn't around anymore. They
Yeah, it
probably
was
should have
burned
had some
down
armed
during
guards.
the invasion. What are you talking about? It's like the
They
wait,
needed
wait,
some.
wait, hold on. No, the Library of Alexandria was destroyed by the people who ran the Library of Alexandria, essentially. So I don't know if that's a fair comparison.
well, it was burned down by somebody.
Just saying the
Yeah, it
great
was burned down by
institutions
the fucking
of
people who ran it.
humanity, the great institutions of people of humanity have not needed armed guards up until recently. What
No,
seems
they
to be
did
the
need armed
problem?
guards because if
I
they
don't
had
think. No,
armed
I don't think
guards at
that's.
the
I don't
Library
think
of
that's true
Alexandria,
either.
it might not have been burned down.
There's 2 points there, right? It's the idea. When I say the Wild West is what I'm talking about. That aside, there's also the fact that the West in today's standards is a lawless area, and that's the thing that we're striving not to have. That's my point. We don't want to have a
Yeah.
lawless land, and schools shouldn't be places of shooting galleries.
Oh, okay. Wait. Osiris, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
In the Wild West, did the schools and the school marms have armed guards?
Everybody was armed back then. Not necessarily the teachers, probably, but if you shoot somebody in the school, you're not going very far. That's not happening. Somebody's gonna find your ass and incite justice on the spot. Probably.
I went to
Yeah.
high school in a
And
fucking
nobody's gonna
town
say
of like
anything
300
in the-
people.
I've never heard of any historical school shootings. You're actually stumbling on something I want to ask a question about here, Osiris. So, is it harder or easier for kids now where social media doesn't allow them to get away from anything that's going on in their lives at any given point, and purpose is not readily available?
That's absolutely a problem. I think social media is cancer for
Yeah.
kids.
It is.
100%.
So, if you're
I don't
getting
think
bullied, if you have some sort of issue going on at school, it doesn't stop when you get home. Like,
that's a whole different.
Fuck you talking about, sir?
hey,
Fucking drunk. Leave me alone.
Yeah, but like if you were getting bullied at school, at least you had your home. And if your home sucked, at least you had your school, right? Now everything sucks. If you're terminally online, because if you get bullied at school, let's say somebody takes their lunch and smashes it in your face. Well, it's going to be probably in your face, not in particularly your Facebook feed, but it's going to be in everybody's Facebook feed who's in your circles.
That bitch is going fucking viral on TikTok.
word.
You're never gonna live. You're not gonna live that down in a way that you couldn't live down problems before. Yeah, but it seemed like before it was the end of the world. But I guarantee you, by the next school year, you could reform yourself into a different person, and most people wouldn't remember.
Maybe
Not
back a
anymore.
couple of decades ago, but not anymore. Because, like you're pointing out, any wrong thing you do nowadays, especially the kids, realize that it follows you forever. There's kids that make some tweet when they were 12, and it's going to affect what colleges they get into, their career choices, because we are in the era of sort of more political than thou leftism, where what's fascinating about modern leftism is there is no way to actually get any sort of attainable redemption with leftism. When you are debauched, when you are found as lacking, you are a sinner for all time, never to be redeemed. And you should literally, they kind of just want the folks that they see to be debauched to just kind of vaporize in the thin air and become plant people or pod people or something. So it's that's why the right always kind of wins. It's because Christianity has a system of actual redemption. So come on over to the right, folks. We'll take the Island of Misfit Toys.
Interesting.
Pitch, but I don't.
I'm gonna let that ride for now.
Or rightism problem. It's not a left or right problem. That's a kid problem. Kids are assholes.
Thank you. See, I let it ride, and Osiris said exactly what I was gonna say.
The
kids are assholes.
Yes, kids are the worst human beings on earth.
Word.
Hey, I'm going to beat you all out. I'm going to beat you all out in this whole kid thing. I have 8 of them.
I have 7.
Are they all assholes?
Let's go.
Or like are 90% of them assholes?
Yes, they are.
99.
99% of them are assholes. There we go.
Mm-hmm. I'm the 1% that is fucking good.
But with all that being true, I don't think it's a left or right thing. I think it's multiple things. First of all, it's just a kid thing. Second of all, it's an issue where our culture has changed in a way that we have not dealt with. We don't know what the fuck our kids are doing half the time. We don't know what sites our kids are accessing half the time. It's not that our kids are smarter than us, but they are more accelerated in the
quick.
In the life that they're living in a way that we're not. Right? Like if you left your porn magazine under your mattress and your kid found it, but it's almost it is a full-time job to keep your kids safe on the internet these days. And this is why
Speaking of which,
hold on, real quick,
get on the internet.
Hey, you got a shot. So I think that approach should not be. It's not a left or a right thing, or it's not a this or that thing. What the real approach should be is, even as adults, especially as kids, we need to respect our privacy again. We do not respect our internet privacy at all. There is no such thing as internet privacy, first of all. And internet privacy would lead to internet security. That is just a fact.
Oh,
He's got a
and welcome
point.
to the fucking mobile phone era. This little bastard of a fucking phone will listen to you 24/7. Everyone's like, I don't want to be fucking listened to. I don't want to be tracked. Well, it doesn't even matter if you have an iPhone or a fucking Android. The damn thing is listening.
Yep,
It
folks,
knows
we're
your
all carrying
location.
the Orwellian telescreen in our pockets everywhere we
Yep.
go.
Whoa.
It's
So wait a
literally
second.
everything
So
where you want to go.
is anybody here a South Park fan?
Yeah.
I
fucking love it.
engage in
Oh, okay.
South
So they
Park.
rehashed Man Bear Pig, and
Mm.
I think it was Kyle or Stan's grandfather. No, Stan's grandfather, who calls him Timmy all the time, had to admit that they made a deal with Man Bear Pig to have muscle cars and houses and prosperity and all that good stuff. And our generation ended up with smartphones and Amazon. And so when they went to Man Bear Pig to ask for, some way to get out of the deal, he was like, okay, I'll go back on the deal if you give up Amazon and smartphones. They were like, nah, keep it going.
Yeah,
Well, that's
exactly.
literally the
So
problem.
even though you know this smartphone knows everything you're doing, you're gonna leave home without it tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
No,
like I
not
say it
home.
all the time when I'm like getting up from a restaurant or something. I do the little check. All right, wallet, keys, phone. Ah, yes, it's the holy trinity of modern living.
Yeah,
Try going more than 5 blocks away from your house without at least two of the
It
three.
is.
See if you don't
we
have a
know the
panic
mark
attack.
of the beast
90% of
is.
you will.
We know the mark of the
What
beast is in our
weird
pocket, and we still get anxiety when we leave home without it.
what we are doing here may be off of a computer, but also our phones are listening and they are looking into it. My phone does stupid shit. Amazon recommendations all the time. Walmart
Wait.
is the
Let me ask
same
you a
fucking
question.
way.
How nefarious do you think your phone listening to you is? Like, what do you think is actually happening when your phone is listening to you?
It's cool.
It's
Google is
giving
literally
ad
listening to you.
data and
Yeah.
what do you call it?
And you agree to that when you
Meta
unlock that
information.
phone and you open it
Let's give it
from the
meta
day you buy
information
it.
so that it can exploit information for advertisers. That's what it's on.
Yeah.
It's not any worse than what Twitch is. It's not any worse than Discord. It's not any worse than
Well, Twitch
YouTube.
can listen to you right now.
Everybody asks for everything. Doesn't
I'm just
matter.
curious.
This is the most quiet I've ever heard Jack, or haven't heard Jack in my entire time being here, and I'm getting real nervous.
He must be working on so like me. I'm trying to work on. I'm getting a little bit of feedback in my audio, which is why when I'm going on a brilliant rant, I just pull my plug because I'm getting my own feedback. So I'm gonna have to have expert producer Justin come down and try to work that out for me sometime. But yeah, like
We'll
that's
get
also
you
why
fixed out in 2
KOE's
weeks.
been a little more quiet than normal.
I'm actually not hearing the feedback, so it must be.
No, it's just on my end. I'm trying to figure out how to get the Twitch stream that I'm streaming onto my stream to not go into my earbud. So it's all marvelous. It's all marvelous. But we'll move on because there's nothing more than like talking about audio and video equipment is like
No,
chloroform for
everything,
any audience.
anything and everything that's on your phone, it's listened to. It doesn't matter your location. My kids always go, "Oh, you don't know my location." Well, no, it's not that hard, really.
No, it's
You
not.
got 5 or 6 different social medias. I can find it.
Not only that. So here's the thing in my house. I am the arbiter and the keeper of all good information. If your thing is breaks, I didn't know how to fix it. So what does that mean? I need to know your username and password. I don't need to know the username and password to one thing. Google. If I have that, I know where you are. I know what sites you've been on. I know what YouTube videos you watch. I know everything about you. Everything. Literally everything.
Yep. Google has Family Link, which works. There's an iPhone thing. There's also Snapchat that fucking has a filter. And my kids tried to block me from it. Well, guess what? I have access to their mother's phone, and guess what? I can always
kids
access.
would
the
Ooh,
location
so
on
to
my
all
fucking
you
phone.
parents out there and grandparents, is it now easier to be a helicopter parent than it ever was before?
Yeah.
No.
Is
Oh,
that
yeah.
not
I
a
don't-
sick
hold on.
perversion
I
of
don't like that
autonomy?
framing. I don't like that framing. because a helicopter parent implies somebody who always wants to hover above their kid and track what's going on. That's not what I'm doing. But what I am doing
Okay, but
is
so what's wrong with being a helicopter parent that you want to
no, because that means
see
you're
them doing
obsessive.
better than what the fuck you did?
No, that means because helicopter parent means you're implies that you're being obsessive. That I don't. That's not what I think that framing is wrong.
Okay.
Especially in today's world, where you need to be monitoring how your kids are accessing the world. So I don't like be like, hey, what are you doing? How are you doing? I don't. I'm not following my kids around, and I'm not asking them a million questions. I don't give a fuck. But what you're not gonna do is access porn in my network.
That is one of the
As a
greatest
11-year-old.
phrases I've heard within my own community is what you're not going to do.
Yeah, what you're not gonna do is do this on this network. Now, I can't control what your friends show you. I can't control all that, and I'm not gonna be a helicopter parent and be like, tell me about that. You need to tell me. I don't think so. I'm gonna do my part, and then when they find out about what they're gonna find out, we're gonna have a talk about that. That's what we're gonna do. But here's the important part. What you need to do is establish a trust between you and your child. So when something weird happens, they're not scared to tell you. When they make a decision about their sexuality, they're not scared to tell you. When they decide that they want to have a boyfriend or girlfriend, they're not scared to tell you. Like there's multiple things
True.
that needs to realign all at the same time that makes you a good parent. It's not the one thing. Helicopter parents are cancer, but monitoring your children, trusting in your children, and having them trust in you, and all that at the same time, makes you a great parent.
I have to agree with a lot of what you said there is that you do kind of have to as a parent, you have to, especially in the modern day, you have to monitor some of the horror that your kids intake because, like, if you want to on these things, you can intake horror all day, every minute, and every second. Okay, like you have to manage what you're taking in any day. So, in terms of helicopter parenting, I think the internet actually makes it the opposite. It's almost impossible to helicopter parent. It's almost impossible to curate what your children are taking in terms of content. So there's really no way to do that anymore. Your kids are going to take in things that you, your grandparents, your forefathers and foremothers would have never been okay with them intaking. But yeah, here they are now. Like, look at TikTok, look at YouTube.
Why
Look
does
at
girl have a big dick?
Wait, what?
What does that mean?
yeah. I mean, just think about like what South Park was for us when we were kids. It's like it was subversive humor. Like, and like, I remember when I was.
No, not South Park. Remember Faces of Death?
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
yeah.
But you got to watch it, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, like I'm not gonna pretend like what are you talking about? What? Like, yeah, kids were fucked up in the 90s and early 2000s.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And
so,
we're
yeah,
fine.
these kids
We're
are actually
perfectly
a lot
fine.
better than the previous generations. Much I hate to
You know
say,
what the
just
funny thing
general
is?
as
I
people.
don't even think they're saying this. I don't even think they're seeing this on the mass. If you're looking for it, you can probably find it, but it's harder to find that type of thing than it was when we were kids. Because Face of Death was just like circulating around like on bootleg VCR tapes.
Yep, there was always that one kid who had the faces of death, and he was like, "Dude, you want to see that? Like, what's this? Ew, why is this a thing?" But yeah, like you were gonna find it eventually,
Yeah,
and
there's
yeah, like
always a
fucked up
kid
shit like
back
that
then.
would spread like wildfire with kids in the millennial and the Gen X generations. So yeah, these Zoomer
Oh,
kids,
my
like
game's not
they're
showing.
like that kind of shit. They would like pull out their phones and try to cancel whoever had it. Like, so they are in that regard at least a little bit better people.
Yeah. So like today's kids' Faces of Death to them is like World Star. I caught a fight on camera. Yay, I'm popular, and I'm gonna become popular. Yeah, that's their thing. So the dynamic, the entire dynamic has really just changed. Like, cause we really sought out. Or I don't know if we sought out, but what was presented to us was the most extreme thing possible because you didn't really have access to the world in the way that you have today. But now everybody has access to everything, and what they want is clout. Kids want clout. So if I can catch a fight on camera, that makes me popular, 100%. I don't
I was
Thank you,
about to say,
Osiris. I don't think kids today are seeking out the things we were seeking out because they weren't as taboo. Finding things like Faces of Death or whatever porn or whatever it is, it's easily accessible to anybody. So they're really not looking for it anymore. The same way that weed is easily accessible, kids aren't looking for it like they were.
And speaking of porn, that's another thing. Back before the internet was as prevalent as it was today, the weird porn things were kind of everywhere. Like the criminal shit was kind of everywhere. Today, because it's so accessible, the soft I don't want to call it soft core because that has a specific meaning, but the right above the soft core, I think is where most people access porn. Now I don't think they really get a.
It's like mostly porn created by women, where it's mostly sensual and things like that, where it's not hardcore
Which, in a way, is a good
trains
thing.
and bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, in a way, that's a good thing. I don't advocate for kids to access porn.
now
No,
that's
you just
always
know
a
they're going
fun
to.
conversation when you ask one person, specific person, where is their specific line between hardcore and core? You find out a lot about a person with that particular question.
The line is when they're choking the bitch and punching her.
Yes, exactly. When the
Yeah, we
chick
just
looks,
learned something about
when the
Osiris.
chick
That
seems
little extra
uncomfortable,
credit.
it's bad
Donkey
porn.
Show, and I'm gonna fucking watch.
Damn it!
What was that, Justin? I couldn't hear that.
Say it again.
Something about a donkey show.
Okay, so
Yeah,
his
somebody had to
bar
go
is a
there.
little higher than some folks for the difference between hardcore and softcore. Okay,
I
that,
grew up
that's
with the internet. The internet grew up with me, and
The internet did not grow up with you. The internet does not grow up.
the internet just learns.
It just does things.
it becomes a normalcy after a few years.
It's like I keep telling people that keep doing like the chat GBT and having the AI make them art and make their poems and shit. It's like the AI is learning, motherfucker. The more you keep putting in, the more that shit's gonna learn, and it's learning our preferences, our
AI,
likes, our dislikes,
GPT
what
is-
pleases us, what persuades us. Soon, the AI is gonna know how to create a false reality so pleasing and so pleasurable for us. Even if we knew it was an illusion, we wouldn't want to walk away from it.
Yeah, that stuff.
Ooh, the
Chat,
Matrix
the
scene one.
chat GPT and the fucking AI shit is gonna fucking take over, and they're already it's there.
No. Wait. I need to speak to that. So the current iterations of the
Okay, we still have
chat
Jeremy,
GPT,
just making sure.
the AI can't take care of anything because these are isolated intelligences, and for it to learn everything that it needs to learn and take over something, it would have to be outside of a box. Right now, everything's like a little black box of intelligence. The thing that
Hey,
drives the
Osiris,
car-
how is this noise getting to you?
which noise?
Don't hear it.
This noise out of that I'm talking into the mic. You're saying that they need to be in a little box. There's a little thing that connecting you and me right now at the moment. And in the minute that it figures out how to utilize that, we're all fucked.
Let me give you an example. So that's like saying my Tesla car learned me and your Tesla car learned you, but they're not connected in that way.
No, I'm talking about AI specifically.
They're not connected.
As it learns and grows and starts to eventually
Not that it
learn and then
can't.
eventually
I'm just
becomes
saying
self-aware.
Not that they can't do that.
It says that it has
In the
already.
future, it's just not currently a thing. It's just not. AI, what is the word for it? What is the little phrase for it? The singularity?
There we go.
Is a long way. Like we got a good ways to go. So, and well, the reason that is important is because we as a species we need to think about the ethics and the morality of creating said AI, which we're not doing because we can't even fucking figure out the most simplest things like how to keep our kids off porn sites.
True.
Because our stupid Congress, our government
Can't keep our middle-aged man off of porn sites. Why are you complaining about the teenage kids?
Right,
What the
but
fuck?
the kids can't be off. The kids can access porn site, but here pretty soon we're not going to be able to access TikTok. Shut the fuck up. Tell me I'm wrong.
We shouldn't. Well, first of all, you shouldn't be on TikTok, and there's many reasons why you shouldn't.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's not TikTok. It's called Tic Tac.
It's called China Spy application. application.
Yeah, Chinese
It really
spyware.
is. Now, Justin. I'll never forget you, me, and all the boys in the side chat. Were getting into a deep one about TikTok
Oh,
years
fuck's sake.
ago, and it was a knockdown, drag out, and it was just like, and we were thinking, like, all right, this is what we're going to talk about when we go out, and then literally that day, 2 hours after this, like, and it was getting deep. Like battle lines are getting drawn. Like it was the one thing me and Tony were just like divided on, and then literally that day, Ruth Bader Ginsburg died. We're like,
Oh,
well, fuck.
damn.
The entire universe just changed. So, all right. Like, and literally, that was the one. Like, that was the moment the whole fucking world changed. And we've never been the same since.
That was just
Like,
wild.
literally.
Did you
I
just
know
say
it
that,
sounds
KOE?
hyperbolic.
I'm curious. Do you not think that TikTok is just a Chinese spy application?
Oh, that's absolutely
No?
what it is.
Okay.
And but the thing is, it's like a song that I sing so many different times and have so many different iterations, but it works here too. TikTok is an app for Chinese spies, but I think you'll find most people know, but they just don't mind. Like it's the unfortunate reality of it. Like especially the kids. Like when I try to explain it to them, like, yeah, in this app, they're trying to manipulate the next generation and push ideas, and they have a heat button where they can make sure certain ideas and certain content makes it to everybody. And this is a normal practice in TikTok. And the CEO of TikTok doesn't allow his own children to use TikTok. And it does all these nefarious things, and it tracks you, and it's giving our population data to the Chinese government. And you tell this to a kid, and you know what they're gonna be like, man. And then heart that video, heart that video, heart that video. They're not gonna give a fuck. It just doesn't puncture through.
Okay,
Like
but remember, the main concerner of that is the person that has got that fucking phone of the software, iOS, Android. It doesn't matter. It's all being tracked. It doesn't matter. It was all about TikTok.
You're right, but there's different levels of
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, knowing you're being tracked by your government, being tracked by.
wait. Oh my God, hold on. So right.
Oh,
No,
Cyrus
they-
is.
There's a different level of me saying I don't like you. There's a different level of me saying I'm going to check down your information, find out where you live, come to your house, punch you in your face. That's different levels of you're a fucking retard. That's different levels. TikTok is so Facebook, Google, YouTube, all the Snapchat, all the American shit is not necessarily on U.S. soil, but most of them are on U.S. soil with the U.S. interests, right? And this is why we kind of keep them in the reins. The problem with
I was about to say, the FBI can go and fuck any of their worlds at any minute, and so we kind of like having that authority.
Yes, and the problem with TikTok is that we don't have that authority. They have all your information. They know when you logged in. They know when you logged off. They know what you watched. They know what your preferences are. They know when you had your next baby. They know everything about you. And this is a foreign government who is hostile toward us.
Knows when you're taking a shit, knows when you're showering.
Facebook knows you seriously knows when you're taking a shit because all of a sudden
I understand.
Facebook recommends goes, hey bud,
But
you need
again,
some toilet paper.
it has some level of oversight if we want to from the U.S. government. TikTok does not. That's the problem.
It sort of is a Chinese spy app, and that's like now. It's one of those things like, okay, I can see why Joe waited till after the midterms to consider this one because that's going to be a very unpopular decision with anyone 22 years old or younger.
So
like,
what do you think? What do you think? So Phil, what do you think Joe's perspective is on?
So does the TikTok does it connect to the internet? I've heard it'll connect to the internet, and then like if Hunter's laptop is talked about on the TikTok, then Hunter's laptop is now TikTok, right?
Well,
so we need to ban TikTok. I'm pretty sure that would be somewhere along Joe Biden's take on it. It's like
that literally sounds like all of American leadership to me, Congress, Senate, and.
There's a great video. It's on TikTok where this guy sweet, I got my glasses right here. He's pretending to be the old Congress people at the TikTok. Now, is it true that the TikTok can connect to the Wi-Fi? This is true. This is true. So that means TikTok is Wi-Fi. So I paid for the TikTok and the Wi-Fi. I'm getting billed twice. Is this true? Yes or no? And it's yeah, and
Yeah,
it's like it does
No,
kind of
it's so
demonstrate just
stupid.
how uncool. So,
It's
like,
so stupid. Everybody's so against fucking TikTok. If they're fucking Chinese spy stuff, that's great. What is Facebook doing? Facebook Reels. What is Instagram
Yeah,
doing?
you're
Facebook
right.
Reels.
They're all
What
bad.
is
The
YouTube
difference
doing?
is-
YouTube Shorts. It's all the same fucking bullshit.
No,
yeah,
you're
but
right. No,
YouTube
you're
Shorts is our
No, but-
spies stealing our
yes,
data, not Chinese
exactly.
spies stealing
And
our
Oh
not
data.
only
yeah, I
that, and not
forgot.
only,
I forgot.
wait,
Big
hold
Buck
on.
gets almost 2,000 views every time I post a YouTube short.
No. Here's the difference. If
Half
Americans
of them
stop
from
being
China.
if Americans
China.
stop being dipshits, which they are, and they want to rail
No, dude,
against
we're
if they want
dumber
to rail
fucking
against
Buck the
Facebook
Rock.
and YouTube, they could absolutely do it. There is mechanisms and procedures and that we could fuck over Facebook and YouTube and Google and iPhone and all that shit. Like we can do that. You can't
Right.
do that with TikTok. It's a foreign entity. And
to
not only
me,
that, and hold on. Let me finish. I'm sorry. I don't
Oh.
know.
Calm down, Jaconar. Calm down.
No, I got to finish the last point because it's important. Because the Chinese have already exhibited the idea that they can use information against the United States. So the fact that there's millions of Americans logging into TikTok, giving their personal information and their personal habits to a foreign entity that is hostile to the United States makes them very different than Facebook. Facebook is not hostile to the United States. Are they good? No, but they're not hostile.
They're hostile to the Republican Party, which to a lot of people is a distinction without a difference.
So am I right or wrong, or are they just trying to ban TikTok for government technology? Or is it for full all across the board?
We're trying to ban it
so
because of
it is
fucking
literally-
freedom of speech. Shut up.
It is literally a national security issue. It's
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Are they
Unfortunately, he is correct.
are they saying it's being banned from government technology, or is it being banned from all consumption in America?
It's not being banned for anything right now.
Well, I'm saying what the proposal is.
I think it's being proposed that TikTok not be used in America at all. Zero.
Okay, interesting. Because I heard it was only
Okay,
for
but-
government phones, laptops, other things like that. But if it's
No,
for
I
all
get,
of America,
I get where you're going on that one because
that's not
I do
that's not the
believe in that
security issue.
part.
The security issue is the Americans, right? Like, so when they hacked Sony, Chinese people hacked Sony. That is a national security issue, not because government people are using it, because they have the information of people. Also, on top of that, there's an element of the government thing because you can blackmail and whatever you want to do with the government people, but you can also hold hostage American information. That is a national security issue.
Can you imagine Canadians and Mexican cartels smuggling TikToks into the United States?
gracious.
Like, we might be getting there,
But
folks.
I don't understand. Like everybody's so against. Okay, I get it. They're against TikTok. It's a Chinese thing. That's great. But
Kinda bad.
Facebook Reels and YouTube Shorts, literally the same fucking thing, except for
Here's the
it's
thing.
made in America.
That's why
So,
YouTube's
made in
setting it up in
America
case
is okay.
TikTok gets banned. They're wanting to
And-
bank on it.
No, but YouTube Shorts is so much honestly bigger compared to
No,
TikTok.
you're right, but there's a distinction there. We can, as Americans, put leverage against YouTube and Google because they're American companies, right? And there's the presumption that American companies will at least accommodate some U.S. law, right? That is the presumption. Matter of fact, Facebook and Google have both said, like, look, we want you to at least put some guidelines in front of us. They have asked for guidelines put in front of them, but our Congress is so fucking impotent and retarded. They can't do it because they're dumb, they're uneducated on these matters. They have no idea what the fuck they're doing. But it is possible. This is and this goes to the idea of freedom and democracy. We have the ability to do what we want to do with the companies that lie within our borders. But China does not lie within our borders. Chinese companies do not lie within our borders. And they can do what the fuck they want. And that's not something that we should allow, especially given the direction that the world is going in economically and socially. China should be ostracized from our economy in many ways.
Now, this is something I want to bring up. Like, this is going to be a bit of a monologue, but it's beautiful and it demonstrates a lot of what
Ooh.
you're talking
He
about
warned
here.
us. He warned us.
I'm warning you, but it's also I'm gonna pop my earbud out here for in a second, just so I don't get the feedback loop, so you can really hear what I'm trying to say here.
You
Because
have the floor.
when you're talking about how we don't have influence on this company or that company, that is really the big problem, and that is the issue. Is a lot of people don't realize is that the world is actually governed by the immutable bylaws of business. The world is a business as it stands today. Like, what do you think the Chinese talk about when they have their meetings of heads of state? Karl Marx? No. They pull out their balance sheets, they look at their profit loss, their assets and liabilities, just like we do. They all run by the immutable bylaws of business. Dow, IBM, Halliburton, these are the nations of the world today. And so when you're talking about this is the like, yes, China has a tremendous data hook in one of the greatest nations in all humanity. They have millions of people, giving them population data the world over, and not just the world over, but specifically in their greatest economic rivals. They have population data, movement data, preference data. That is the kind of shit you couldn't buy with $1 trillion and 1 billion spies, and they have it for free, and we're giving it to them all for the price of a cat video. And that is the unfortunate reality of our world today. The world is a business, and it's governed by the immutable bylaws of business, and it's gonna take a payout to make this change. Not even a military moving will change it. It is going to require it's going to require men in suits making a deal.
Question.
Put your earphones back in. Put your earphones back.
I'm back. I'm back.
Okay, who wants Adam first? Wait, who wants Adam first?
No, I'm gonna make this clear.
Oh, Cyrus is on it.
So listen. I don't even know how I find myself agreeing with K.O.E.
Yes.
But here we are. The liberal is agreeing with the conservative, and this is, which makes it, in my opinion, just a fucking fact. This is a fact of nature. You guys need to look into it. Privacy in America has been eroded. I just listened to a podcast where a technology podcast where they have headphones that is out there in the real world that can actually tap into kind of like what you're thinking, so they can get better information on how you play video games. That is concerning. Privacy is being eroded to the point that is ridiculous, and it's all bad, but it's very bad when the opposition has that information. That's the only point I have.
It's kind of like nuclear nations. The United States believes that the correct number of nuclear weapon bearing nations is 1, and it happens to be us. And it's sort of like with all the data too. We believe though there's one nation that should hold all of the relevant and possibly tactical data in the world, and it's 1, and it happens to be good old America. So like that is the problem. Is now thing is we think, oh, it's a trade war, we need to do this, we need to put pressure on nope. This is the thing we don't want to hear. Elon probably should have bought TikTok and not Twitter. It's going to require some rich motherfucker just going and dropping a big old check and then getting the master codes. Like
that is true.
He couldn't have bought Twitter. TikTok.
Yeah, he could have.
No, he couldn't. No, he couldn't have, because it's held by.
If he secretly had the Federal Reserve at his back because it was a strategic thing, I think he could have pulled that one off. He just walks in all, I'm Elon and I've got all the money in all the universe, and I'll just let me write you the check, knowing full well the DOD is fully behind that check that he's writing. I think he could get that.
Because the Chinese, for those who don't know, the Chinese government owns TikTok, just so you know.
They own the
buying
parent
master
company,
codes.
ByteDance.
Everybody talking about it. I didn't hear any of it. What?
Said ByteDance is the parent company of TikTok. And in order for TikTok to avoid getting banned by Trump previously, TikTok Corporation must have partnered with a business, aka Oracle.
No, they're also.
So you would buy Oracle first. So you would have the controlling interest of TikTok.
Right, but the Chinese government is undeniably.
Oh yeah, no. They run ByteDance.
This is why Elon Musk can't buy TikTok because it's a Chinese national property, and they're not selling it to fucking Elon Musk. That's not a thing.
No.
They allowed that idiot they allowed that
Everything is
fool
for
to put
sale.
his car company in this thing. So in their country. So I don't know about that one.
Wait, say again, Trevor?
I said they did allow this idiot to put a facility to build cars in their country.
Yes, that's true. That's different. Allowing somebody with limited capacity, because there's lots of American companies that deal with China, but in limited capacities to operate within the borders of China. But allowing a foreign entity to own something that they consider an essential part of the Chinese regime is not a thing. You're not buying TikTok as look. I could be completely wrong. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, no, I'm just saying the only solution to it is going to be writing a check a whole fuck of a lot bigger than any one single American is gonna really want to write because, well, the Chinese happen to know, oh, you're wanting to buy this strategic advantage we have over you. I mean, it's for sale.
Yeah, man.
It's just going to be a little bigger check than you're willing to write.
I think Twitter was 44 billion, whatever the fuck it is, and that was considered a loss. So whatever TikTok is evaluated with, you have to double, triple that because it's not only is it a business, but it is an international strategic entity.
Now, it's like, well, the thing is, like, we just have to like have somebody like Trump or President Phil K.O.E. talk to the Saudis and be like, I know you Saudis got all that Saudi money, and if you want to keep getting our weapons, you've got a gajillion, octillion, demillion, billion. You're basically the actual richest people in the world. Like it or not, it's probably, if you actually were to do the real math, it's probably actually the Saudis. It makes our billionaires and trillionaires look like fucking paupers. In terms of the real, actual physical wealth they have access to, it's probably the Saudis right now, who are the actual richest people in God's creation.
That may be true, but I don't think the Saudis would sign on this or with this. For the simple fact that again, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. That entire region of the planet is trying to isolate their internet. They're not trying to be part of either one of the internets. Not the Chinese internet.
Oh, they can isolate their internet all they want. We just want to non-isolate their money for about 2 days. Okay, like so, like it's a totally like they can be as isolated all they want. Like no, like we're needing that giant pile of cash you got in exchange for us continuing to like keep you in nice big shiny modern military scary teeth so that your regime doesn't get toppled.
I guess that's a prospect, but for those who don't know, there's a lot of Middle Eastern countries who are not part of the internet. They have their own internet, which is that is what it is.
Yeah, there used to be a bunch of YouTube creators in the Islamic world from like 2006, 2007, 2008. They've all disappeared. They're all gone. Like it's kind of like because like you said, they're in their own little internet now.
Well, so if you to put this in layman's terms, if you look at the internet is like pools, like swimming pools, okay? And these are movable pools that we can merge and unmerge. And the internet that we understand is the biggest pool. We have the biggest pool, right? It's the internet that like anybody can go on. You can do what the fuck you want. You could do like you can actually like have a whole fucking I don't know neo-Nazi websites. You can have the most Karen websites possible. You have websites about how to clip the best coupons ever. You know, anything the fuck you want. Doesn't matter. Because internet is literally freedom. The rest, but what Americans are not understanding is that's not the rest of the world. The rest of the world is different. China has this pool, but it has a huge wall around it. That wall that you thought Donald Trump was talking about, that he didn't make, literally lives on China's pool. They have a big ass fucking wall around their shit. And they're like, the rest of the world, fuck you. Big finger to you. Fuck you. We don't give a fuck about you. And if you want to play in our pool, you play by our rules. Period.
Yeah. Now it's a joke, and it's not my joke. I didn't write it. It's written by Tom Segura. It's a good joke, but there's the reason that it's a good joke is because there's a grain of truth to it. And so, all right, so Osiris, I'm gonna have you kind of be the person that I'm gonna play along with this. Like, so what he'd do, it's a crowd work, and he'd go to the front row. It's like, so let me ask you something. So Cyrus, do you hate Chinese people?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because yeah, most people say no, no.
I'm sorry. I don't. Sorry. That's the wrong answer.
Yeah. It's
Whoa.
Like, go no. And then Tom Segura would go, "Oh, really? Because they fucking hate you a lot." Like yeah. And so that's like yeah, the Chinese folk, they are a touch isolationist. That would be fair to say. They were the first build a wall people, like a couple thousand years ago.
True. Actually, true. As so, like, there's different portions of the internet that people. I mean, the internet is very complicated, and most Americans just don't understand how complicated the internet is. Chinese internet is a whole different thing. Middle Eastern internet is a different thing. The free internet is a different thing, and there's different portions. And then there's the dark. There's the not the
Dark web.
Yeah, maybe. I think the part of the internet that is not easy, that's not accessible from the part of the network that's not accessible from the internet, right? Like, so you got businesses, right? Like, if you own a business, your business might be on the internet, but it's not accessible from the internet. So there's a lot of things that are happening.
Now, when you say the Middle East trying to make their own internet, there's kind of a reason for it, and it's like you, Cyrus, you're probably a little too young for it, and it's probably just like when Canadar was a wee tot or like just coming up himself. But when you do some some research into the history of the internet and the Internet of Things and how it was built, you realize, oh, when it all got started before we started building commerce and all these other things, DARPA was sure to get its back door in there real good and early, right when this shit was starting to get built. So I could understand why some folks in some different areas of the world might want their own internet now, but good luck. The DARPA back door is so fucking deep that it doesn't matter anymore. So like you said, privacy's gone. Even if you think you're in the fucking dark web, there's a way for somebody powerful enough to find out what the fuck you're doing if they want to bad enough.
Yeah, information on the internet is completely fucking gone, dude. Like, it is free speech anymore. It is literally anything that you put on the internet, it's out there. You have no idea. That's how we live our lives is on the internet.
But that's the pushback I'm getting. Is that we need to reconsider how we live our lives. For example, if somebody opens your mail, your physical mail with the paper and the sticky shit and all that bullshit on it, that's a federal fucking crime, right? But if I was to hack your email, maybe it's a federal crime, maybe not. Depends on how I do it. But it should be just literally the same thing, right?
Right.
Or the fact that when you're on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever the fuck it is, you are being harvested as the commodity. You are the good, but you didn't agree to be the good. You think you're using those services because they're beneficial to you, and then there's goods on the service. They advertise things to you. You have interactions and content, et cetera, and that's the good. No, you are the good, and you didn't agree to be the
product
good.
is you. Like a lot of people don't realize that, but yeah, the product is you. And a couple of these big tech companies realize, say, hey, what do you do when you got the monopoly? Turn the consumer into the commodity. And it's really not that hard when you have companies like TikTok that can now literally hardware neurology. So yeah, it's God damn it, I'm good. But yeah, so that is going to be the big problem.
And you know what? And I'm mad at this panel because you're making me agree with Phil K.O.E. Somebody,
I grow on people.
Well,
Give some pushback.
Yeah, you're right.
Go.
No,
So I'll see you guys later.
literally.
Well, thank you
Peace.
all for being here and
Good afternoon.
gracing us with your
Thank you.
presence,
God
your
bless you, Al.
You're
understanding,
welcome.
your
you know.
humility, your graciousness, and your charitability. Please
Thank you
come
so
back.
much. I try my best.
But
Yeah.
yeah, peace
So
out.
it's everybody wants to talk about freedom of speech. Well, welcome to freedom of speech. We do it on the internet now. That's how it works.
Now I
can
gotta
take
speak.
whatever I have here as a recording because I know Phil is recording this.
Actually, I'm not. Well, okay, I'm streaming
Okay,
it
you're
right now.
live. It's recording it.
Yeah, that's what I'm
So
hearing. in
I
my
can
ear.
take this. That's called freedom of speech. You guys are recording on this, or everybody's here. It's like, yeah, it's okay.
No,
If
what this
somebody
is,
has
Justin, this
streaming
is
of
podcast
freedom.
infidelity. This is you cheating on me, Tony, and Chicken with another podcast, and me catching you red-handed, hand in the cookie jar, boxers off on the floor, and I'm ashamed of you, Justin. I'm ashamed of you.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Phil.
I said, like, no, actually, like, I'm so proud of him. This is his first time he's cheating on us with another podcast. Aw.
Dude, I follow these guys. I want to see the programs. I want to see what's going on, stuff like that. I watch Tiberius. I watch everybody that everybody fucking watches. It's a constant
Well,
because I take what is there from their perspective to our perspective to my perspective, and I mash it, and it becomes
Nice.
gold.
Nice.
We got some smart people around here too.
Midwestern Hegelian dialectics.
Yes.
You know what? No, first of all, come on. Midwestern has already been debunked because their football sucks.
Oh, fuck
It's not
you,
back in
Texas.
95,
You
bitch.
like as you're like football mecca, you think you get to just talk a bunch of shit.
I know, this is true.
But like, no, I knew a
95,
high school
97,
football
Husker
coach who was
good.
from Texas, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, he's from Texas! Oh my god, he's from so much." They're like, and then my brother pointed out this is pretty funny. He's like, if you're any good at football and you're in Texas, you don't leave Texas. Like he got exiled. Okay, like so we got somebody's castaway.
So your brother sounds like a wholesome.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
I respect that. I respect it. I respect that.
That's true. That is true. But yeah, so that's I always thought that was a little funny. But yeah, fuck you. You're from Texas. I'll never forget. One year I was at a seed convention where seed producers all get together, and this is right when Nebraska switched conferences. And so they were like, I knew this was gonna come up. I don't watch much football, but I knew it was gonna come up. And I get cornered by about 4 or 5 Texas boys, big old fucking gallon hats, the whole nine. Like somehow guts bigger than me. I was impressed. It was like everything was bigger with these fuckers. Like, so what do you make of this Nebraska switching conferences, sir? And I went like, it was the best. It was the best response. Yeah, they talked exactly like that. Well, we just got tired of playing Texas every 2 fucking weeks in the conference we were in. So, yeah, we want to break from Texas. I love this motherfucker right here. And so, yeah, that was my experience with that. I just kind of insulted Nebraska football one time to a group of Texans, and I was in. I was in like Flint.
Man, how the fuck did Chicken and Tony still love you? I don't know why.
Me and Tony go way back to one time
Wow,
in the
all
6th
you guys
grade.
go way back.
Well, we used to be big enemies until about the 6th grade, where he broke one time on the playground. He breaks my arm, and I get really mad, and I grab him by his head, and I slam his head into a concrete wall, and he oversells it. He acts like because he saw a teacher saw it, so he sells it like it's the greatest pro wrestling performance of his life. And he's like twitching and shit, and he's like looking at me through one eye, like, and then afterwards, we both had to go to the principal. Big deal. I had to go to the hospital, get a cast on. We talked about it later. Like, oh, we both really like pro wrestling. And then we became best friends. And we've been best friends ever since. So yeah, like me and Tony used to be enemies that the school staff knew to keep us separate, and then we became inseparable friends.
You know what I like about Phil, anytime you ask him a question, he's like, he always has a story teed up. Well, let me tell you. I'm like, oh no.
You know,
I just wanted to answer.
The
but
man
you know
is
what?
fucking there.
that reminds me of an old story about molasses. Just like I got something ready to roll. I mean, if you're gonna be on the internet and you're gonna be, out there, you gotta be ready to entertain. But no, like that is the story of me and Tony. Me and Chicken didn't get along at all because he was a major Democrat back in the day, back in high school, and I was a major. It's gonna be Cyrus. I'm gonna shock you here.
Oh no, don't do it.
What was it?
In high school I was a major Republican.
No.
I
I thought you
know.
were gonna say he was a communist.
No.
I thought he was a hippie to get women, and he had a guitar, and he would sit in the quad and make poetry and you know
Oh, I
sing
could strum some
psalms.
power chords to bang some hippie chicks. Don't get me wrong. I've done that. I've done that. Okay, like yes, yeah, okay, but that's a bit of a different thing. Like basically, I'm just strumming Green Day's fucking ding 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 ding, but I'm just doing it at some different speeds, and I'm singing love songs to
I
these
would go with
bitches. And they love
Everlong. Go with Everlong. It will always get great
You
reception.
mean Everlast?
Everlong, Foo Fighters.
I don't know that one. Oh, okay.
Great song. But now, like my guitar playing was limited, but I was always a good singer, so I could kind of just charisma my way on through it. And so that was how I was.
Can we get Everlong from you real quick?
Oh God, let me look up the lyrics.
Hello, I've waited here for you.
Hey, let me see if I can find the chords for that.
Everlong. Come on, let's go. Let's go, K.O.E.
Hang on, I'm looking them up.
Oh,
hello, I've waited here for you ever long. Tonight, I'll throw myself into an shit. It's been a while since I've heard that song.
That song's banging.
Oh no, it's got bar chords in it.
Yeah, sorry. It's been I would have to
Grohl.
listen to it first and then sing it because I don't want to ruin the. Because I fucking love the Foo Fighters. But because actually I was just rehearsing for a TikTok I'm gonna do. It's that diner in the corner, and he fills it only halfway. And before I even argue, he's looking out the window at somebody coming in. So I think I'll be able to pull that one.
Oh yeah, you got that.
I was about to play it for you, Phil, but
I mostly do Johnny Cash covers, but it's all good.
I fell into a burning ring of fire.
I always thought that song was about
down,
STDs.
down. What's that?
I always thought that song was about STDs.
When I was a kid, me and my dad and my brothers, we all thought it was about a guy who ate too spicy and Mexican food.
That
and
could be another one.
Take a shit.
That'd be my second guess for the meaning of that song.
And it burns.
Both do the same thing. STDs and that Taco Bell. They both do it.
Yeah. They do.
And then also, I'll always give the guy credit for this. Balls. He goes to Folsom Prison, does the far from Folsom Prison. That's where I want to stay. Like that motherfucker gets A+ for balls, and I'll never forget his reunion concert at the end of the live concert. He's getting over like 2:30 in the morning. He goes, "Well, I'll see y'all at church in the morning," and gets off stage. Like, yeah.
My main request was Stripes.
What's that?
My main request was Stripes. I got stripes around my shoulders. I got chains chained around my feet. I got stripes around my shoulders. And them chains, they're about to drag me down. Yeah,
Who's this by?
Johnny Cash.
Oh, okay. I have not heard that one.
Yeah, I sang a lot of Johnny Cash.
Okay. Like I'll be honest with you, like I just started I was listening to old school country on Pandora, and like it was a couple of years ago, but I had never heard One Piece at a Time before. But then I suddenly hear it, and I was like, wow, I built it one piece at a time, and it didn't cost me a dime. You're not gonna be the one when I roll through your town. Like, and it was talking about how he built a car one piece at a time from the Ford factory. And what year is it? It's a 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55,
This
56,
man.
57, 58, 59 automobile.
See, it's those deep cuts that make music so good.
We
So
got,
I want to pivot this whole conversation to music at this point, and we have Desperado now.
there. Hold on.
And
listen,
so-
I'm gonna log the
Well,
fuck off
yeah,
because
I-
it's time for bed. So
Oh, we lost, but
well, hold on.
it's been
before
great
you go,
having you.
I want to put this out there.
Thanks for being here.
We're gonna have Phil on vocals, Yank up on put him on bass. Jack's gonna be on drums because he's angry. And then we're gonna have Desperado. Wait, he's gonna be on backup vocals in the hat. Obviously. We're gonna have Lee because we're gonna have this hybrid thing. What's that band that had the DJ too?
Lincoln Park.
Lincoln Park. Yeah, you're gonna be on the turntables. Who's up? Terman. We're gonna put Terman. What are we missing?
We need a lead guitar player. Is that you, Cyrus?
No, I'm not good, so we're definitely putting me on secondary guitar.
I was about to say, then your rhythm guitar, because when I was a kid, I wanted to be a rhythm guitar player because you do like 10% of the work of the lead guitar player, but you get about a third as much as pussy. So I think that's actually a pretty good mathematical trade-off. Because like, okay, here's my big move for the night. Like, oh my God, my fingers are killing me, man. But yeah, so like I always wanted to be rrhythm guitar player to a big band.
Yeah.
All right, dude.
I
I
gotta
want
go
to
to
let you know that you're
Peace
you're
out,
late,
Buck.
sorry.
nerds, all of you.
Nerds.
I'm sorry, I got a sick beatbox. Don't be mad at me.
Oh, Yank took
Hey,
off. Like,
Desperado, how's it going?
scared him off.
It's just,
Cheating
I've,
heart.
I've been listening to two people sing. I have not been paying attention.
I don't sing very often. I rap mostly.
Rapping is singing. It
No, I
all
disagree.
of it means the same thing to me. To be clear,
A hip hop, a hip to the hop of the hip, a hop of the foot. Like, yeah, I some of that's.
you disappoint my existence. You should probably stop.
Well, so
Stick with the
here's
category of
thing.
music that you're capable of singing.
The difference between rap and traditional song, whatever that may be, in the contemporary times, is that it's just the emphasis different. The emphasis being on lyrics versus the music, as a song. And then whereas traditional music is going to be more of an all-encompassing thing and less on those lyrics than it's thing. That's the only difference. That's the real difference.
I remember Ben Shapiro tried to do some sort of big like I don't believe that rap is actually music, and his general idea was that because it was music has to have rhythm, rhyme, and tone, and rap doesn't have tone. And so I was like,
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Hold
well,
up.
it's like in music you do this and you go and find pitches and tones, and that's not necessarily a thing in rap. And like to me, like I didn't agree with that because like it's still an aspect of music. You can still have music that doesn't have certain aspects. It's just like our band might not have a violin player.
Wait, hold up, K.O.E.
It doesn't make us not music.
Can I give you one?
Rocket.
My baby don't mess around because she loves me so, and this I know for sure.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
Like,
Nice.
come on.
All right.
There's
When we're
tones
getting to
there.
like the big choruses of the big hit
That's
songs,
not a chorus.
That's his
a chorus.
bars.
But that's a bar. That's how.
but no, like
The
you're
chorus
definitely
is
gonna have a
hey,
you're gonna have a mic in front of you, Lethe, for the big choruses where I want everybody singing at the same time, so the whole audience will sing with us. Yes, because I'm more about audience participation than anything.
Oh, I feel you on that. And that's why the greatest audience participation is DMX, Stop, Drop, Shut them down. Open up shop.
Like I remember I told an ex of mine this, and I was totally fucking like I was just fucking around.
And I'm mad
But
you don't
she was
follow
like,
me up on that.
she was like, no, that's no, you'll like this, because what come around like because they like I told an ex of mine that like Jay-Z has an album coming out that's just him just grunting and saying yeah over a beat for an hour and a half. Uh-huh. Yeah. And this ex man's like, really? When's that coming out? It's not actually coming out.
Oh
Jesus
my
Christ. Are you
goodness.
kidding me? Like, he's like, Jesus Christ. I didn't know you were that much of a Jay-Z fan. Jesus
Only
Christ.
Kanye does shit like that. Only Kanye does that. I'm just being real with you. In the hip hop world, only Kanye would put out an entire album that's just like a little bit of beats and then him grunting on an album.
Kanye would put out an album like Kanye West takes a shit.
This is enough Kanye slander, okay? First of all,
Whoa.
He watched 21 Jump Street. He's no longer anti-Semitic anymore.
I don't care if he's anti-Semitic. I'm talking about his career.
Is that the litmus test to decide
I
whether
didn't-
or not you're anti-Semitic or not?
Yes, Desperado.
I don't know.
Okay.
Is that like when you go to Catholic confession and they give you your penance where you gotta like say like 40 Hail Marys and some shit's like, no, for anti-Semitism, the penance is you have to watch 21 Jump Street, apparently. I didn't know this was a rule. Like
No. The way this goes is you go up and they say, so have you completed your sensitivity training and all the other things you were supposed to do on the list? No, Your Honor, but I watched 21 Jump Street.
and like it was just like, oh well fuck, that's good enough.
We're good.
That's good enough.
Phil,
I released you on your own reconnaissance.
Anti-Semitic sins.
All those things I said.
Shit, I didn't know I had any. Fuck.
Oh.
I'm glad to know I was absolved. I didn't know I did any of that.
I'm
Like,
just saying, hey, you watch 21 Jump Street. If they were there, they've been absolved.
okay.
It's like confession, but through movie.
Like, all right. One time when I was 6 years old, I pissed behind the bushes. Nobody saw it. Like yeah, we're going deep into the confessions. Like,
Well, okay, so like from my perspective, my father was deeply anti-Semitic. Like he would even use black racial slurs. He like literally was just racist as fuck. And it was like more playful in his sense, but it still wasn't good. And he felt that way because he worked in Hollywood. He worked for every news station, and these were the views that he had. I heard it. I didn't take it to heart, and I don't speak that way or think that way. I know why he did. That doesn't make it right. And just because he watches a movie where a Jewish person makes him, he loved Blazing Saddles, for fuck's sake.
one of the greatest movies of all time.
A Jewish man made a movie using the N-word surreptitiously.
To be fair,
and was
to be fair,
hilarious.
Richard Pryor did write for that.
Oh, he should have
Oh,
been in the
yeah.
movie had he not set himself on fire.
Well, no, it wasn't that. It was,
Yeah, he probably
it
would have
wasn't
been the
because he
lead.
set him on, it wasn't because he set himself on fire. It's because, first of all, he showed up late constantly, and he was doing way too much coke for the for Paramount to be okay with him in the lead.
Okay, so was it before he set himself on fire then?
I think it was before.
Okay. So he was like close to rock bottom. Like either way, drugs
Yeah.
was an issue as to why he wasn't the lead where he should have
He
been.
was writing because he was
Mel
still too
Brooks-
brilliant.
Mel Brooks wanted him as the lead.
Yeah, no, I believe
Out
that
of
because usually it was always Richard Pryor and what's his name? Gene
Wilder.
Gene
Gene
Wilder.
Wilder.
Yeah.
The Waco Kid.
They were usually in movies together, like Hear No Evil, See No Evil. They were a duo, and this was one movie where they had to split on that, and there was a different black lead, so it makes perfect sense that
Yeah.
Richard Pryor would have been that person, but something happened. and he wrote a
They
lot
were
for
best
the movie.
friends in Second City.
Yeah, Gene Wilder is
Yeah.
amazing to me. Like, my favorite movie on the planet is Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Hate me for that.
No, it's all right. It's all right. Like no, like for a while we wanted to do over at Big Bucket Empire top 10 movies, and like it was going to be a running gag where every single top 10, no matter what it was top 10 horror movie, top 10 comedy, I was going to come up with some sort of explanation that I could make Blazing Saddles number 1 of any of them. Didn't matter what the top 10 romance movies, Blazing Saddles.
Why are you doing this to me, Phil?
I'm sorry. I have no. I'm like a force of nature. I sometimes just kind of find out what I'm about to do as well.
So the main question me and my inner circle tend to ask each other, which tend to be black people at my job, because for some reason no other black people besides black people on the internet and black people at my job tend to talk to me. Um, could you remake Blazing Saddles today?
Unfortunately, no. That's the unfortunate reality of it, is that a lot of people say, "Oh, you couldn't make that today." And to me, that is a tragedy of our times. Is something that people all can say is quite objectively, like, it really hits on some hard-hitting issues, but it is funny. The humor is there, and it is an enjoyable time, and the fact that that can't be created now shows that we've lost something in our quest to try and make a better society. We've lost something that I fear we might be getting close to not being able to get back.
It's acknowledging the problems. So, like recently, did you see where Florida removed all racial instances from the Rosa Parks story?
I have not.
So, in Florida, a publisher removed all instances of race from the story of Rosa Parks. How do you, KOE, a very intelligent individual, tell the story of Rosa Parks without having race being in the dialogue?
It would take some creative writing. Let's see. Are you wanting me to try and
No,
like see if I can do it? Like,
no, no.
okay.
I don't want to demean you. I
Okay.
think too
Like,
highly of you for that. I don't want you to do it. What they
Actually,
said was she was tired. She didn't want to move. They made her move.
which isn't actually that's not even the beginnings of that story, which is funny enough. That's kind of what I was taught when I was a kid, was that she was tired, she didn't want to move, and they made her get in the back of the bus because, well, now they told us it was because these southern laws where they would make black people get in the back of the bus, and she
Well,
said, "No, I'm not moving." And she said, like, what I was educated in school was that she was just tired after a long day of work. And in reality, this was part of a concerted effort by Martin Luther King Jr. and a movement he was a part of. And I was never educated about that when I was a kid. Like, why wasn't I told that Martin Luther King Jr. was a part of this? It's like that would have seemed a bit more relevant. So yeah, over the years, like,
Yes.
bits and pieces of that story keep getting taken away because it's sort of like Christopher Columbus. Like, okay, two entirely different people, but the legends of some of these people, the details keep getting stripped away over time. It's kind of like the sand getting on the tides on the beaches, and that sand just slowly getting pulled away. And we're kind of stripping these stories down to their most base, which is now this woman was told to move for a reason of injustice and she refused to. And I think in about 1,000 years, that'll probably be really all of the story that anybody can really identify without it being kind of lost to the fuzzy history.
And that's the problem, correct?
Oh yeah, yeah, that is a problem, but that's a problem of our species.
So
When we have these, like Genghis Khan, we don't know what the fuck. Like most people, like, he's the guy that conquered a bunch of people. Like,
well, so it's the
we
reason why
oversimplify over time.
science is good. So, like, do you believe in evolution?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, so
Oh, sure.
we have things like tectonic. We assumed, well, not assumed. We had good information to believe that something was going to be found at this layer of rock. And we found that thing, and it validated the hypothesis we had in place, therefore cementing our theory of evolution for these particular specimens, which continues to feed into the narrative that there was evolution within species on this planet.
Yep.
There's
And
proof.
if we happen to find any other life forms in our solar system, which I find highly unlikely, but if we do, um, that's gonna fuck with everything that we thought we knew. Because spoiler alert, this is my theory. We're gonna find that that life is also descended from DNA that's similar to fungus here on Earth.
Well,
Because spores can live in the vacuum of space.
I feel that, but I hadn't quite finished. It's just that we're going to remove certain steps in this understanding of how we got to the point of understanding this evolution to where it becomes questionable as to what the real history of reality, humanity, everything that we're going through is, to where we can't find a solution of how to fix it. Because when we remove facts from the equation, we get further from a true answer.
I totally get that, and I forget who said it. It's interesting philosophical quote, but it was history is the lies we all agree on.
Yeah.
And when you're talking about how they're kind of stripping more details from the Rosa Parks story, like it's unfortunate, but it seems to be an inevitability of what our species does to any story of greatness throughout our history. It's like Hercules even was probably an exaggeration of somebody else, and over time the stories even there got stripped away, and then it just became a legend that we told.
Well, see,
And in 10,000 years we might just be telling stories of the brave Rosa Parks who stood up to the injustices of the world, and we won't even know the real story.
You can make this even better and say the brave Joe Biden who completely won Afghanistan, and what is it like? Like what our position in Afghanistan later, after whatever happens with the Taliban. Like it might just entirely be lost to history, and that might just be the narrative 1,000 years from now.
You know, it could be. It'll be a little harder now that we've got digital footprints here nowadays, but
They could be gone.
oh yeah, like one good EMP from the sun could wipe out all of YouTube.
EMC, what is it? CME, coronal mass ejection.
Oh, okay. I was just I'm using the pedestrian terms, electromagnetic pulse. Just that's what most people know.
Well,
so.
like to Jack,
Yep.
My understanding of like Samson correlates to Hercules, which correlates to pantheism. So, like, I always viewed that the stories of Hercules came before Samson, and that those were taken upon by another religion.
Well, like to the research that I've done, Hercules, the stories that we get was literally from a very, very good Olympic athlete by the name of Inocles, who was actually a cattle rancher. And over time, his stories became so exaggerated and over the top that, and also the name just kind of changed, it transmogrified from Inocles to Hercules. And that's kind of where and so that's another example of the legends of time changing so radically that like something that was not has now been made greater than it ever was. So yeah,
I just
but
saw
like
this
in terms of
appropriation.
yeah, but no, like people do that all the time. Like they try to make like even some people who weren't that great try to make them seem like they're greater than they were. Like oh shit.
That
Not
came
trying
out
to
real smooth.
not trying to goat Jack into actually getting on the mic or nothing. Oh, he's a kitty.
Oh,
No, he's not taking the bait. Not taking the bait. But no,
Well, no,
actually,
I was actually looking for clarification. I
this
could be very
later
wrong
this
on the
week.
time frames on that.
No, I mean the thing is Samson would be more directly correlated to stories of Gilgamesh than Hercules, due to the regional overlap and infrastructure of trade therein.
Okay.
And time frame would also line up more favorably with the story of Gilgamesh reaching the Middle East on a more produced level in the form of not mass produced by today's standards, but mass produced by that point standards of scrolls being traded as for jonglers and vagabonds to do their bardic trades. Hercules, honestly, at this point is almost lost to history. He would have been in the Roman pantheon rather than the Greek stories at that point. And once he gets into that, a lot of his stories change and their meanings are more warlike. So just again wouldn't apply as closely to Samson, who did war but was a more poet than warrior.
What was the time frame on Samson after those stories?
What do you mean?
Like, when did the stories of like
About
Hercules?
1,000 years, earlier than when the Gilgamesh stories would have been entering that region.
So Hercules, Samson was first.
No. Samson was later.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Sorry.
Okay.
Gilgamesh was our first written story, but it
Yeah,
took
that's
a
what I
while for it
that's
to
what
come
I
out.
understood.
Yeah, and it
Okay,
was.
thank you, Jack.
We didn't have these
Yeah.
fuckers. Damn it.
Yeah, well, it was also because at that point in time they did this really weird thing about perfect duplication. They would even duplicate like a drop of ink on a particular page. Like they were that exacting about it. It was fucking weird. Like
Damn.
I don't know the reason. I've had somebody explain it to me, but I've forgotten it at the moment, to be completely honest with you. But yeah, they would even like replicate the edges of the paper or a drop of ink dropped on it from a previous copy in the next copy. Yeah, it's just wild shit. So it took a lot longer to disseminate than say the scrolls that came out of a place like Alexandria.
You got to remember, up until we had that printing press, all that shit was handwritten.
Yeah, I'm saying. So like that's why I was trying to get an idea of like the time frames and the ideologies involved, and Jack tends to know these better than I do. So I was appreciating it.
Rich would actually probably be the better one on this one because he actually did a little bit more religion in his study as far as like actual like educational studying than I did. So he might know a different parallel that it would pull to, but I think it would probably be Gilgamesh over Hercules, unless there is some parallel between.
Well, yeah, I would say
between
Gilgamesh is the
Hercules and
first.
Well, but I'm just saying, but I'd have to say, I'd have to look at maybe there's some corollary of culture that maybe Hercules and Gilgamesh actually are built off of each other. That's technically possible, but I don't know. I need somebody with a better education than me to answer that one.
More things change, the more they stay
that-
the same.
I would say that most oral stories and whatnot come from an origin older than what they normally are. So
Yeah, well, true.
The oral
That's what I'm
story
saying.
of Hercules would come from Gilgamesh, most likely, especially
Potentially,
because
yeah.
like Babylon was basically in that region, and not Hercules, but Gilgamesh was basically like the every hero instead of like the everyman. He basically did everything.
Well, yeah, but
Despero, can I ask you about something?
Mm-hmm.
So the immense ages that were expressed in the Bible,
Mm-hmm.
does that not correlate to the Babylonian kings?
The immense ages.
So when they were saying like Methuselah lived to be, or this person lived to be hundreds and hundreds of years old, did that not correlate to like the ancient kings?
Well, see, this is where it gets a little murky because like you would have to basically believe that Babylon exists at the same time as the Garden of Eden.
Wow.
Right. And like to be fair to Christians, there is like a talk of basically like Cain leaving his family and going to like a different tribe,
Nod.
which means
Yeah.
that there has to be people that existed at the same time as Adam and Eve existed.
Well, here's the thing that a lot of people don't understand. It's like when Cain says, but God, you must put a mark upon me, otherwise all that come upon me shall slay me. So Cain is convinced that people are out there. And then when God puts the mark of Cain upon me, apparently God is also convinced that there are other people out there.
Ooh.
So ain't that a strange coinky dink?
Ooh, that's a fun one
uh,
for me. That's a fun one for
what-
me, K.O.E. So I constantly ponder on what the mark of Cain could be.
It was something that for 7 generations, all that would come upon Cain or his descendants would be safe according to God's mark. And so it was basically, I. It sounds like plot armor.
It is plot
Is-
armor, but what is it that makes people know?
I'm just gonna throw it out there and just say it's a belly button.
You stop it.
that is the mark of Cain, is a belly button.
Oh, stop it.
Because I've always been instructed that the actual mark of Cain is, if you've ever seen, it's the cross where it's, the one, then there's a
Well,
cross, and then just
so-
above that is a slightly shorter.
A friend of mine likes
crossing.
to ask people, so when you look at pictures of Adam and Eve, what doesn't make sense? And they're like, what?
Belly button.
It's like, because they have a belly button.
Right. So what would be the best mark of Cain?
Yeah,
Belly button.
that's hilarious. Because if you were never born, why would you have a belly button?
Well, it's like I Dream of Jeannie. They always
Yeah.
wondered if the genie had a belly button.
She was never born, so she doesn't have one. She's a ethereal being.
Well,
Well, she's a jinn. So Islam is right. So she doesn't have a belly button.
It's not necessarily Islam, because jinns both existed in the Middle East as well as in India with Rakshasas, because Rakshasas can be tied to
Oh.
jinns.
Oh, we're gonna get into Indian. Okay, so I'm gonna expand my thought process at this point right now, and we can continue the conversation.
Oh boy! Now here's the thing. Like when I
Why'd
hear-
you
like,
do
my,
it?
my immediate response is like, well, actually, I'm sorry, none of those are real. It's kind of like ghosts. I went with my buddy Tony. God bless him.
Oh, that's
him
not
and some
fair.
of his buddies have a ghost hunting group where they get together like once a year and they do a ghost hunting thing. And 2020, everybody else dropped out because it was COVID. And I was like, fuck it, I'll come. What the fuck? And so it was Tony and only 2 other people and me. And the 2 people that came, it was perfect. One of them, I called him Egon because he had all the equipment to try and catch the ghost. And he was like stringing wires all over this fucking insane asylum. We went to Malvern Manor, an insane asylum in Iowa. And yeah, it was creepy as shit. But like, I was like, yeah, there's no ghosts here. And then there was this one girl that saw ghosts everywhere. Like, she was so open to psychic suggestion. If you were to say like, oh, in this room, a ghost will kind of touch your shoulder. Oh my God, something's touching my shoulder. And a ghost in this room, it kind of tickles your foot. Oh my God, something's tickling my foot. And so it's so great. And so I was spending all night in this insane asylum with these 2 people and Tony. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, you people believe that there's real ghosts here. And they're all like trying to talk. So, Mary, is your name Mary? Yes, yes. I'm just like, what? And so I bring Egon with me and I have him bring the camera. And I go to each room, and the tour guide told us like what ghost is in each room. And I cut a promo on each ghost. Like, Captain, I'm waiting for your bitch ass motherfucker to get out here. Come on, motherfucker. Because like, I don't believe in that shit. I think it's nonsense. And so like, come on, Captain. I know you're here. Oh, what? Somebody left a fucking nice Cuban cigar here. It's old and it's stale, but guess what? I'm gonna smoke it right now, motherfucker. Come
Let's
on.
go.
Where are you? Where are you? I ain't hearing you. And so and Egon, he's just shaking his head, but he's loving it. And so basically, I took this ghost hunt and turned it into the Phil K.O.E. show. I know,
Damn
hard
right
to
you
believe.
did.
Hard to believe.
What?
Did you really? I don't believe it. You're exaggerating this story. I believe none of these details whatsoever.
I actually have the video on my YouTube channel. It's
no,
my version of the.
no. I believe it 100%. I please.
I
this
uploaded
was
it on
not me.
Halloween, and so every Halloween I just kind of drop that with my circle of friends. Like, all right, here's my haunted house adventure. Come on, folks. And
So K.O.E, I was gonna say that I don't believe in any of that crap too. I just take it another step further.
Yeah.
Same here.
So
it's kind of like most theists that they're atheists to 10,000 gods except for the one, so you just kind of add the extra one.
Yeah.
I just tell people I'm a reformed Catholic. So
Because like if I was
It
really
works.
gonna believe in a god that's gonna get me fucked up, it'd be a lot. Like if I'm really trying to protect my life on this planet, I'm believing in a lot.
Hey,
I'm gonna be honest with you, Leaf. It's not what I would,
motherfucker.
It's not who I would
get to be your
choose. It's not what I would
+1.
choose for
I
you, but
better
it's an
get to be your
Abrahamic god, so we're
+1.
getting closer. It's an Abrahamic god, so we're getting at least a little closer, Lethe.
That's
Getting a
only
little
because
closer.
of fear of boots. The boots are so real in that religion.
Hey, Lethe, you just need to choose who's your +1, and I can be your +1.
Thank you very much for that.
Oh wow!
Damn it!
Damn. Desperado, that would make you a rather eclectic individual. Good lord. But yeah, like to me, religion, it's like somebody asked, like, because I used to be a complete atheist when I was 19, 20, 21. And then I had a kid. And things changed. And so I said, well, I was considered myself completely rational and I had no deific influences in my life whatsoever. And I was free of any of those influences. And I considered myself a completely rational human. And somebody asked me, so, well, what changed? What changed? Well, I had a kid. And so when you got a kid, you got to protect and provide. And you need to protect not just their physical body, but also their immortal soul. But also, there is the unfortunate reality as a kid, the older you get, you're going to find that life is not entirely rational.
Well, that was the thing. Like, this is why I don't resent my mother and father for bringing me up in the Christian religion. They feared that their child may go to a place that is horrible, and they want the best for their kid. So, of course, they're going to raise me, send me to Christian schools, make sure I go to church every Sunday, the whole deal, because they want the best for their kid.
Well, yeah, it's like
You could be wrong, though.
like, well, that is, like I've said many times, when you make the leap of faith with reckless abandonment, is you're putting your entire faith into the Lord, and it's the Pascal's wager. Whether you're right or wrong, you're giving yourself completely to faith, and that is what it is.
Okay, so we get the myriad. No. So, did you want to do it, or do you want me to do it, Desperado?
Oh, it's okay. If you want to do it, go for it.
Okay, so how many religions are there on the planet?
Oh, I had a different one. Go ahead.
Oh no, I know this Christopher Hitchens argument well. Is that like there's 10,000 religions in the world, and most people believe that their religion is the correct one.
Yes.
Advance an argument for why yours is the correct one, because most atheists just believe because most theists are atheists to those 9,999 religions, except for their one. Most atheists just add one more. So I'm well aware of the arguments there. And when you're saying, like, so how do you know that yours is the correct one? That is a matter of faith.
Opinion.
Well, no, my question is like,
Let's
do
go.
you now? Here's the thing. You said Pascal's wager. Now I have what I call Pascal's reverse wager.
Oh, let's hear this.
Okay, so Pascal's reverse wager is basically that after being in like Christian society for an extended period of time, there are a number of people that you meet that are vehemently like positive that they are going to heaven. And these people tend to be the most insufferable people to spend your time with. If these people who proclaim to be the people that are absolutely going to heaven, and you have to spend eternity with these people in heaven, is that not hell?
Well,
would not
insufferable
hell be
for
a better
you.
place to be than with those people?
Karen heaven.
Well, like what's insufferable for you might be one thing to consider, but keep in mind, if they're insufferable to you, to them they might be tremendously happy. And to me, on the general scale, like, because this is the unfortunate reality, and like atheists, they kind of have to concede this. And it's whether you agree with it or not, whether you like it or not, whether you think it's something that needs to be around, it is a net positive for our society and it is a net good for our species for this one simple reason. People are, all of us, we are the sum total of the contents of our minds. What we fill our minds with, in this case, if you think you're getting the eternal reward and you're going to heaven once you make all the good works and you get to the end of a good life, that is a very good thing for a great multitude of people. That, let's keep in mind, most people aren't sophisticated as the folks that come onto your average Twitch panel. Okay.
Oh
And so the fact that
no.
a lot of, no, this is a true fact. Like, I've got some very good friends of mine, good friends I went to high school with, and I always think of him. I'm not gonna let's just call him Andy. Um, he don't give a fuck about politics. He watches monster trucks, he fixes his Chevy trucks, and he drinks his Bud Light. That's all he gives a fuck about. Okay, and so that kind of person, you're not gonna be able to persuade with fine arguments and fine words. Like 800 years ago, he'd have been swinging an axe on some fucking battlefield. He's that kind of guy. And so you just want those folks, the contents of their minds, to be a net positive. And things like the Abrahamic religions absolutely deliver that. I know a lot of atheists don't like it, but that, like, we are the sum totals of our minds.
Just so you know.
You don't have to. I'm still right though.
Okay, so
We like every philosopher from Marcus Aurelius to every major theologian concedes the idea that we are the sum total of our thoughts.
Can I Santa Claus you, Phil? Can I Santa Claus you?
What's there not to concede?
Can
Like,
I Santa
it's
Claus
just
you?
stubbornness.
Phil, can I Santa Claus you?
Let's Santa Claus it.
Be good for goodness sake.
But you better not shout.
Yes.
You better not cry.
Yes.
Better not pout.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
telling
telling
you
you
why.
why. Santa Claus is coming to
So
town.
Santa Claus is the ultimate arbiter of good and evil.
You know, this is gonna sound like a segue, but it's not. It's actually something I want to do in my bucket list. When I get to my 50s and 60s, I'm gonna grow my beard out full, gonna get the full ensemble, and I'm gonna join the Fraternal Order of Real Bearded Santas.
So you're going to become rich?
What do you want for Christmas, little girl? No, you know, do the like, what do you want for Christmas? And yeah, I'm gonna be Santa Claus when I get like, well, yeah, everybody wants to be rich. Like, yeah, actually, funny is like I was listening to a lady, she was older lady describing her ideal man for a dating app, and she described, well, you know, he can be a bigger guy with a gut, and he can have gray hair. Wouldn't mind if he had a beard. And then like lady shows her picture. So you want to date Santa Claus? That's who you want to date. You want to date Santa? It's like, well, you know, he's good with gift, so I'll give him that. So, but yeah, so like, I've been thinking long and hard about it because, you know, the minute that red coat comes on, you are Santa, and you do not stop acting like Santa until that red coat comes off, because you are Santa the entire time. But I've been thinking, and I've been vexing myself really hard. Maybe one of you guys might have a good answer, and I don't expect you to, but like, I've been trying to think, like, what happens when some little kid comes to you and says, for Christmas, I want mommy or daddy to come back home from heaven?
That's the same thing with fucking Christian. Never mind.
Well, no, you gotta have some.
That question, that is a very, very difficult, but very like heartfelt question. Like they or like that you can answer. And to be like, that
Phil,
you can say that
you caused emotional damage, Phil.
Santa is powerful, but Santa is not all powerful.
So,
and Santa feels just as sad as you do that your parent cannot be with you for Christmas.
So imagine a kid that goes to Sunday school, just lost their parent, and they got the story of Lazarus, but yet their parent has no chance of being brought back.
That is the unfortunate reality. Is it is not for us to question the will of the Lord, and he works in various mysterious ways that we don't always have to like. and whether or not it is clear to us,
Whoa,
no
whoa,
doubt the
whoa.
universe is unfolding as it should.
So is God worse than Spider-Man? Because everybody gets one.
Oh no, no, no! God could one hit Spider-Man, no problem. It wouldn't even be fucking close. I'm sorry. Come on.
No, I'm just saying,
You sh-
Spider-Man gives everybody one. Boon.
Everybody gets
That would be
one.
his
He gets
mistake.
Everybody
one
gets
boon.
one boon. So like,
that'd be his mistake. Like, I'm sorry, the Almighty, the Creator.
because
But
like,
no, Desperado, that's a good one. I think I
one.
might steal that one because like I've got a
Please
couple
do.
of answers. Most of them are like, let's pray, and I'm so sorry, and like in heaven, let's connect. But
So
that's a very good one.
so the
Because like it's quick.
the one
You
for
know,
me with Chris.
What you can say after that is that I know that your parents can't be there, but Santa will be there for you.
Fuck. Ooh, damn. I'm writing this down. So yeah, that's a good one. Because yeah, you work with a lot of kids, and so like you've probably had to deal with
Oh,
something at least close once or twice. So yeah, you'd be a great. So thank you. This like because that's been the one thing I've been vexing myself about doing that because you know it's 90% happy times, but then 10% of the time Santa's a shrink for the little kids that are having a bad go of it, and so it's like, huh? All right, good to know. Good to know. I'm stealing that
I
one
mean,
whole
like,
cloth.
and this is like what is it? Like you might actually get a kid that the parents are actually like going through a divorce, like a really heated divorce, and the child is like, I want both of my parents like to be together
oh,
during the middle of a heated divorce, and as you have said before, like you know what that's like. And
Yeah.
exactly like how would Santa respond to that? It's like, you know, Santa has a lot of magic and a lot of magic tricks, but Santa cannot make people do things that they don't want to do. Now,
that's hilarious.
I know that both of your parents love you and they want you to have a very good Christmas. And Santa will try to make everything all right and make people be nice for Christmas. And if you could tell your parents that Santa said that he's going to try and make everybody nice for Christmas, they may try to be nice for Christmas.
Oh,
I'm
that's
glad I
right
came
on
onto this
why.
stream tonight. No, no, Lethal.
Tell
I'm
me
glad I
you
came
stay
onto this
out of
stream
this.
tonight, because this is brilliant stuff. Like because yeah, like that's one I didn't even think about. Because like yeah, like I like yeah, I've been through a divorce. My parents are divorced. Like it's something that happens, and so to me, it's just like I just coped with it and just like got and didn't really, you know, it didn't. It just bounced off me because it's something that like it happens, you know what I mean? But there's some kids that shit hits harder than death.
Well, I was religious at
Uh,
the time. Like I was deeply religious at the time when my parents split. So
Especially between
feeling
the
the
ages
discord,
of like 6 to 10. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh
they
yeah.
they split when I was 5.
Mm, yeah. So
But
that's
they still
probably
lived
like,
together until I was 7.
and it's just like Desperados said, like, because I've noticed it, like when you get a divorce, like from anywhere from like 6 to about 10, a lot of kids process that the same, like if like grandpa died. Like it's like it's that traumatic for them, and so yeah, it's rough. So like yeah, like my poor kid, like her grandpa on her other side just passed yesterday, and so she's kind of having a rough go of it, but like she's taking it in a lot better stride than I thought. Because like last year on my side, we had like 4 people pass in my family last year, just bang, bang, bang,
Ooh.
bang, and so and the last one was my brother, and so it was really bad. Like I had to deliver the eulogy there, and so like I've kind of unfortunately prepared her for this day, but like and so she's yeah, like I said, better person than me already. I'm just a fat landlord that's just here to make sure she makes it to adulthood. So she's amazing. But so yeah, like Desperado, damn. Thank
And
you.
also, if there's a parent, like let's just say like a parent has passed and whatnot, and he's like, now, I do not have the ability to bring your parent back, but I know enough magic for you to send a message to your parent.
Ooh.
If you want to write a letter to send to your parent, and if you give it to me, I'll wait. Don't worry. I'll wait. You give me that letter, I will send it to your parent.
Oh, that's okay. Like Jacaner's like, I
I had
got a
to
drink.
drink.
That
I
one
had to
got
drink.
me in the feels a
No,
little
I
bit.
had
Like
to
that's
drink. I need more
like that
drink.
is like that's gorgeous. That's poetry. Like that. Like I'm glad I'm recording this on my stream so I can go back and just like, no, this is all
Phil,
fucking
Remember,
Phil,
y'all,
this is
you
what I
heard
like
this
to
from an
do.
atheist.
Yeah, an atheist living in Japan.
Well,
Yeah, indeed.
Like that's pretty far away from Santa too. But
Oh.
no, just good advice is good advice. So I'm definitely gonna
So-
keep that one in mind. 'Cause that's
so,
beautiful.
Phil,
Santa comes and visits our kids too. So
So,
Okay, yeah.
Phil, I'm gonna go ahead and run down the fun thing of like where So I think I've lost most of the viewership. We're good. So I can just let you know. I lost my parents like between 2019 and 2021. Like both of them.
So sorry.
To cancer.
Oh, mistress.
And so it wasn't until after my father passed that I came out as an open atheist. Not that I wasn't already an atheist, but when my mother was passing, I decided to give Christianity another try. Not going to lie to you on that.
No, that's totally understandable. These major events are the major pivots of our lives. Like a lot of people think that they need to try and like make anxiety go away. What a lot of people don't understand is anxiety is the emotion that causes you to want to change your life. Death causes a lot of anxiety. Okay. And
Yeah.
so it will be a force that will cause a change in your life. So that, no, like what you're saying is totally understandable and relatable.
So I literally was meditating and praying and contacting family members, friends, acquaintances, anybody to pray because I was going by what she believed because I didn't believe this anymore, but I forced myself to believe this. And so she believed that if more people prayed on her behalf, the sentiment would be honored by God. Well, that didn't work out. So another parent got another different cancer, and I prayed the same way, but I'm going to say the fervor wasn't really there anymore. Just being honest, like not trying to bring down the room. I'm just telling you how it went down. So, like, I was still contacting people, praying, trying to get that energy in his direction. Still, same outcome. So, it just leaded me to go. I was already going in the right direction. Be the best person I can be. Want the best for people. Better myself. Try to better everything around me. I don't need a book to tell me that. People hurt, I hurt. So the way I hurt, other people hurt. Understand this.
Oh, that's deep. Like that's a lot of pain to go through in a very short amount of time. And so 2021 was last year.
Yeah.
Like like it's a song that I rarely listen to, even though it's beautiful, because like there are a few select songs that can almost bring a tear to my eye. And it was by NoFX. It's called My Orphan Year. And it's a song about the death of his two parents and the year that the second parent died, 2004, that was my orphan year. And like, so that like, it's tragic to hear. And like, I wouldn't even recommend looking it up tonight, maybe in a day or two, because like it's, yeah, it's one of those like, but yeah, it's beautiful. But like, that's one of those things I have nothing but sympathy and empathy for folks that go through that kind of loss, because it's just, it's always heart wrenching when you realize that there is no soft cloud between you and the sun of any potential mistakes in this life. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? Like,
it's a real thing. But when I was looking toward the religion for an answer to that, and they both believed in that, and I had to let that go again. So I'd already let it go. I had to let it go again. And that's where I'm at now. So 2021 and 2023, this is when you're meeting me as I am without any filter toward anyone I'm going to hurt. Because literally the views that I have would hurt my family. And I already have in some instances.
now that's interesting because you felt like you couldn't fully express certain ideas while certain members of your family were alive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now that's kind of similar to, like, I always told people the reason I never got a tattoo is because one of my grandmas who my mom and dad dropped me off at their house weekends, almost every weekend from the time I was about 6 till about 14. Uh, my grandpa was a World War II veteran. She is half Greek, half Hispanic, daughter of 2 immigrants, and great, just great fucking folks. But trying to think where I was going with this. Well, I
Getting a
was raised by.
tattoo would disappoint someone in your family.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, thank you. She raised the way that she raised us. I don't know how she pulled this off. Me and my brothers, none of us ever got a tattoo, and we never ever owned a motorcycle because she hated
Oh,
tattoos and motorcycles.
damn it! No
And
wonder we get
somehow,
along.
yeah, well, like, to me, it just kind of seemed like a death machine. And that, and I had a cousin that when I was a kid got into a really bad motorcycle accident. The semi drug him for a little while, and still alive and kicking, but for a minute it looked like it might not have been the case. So after that, she tried to really imbue the idea of not getting on motorcycles or getting a tattoo. And to me, my whole life before she passed, like, well, I can't get a tattoo. My grandma's still alive. And so I totally understand that
Yeah.
idea. And like to this day, I still don't have one because I've never felt the need to spend money on hurting myself. I did that
Well,
enough when I was learning MMA.
well, see, I can't even do that because it would actually scar me for life. I can't get a tattoo. So I was
Me just
happy my
pretend
family
there.
told me not to get a tattoo because I would have keloid scars to this day over that tattoo.
Yep.
So that was a bonus. But yeah, I had the same stigma that you're talking about having tattoos or doing anything to your body like piercings, anything like that. I wouldn't do until my mother was gone because it would disappoint them. Like that is the biggest hurt a true person that loves their family would put upon their family is to disappoint them. It's
Yeah.
not even like doing some foul stuff, it's just disappointing them.
Yep.
It
Yeah.
sucks.
It's driven people to crazy shit just not to avoid people's disappointment and anger.
So when it comes down to your belief system, it's like another 10 levels up. It would devastate my mother to know she walked the floor against me for Satan, to know that I don't believe in anything she believes in.
Now, Lethe, I understand you're like, and I appreciate you sharing the story, but like me in back of my mind, I'm like, I don't like, I know he doesn't want to hear, but like, there's always time, Lethe. There is always time. Like, and I know, like, and I
K.O.E.
Always time. Plenty of time. On
well,
my
there's like,
deathbed, there will still be
No,
time.
according to my
After
family, there's
I'm
not
dead, there
time.
will
The
still
rapture's
be time.
coming.
oh, we will not know the minute. We will not know the hour. I don't claim to. Like, honestly, like I remember, like, everybody always says the end times are coming in their lifetime. They always want to,
Yes.
like, now what to me what that is, and I've even told my kiddo about this. Like, if you ever see somebody like wearing the board, like the end is nigh, and they're standing on the soapbox, what that is people that are unsatisfied with their own lives and how their own lives turned out. Like, because
Ooh.
they want their life, because there's no life more meaningful than the people that were alive at the end of time.
That hit
That is the
deep.
most meaningful life that there could ever be. And so when you say you think the end is near, to me, what I'm hearing is, I am so unsatisfied with how my life turned out. The end is nigh, and I want it to mean more than it did. And so that's what that really is what I'm hearing.
See, my thing is
Thank you,
I hear
K.O.E.
that it's like, oh God, thank God, it's going to get a lot quieter.
Right?
Oh,
All
finally.
the loud people are going to leave.
Silence.
Thank God.
Well, all I hear is all the evangelicals talking about chips and other end times things because they want it to end faster so they don't have to deal with death.
Yeah, I've always like that's the one thing that like anybody that makes any sort of criticism of the overall Abrahamic religions, that
Yes.
is a right-on criticism. It's something that I don't like. And there's this slim piece, like it's not a very big piece of the overall Abrahamic religion. It's like maybe 2%, but they're like probably not even that much, probably like 0.2%.
It's small. It's small.
But they're like this weird death cult that wants to bring the end of everything. And I'm like, why
Want
the
the
fuck would you
universe to end.
want to help that? Why would you want to kick that along? Like, why would you like, nah, if you do like, oh, if I put this thing over there, it'll make it happen faster. Don't put the thing over there. Like, why would you do that? Like even if there's a 1% chance it'll end all the shit, why would you even want that? Why, like, whether it's actually real or not, why would that even be a thought in your head that you would want to execute?
Okay,
And
okay,
so, like,
K.O.E., K.O.E., I got a good one. I got a
Distraction.
good one. So Trump moving the embassy to Israel
I thought it was
yes,
to Jerusalem.
or to Jerusalem. Yes.
yes,
Yeah,
to Jerusalem.
Tel
I was
Aviv.
about to say, yes, he did. He did move it to Israel. I was about to say, if that was the question, like, thank you,
What was the signal?
Gave
What was
me an
the
easy one there.
what was
Yes,
the
it's in Israel.
signal?
Next question.
Jerusalem. It's from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem.
Which was a
Not
little
Israel.
bit of a
Israel is a country, not
Yep.
a city.
I know, Desperado. I just about had an easy one. Like, yes, it is in fact in Israel. All right, yeah.
Yeah,
Trump
yeah.
did
Did we at least
No.
get the geography right?
But like, I now, Desperado.
I'll
This
take
is
those
kind of my
dunks.
this is kind of my understanding of the Middle East. Like, granted, I've never been there. I've only talked to a couple of people. I had some cousins who lived there, and then when I asked them, they said, "Yeah, more or less is kind of the way." Like, okay, Tel Aviv, it's a town that is it's a Jewish town. Okay, it's a town where a lot of Jewish folk live. Jerusalem was kind of an Arab town. There, a town where a lot of Arabs lived. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And so moving it to Jerusalem was a touch of a provocative move.
It was a tactical decision.
But like to me, it's like Israel's a pretty good ally of ours, and they're a beachhead into the Middle East. So
So I have a article that recently came up, and I wanted to talk with you about it, K.O.E., to see if you may want to be on a panel in the
Lex.
recent future. But
Yeah, K.O.E.
Jack, am I speaking out of bounds? We good?
Rocket.
Okay, so parts of the Israeli government felt that there should be jail time for preaching the gospel in Israel. And I really wanted Desperado in on this. I wanted some minds on this. And I also wanted someone that believed in the Jewish ethno state in on this. Because I feel they should have a place in this. But that's somewhat vindictful and somewhat explorative on my part. I'm not gonna lie. I'm being an asshole, but not being an asshole. But
Well,
no, I get
clear,
you.
The Jewish ethno state doesn't think you have a place in it.
yeah. So they said if you try to convert a grown person, you get 1 year. If you try to convert a minor to Christianity, you get 2 years in Israel. And Netanyahu had to veto it.
Okay, so okay, I was about to say that look, there's no way that actually became law. Somebody
No.
along the line was gonna say no, but like that's okay.
So understanding the money flow into Israel, the beliefs in America, and the allyship between Israel and America, is this not like some wild shit?
Like to me, like I knew that was gonna get quashed immediately because like when I used to like back in 2015, 16, I went to some very evangelical Christian churches here in America. And there would be these guys that would come and they would like they were basically like vacation salesmen, but they would come to the church and they'd say, "Come to this area of Israel and come see where the actual apocalypse is going to happen, and come see all of these classic moments throughout Jewish and Christian history." And this is big money. And like the you know those gajillionaire couples that like come in the truck that it doesn't look too showy, but it's got all the options, and they've got the suit that doesn't look too flashy, but the thread count is way finer than anything you'll ever fucking touch in your life. And like they can pay for everybody's meal when they go to the diner on Sunday evening, and they've got more money that they know what to do with, and they have time or sense in the left in this world. Yeah, those are the folks who go to and they do the all expense paid. So the minute that I like when I'm hearing this, like, no way, there's no way that went through. The tourism industry from middle red state America to Israel is way too lucrative. There's no way. Like,
K.O.E, you just described Disneyland.
There's no way we'll go through Brexit. You know what I mean?
You just
No
described
way.
Disneyland.
All our fucking
Oh my
tourists.
god.
You know?
Well, no. So there's a difference here. There's a difference here. You don't go to Disneyland to hope that Disneyland explodes. Disneyland before it
Yeah,
explodes.
the apocalypse happening there first is where it starts. That would be
that's
appealing
why-
to see, you know.
Oh,
Dear.
I know exactly what
oh, my
KO is
ribs
talking
hurt.
about because according to Apocalypse, there's supposed to be a giant battle coming back that literally happens basically in and around Israel between
So
the
Israel's
evil
like the
people and the
Madison
good
Square
people.
Garden.
yep. And
Right.
it's literally
Phil.
the place where it's going to go down is a farmer's field in Israel, which is
Stop.
like he's literally just out in his field, like turning the soil. And I'm like, to me, that's like just fast. As a farmer, I'm just like, I can imagine like being in my tractor, looking up, being like, so they keep telling me this is where the apocalypse is going down, huh? Well, been pretty good yields thus far, but we'll see. We'll see what next year brings. And if it ever yielded shit, or if the weather ever took it down, like, yeah, fucking knew it. Fucking apocalypse field. Like, yeah, like you can totally fucking pull that off. Like, yeah.
Damn it, Phil's making my ribs hurt.
Oh, thank you. That is like one of the finest compliments you could ever give me.
Dear,
Oh my
dear.
goodness.
I do appreciate a man with a gift of the gab like me.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. It's like, oh brother, where art thou? Well, sir, I see that you too have been blessed with the gift of gab. Oh Lord, which is my old man's favorite movie.
Oh, I do remember your interaction with warm-ups where you absolutely flipping just ripped him a new one verbally, and then all he could come back at was, "Yeah, you're fat." Because that's when you know you've absolutely annihilated your opponent. Yeah, when all they've got is like, "Well, you got bad hair," you know.
You know what I came back with after that is, well, you know why I'm fat, don't you?
So fat,
Every time
yeah,
I
because
fuck your mama, she makes me a sandwich.
Friend-zoned you, she made me
Damn.
a sandwich.
Yeah. Every time I fuck that girl with friend zone you, she made
That
me a
was
sandwich,
fucking,
motherfucker.
to me, I never heard that before. It was so fucking original, and it fucking ruined him. What, you do not belong in this league, my son and Jim.
Seen him in a long time.
Well, probably from embarrassment.
Probably from embarrassment.
He had to teach his mom how to make a better sandwich.
Yeah, damn right.
But well, it's one of those like the minute somebody like insults me personally, I'm like, open season.
I
This
wouldn't
reach me on
dare.
your testicles.
Yeah,
I'd rather not.
Oh no, you're good shit, Lethe. I would never point
Use your
this
dark
deadly
powers.
weapon that
Yeah.
is my mouth in such a direction, sir.
I don't have the energy to
Yeah.
deal with that. I've
What's that?
I've
That's
seen
what I
you
do if you don't give
meme.
me perms.
No, I've seen KOE meme in the channels for hours on end. This man's energy
Oh, okay.
knows no ends.
It like
I don't
you know,
want to have a meme fight against KOE
it's like
unless I get a week off.
True. I've told Tiberius before. It's like when it comes to like my energy and my delivery and stuff. Like, no, I don't work hard for any of this. I was just given a gift from God. I don't know what to tell you. Like it was just like I can do this and keep going, and I'm standing all night, and fuck it. It's just fun for me.
I swear to God that he's memeing like while riding the tractor, like on his phone, like trying to actually.
Yeah,
I think
actually,
he memes in his
sometimes
sleep.
I am actually sending memes on like Tiberius's Discord from a tractor or a semi.
Like, has anybody
that's
seen the
no
movie?
bullshit.
Has anybody seen the movie Idle Hands? I think he memes in his
Yeah.
sleep.
I could see that. Like, now I'm curious. Has this ever happened to anybody yet? Like, this happened to me once, and I thought it was fascinating. I tried to, I tried to at least document as much of the experience as I could. For the first time, this happened like a month ago. I had a dream where it was in panel format.
Damn it!
Where it was like all the screens, and there was different people in the screen, and that happened to me for the first time like about a month ago, and I was like, wow, that is fascinating. I wonder if that's happened to anybody else post COVID in this Zoom call world yet.
You know what that means? That means you have to touch grass.
A little bit.
And the grass that is not corn.
Oh well, fuck you. That means I gotta actually seek out some grass somewhere. God damn it.
Hurts my feelings. I
I've heard
sworn
of
off
some
corn for
They had some
that.
decent grass at this apocalypse for you.
It's like, damn, that's bad. Despero's like, okay, Phil, I sentence you to touch grass. No.
Yeah, damn Phil. Like you got
Shadow
like
Realm.
Related grass.
Not corn related grass. Ah, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Oh, I'm gonna have to look for that.
More grass for you. More outdoor time for you.
Son of a bitch.
So
Very
good.
easy for me. I just have to walk up to the hill and touch the bamboo.
You're outside.
Nice.
You need it.
No, actually, no bullshit. Like 3 miles from my house, and I drive by it every day on my way to work. It's a mallard haven for migratory birds, and literally 6 different birds have their migration patterns there across the year. And so, like right now, there's like 2 fucking million goddamn geese there, and then, like in about a month, there'll be every white crane in the whole fucking state, like 18 of them.
Why do you only get asshole birds?
I don't control.
Like the
Yeah.
Midwest
I get it.
is filled with them.
That was funny.
Yep. Now, actually, true story. This is 100% true. If I'm lying, I'm dying, because this, like, I've seen the evidence of it. My great grandfather, on one of our farms, there used to be a big pond there, and the way that he would hunt for geese to feed his family through the Depression was he had an old cannon.
What?
He would load it up with gunpowder.
Wait, pause.
Yeah, cannon.
Pause.
Keep going.
He would load it up with every spring, nut, bolt, piece of scrap steel he could find, point it at the fucking pond, wait till dawn, pull, finish his coffee and his toast, go out, pull out
Get
the
himself
20,
goodies.
30 some odd geese that he killed with a giant fucking shotgun. Keep the ones that were the least shotted up.
They were
and those he'd-
eviscerated.
And he'd hop on his horse, take the rest to the train station, sell them to the folks on the train that were passing through, because, hey, a goose is a lot better than the bread and cheese they're going to give you tonight anyways. So, and they had a hot plate on board the train, sell them there to the folks on the train, and that's how he fed his family through the Great Depression, was with a giant fucking cannon.
Just got to pick that little piece of nail out of your meat.
Yep, yep.
Oh,
Just make
Only
sure
nail.
Yeah.
Like and like yeah, when I tell some people that story, like I know that sounds like now Lex, that probably sounds like the most redneck thing you've ever heard in your existence.
Oh no! I have seen how to
It's up
the
there.
redneck
It's in it's
method
S
of
tier.
skinning a deer. Yeah, it involves a
Oh, I
pickup
can
truck.
skin a buck. That's no problem.
All I'm gonna say
Oh,
is if
it
those
came
were
off in one.
Canadian geese, it was a public service.
Okay, all right, not a fan.
Yeah, so the redneck way to skin a deer, just like hook it up to your fucking pickup and that lot. You know what I mean? Cut the
Yep.
seams where the seams are at the right place, and the whole
No,
damn
I
skin
bring
comes
my
off at
loader
once.
tractor
Fucking
and use
incredible.
the shovel part to lift up the deer, and so it's just right in front of me while I'm gutting and butchering. So that's so yeah, I literally use my tractor. I know that sounds like a pretty again another redneck thing to say. No, I use my tractor
No,
when I'm
it's
gutting the deer.
fascinating because we rarely get like stuff like that in some of the places. Well, definitely the place that I work now, but we did get some too. Oh,
We used
sorry,
to hang ours from the hayloft. Like we had like the hay shed, and then you just like hang it up through there. And you, what is it? Before you were gonna gut it, if you were gonna let it sit, you'd hang it up a little higher so nothing could gnaw on the legs, and then you just put it down a little lower when you wanted to gut it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's making your own meat out here, folks. It's it's an interesting experience. Actually, on a piece of ground, my great grandfather got just a little bit before between the world wars. There is a snapping turtle that's probably like 100 goddamn years old, and I want to catch that bastard because its shell is like fucking
Let's
huge.
eat it.
Motherfuckers out there.
Like that.
That turtle's name is Uncle Sam.
Yeah, like that son of a bitch was around for all the world wars and some extra shit, and that's a dinosaur. So I
You're
want to
welcome,
capture
by the
that
way.
fucker. What's that?
Nothing.
Oh,
It's probably delicious. I'm not even gonna front. It's probably delicious.
I'll be honest with you. Yeah, it is delish. Now, honestly, there's a reason why I carry and I'm gonna have to get going here in a little bit, but I'm gonna leave you with this story, guys.
Yeah, but
The reason why I carry a rifle with me almost everywhere I go is because a buddy of mine had a really nice like they got their tax returns and blew it all on a $5,000 set of night vision goggles. It was the kind of like had the gas in it that like and you could see like when you looked up at the stars, there's like 300% more stars in the sky than your eyes are actually able to perceive. It totally changes your perception of the night sky. And what I did is I sat in my truck for about an hour, had a piece of tape over the clock so even that little piece of light wouldn't hit me. And I waited, and then I put them goggles on, and I saw everything that goes bump in the night. And it's like we think we run the show here, but now the minute that sun goes down, holy shit, foxes, coyotes, skunks, badgers, mice, deer, fucking just like coyotes of every kind. And like, let's say that this little glass here, this mic stand, is the light of one guy's yard light. The animals just by the hundreds walk around, just walk right outside the barrier of the light and then keep on moving. And so literally once you look what goes bump at the night around here in the Midwest, like we're vastly outnumbered. That and I'm on gravel enough. I always joke one of these days I'm gonna see Bigfoot or Chupacabra or some shit. None of y'all are gonna believe me. So I'm shooting that motherfucker, throwing it in the back of my truck, taking it to the sheriff's office and say, take pictures, flicker. No one's gonna believe me otherwise. So yeah, that's
I got a story for you, K.O.E.
Let's hear it.
No, you're not hearing it tonight.
Oh, okay.
Next time
All right.
we meet.
Oh, he left it on a cliffhanger.
Nice. Oh shit. Nice then. Would you perhaps say it on hazard analysis?
Yes, I absolutely would.
Okay, sweet. And also, can't have you for hazard analysis. We got a topic that we want to cover
Oh wait,
sometime. We're on.
Thursday? No, I'm gonna be.
You already invited me.
Oh, I just wanted to reiterate face to face.
Damn it, I may be.
So yeah, we changed from Thursday to Friday. But Letha, if
Yeah,
you can
Friday
come,
I
we'd
can
love to
do
have.
it.
What was that?
Friday I can do it. Thursday I can't.
Okay. I might go live just myself on Friday if we don't do well. It just kind of depends because Saturday, Sunday, WrestleMania weekend. So I'm gonna be a little busy this
Is
weekend.
it? Oh, you enjoy yourself, yeah.
Yeah, like so. I got my daughter that weekend,
Awesome.
but we're still gonna enjoy it. We watched WrestleMania last year and actually had a pretty fun time. So
It's
it's
such a
gonna be a
long
good time.
show now, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's
Like,
2 night
it's over
thing.
3 hours. It's two
But
nights now.
I'm getting
Shit.
her back to her mom before night 2, kicks off. So yeah, we're gonna enjoy night 1, talk about wrestling, and then watch South Park because
Oh, fair play.
her mom doesn't let her watch South Park. So like, you're watching all the South Park now. Are you kidding me? Like, I'm getting HBO Max just so we can watch South Park. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, yeah, like no, we're
Okay,
doing
but
that. She loves the
Oh,
Jennifer
that's so
Lopez.
fair.
Bring you a lot of money. I give you taco flavored kisses, honey. But all right, Lethe,
It's been a
it's
blast.
it has been good, sir. Desperado, it's always a pleasure. Catch you, and thank you for that advice. Like that was some amazing advice there on what to do if I do achieve my goal of becoming a real bearded Santa. That is like I'm putting that back in the old Rolodex of the mind because that's brilliant. Uh, Lex, we didn't get to talk
It's
much,
always a
but
pleasure. Never a
yes,
show. You have a good one,
yes.
K.O.E.
Uh, Terome, didn't get to talk much, but God bless you,
Oh
sir.
yeah.
And Jakandar, we'll catch you on Thursday, man. Yeah, it'll be Marxism, communism, socialism, and you said I can get it in 3 minutes. Oh, we got some time, Jakandar. Like let's get into this. You don't need to be brief on this show. So, but yeah, I'm gonna basically kind of set the table. Like this is the
No other weapons standing out there. That's 11% core damage, though. That's pretty good. Water Kai, thank you very much for the read. Welcome. Hope you all have a good night or good morning.
Oh, and there we are. There we are. Back with audio and video. That was a fun time, but it is time for me to hit the hay, folks. It's time for me to hit the sack. I got some stuff to take care of tomorrow, but I wanted to share with you the last poem of the week that I had, the poetry of Emily Dickinson, because I could not stop for death. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the KOE Nation for this chill live stream. Lethe's good shit. They're all good people. And then, folks, I hope you will join me for WrestleMania here at KOE Nation, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, and Big Buckin' Empire. Down there, folks. Give us a like, share, subscribe, a follow, all that good stuff. God bless every last one of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Raise a glass, a bottle, whatever you have to yourself. Folks, God bless you. I hope all of you make it back here to the KOE Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser. Take care, folks. God bless. Peace. What a concept. How we doing, all y'all? Time for another poem of the week. This one is by Emily Dickinson. Because I could not stop for death. Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me. The carriage held but just ourselves,
and immortality. We slowly drove, he knew no haste, and I had put away my labor and my leisures too for his civility. We passed the school where children play, their lessons scarcely done. We passed the fields of grazing grain, we passed the setting sun. We paused before a house, it seemed, a swelling of the ground. The roof was scarcely visible, the cornice but a mound. Since then 'tis is centuries, but each feels shorter than a day. I first summed the horse's head, we're toward eternity. Well, folks, that's this poem of the week by Emily Dickinson. If you've got a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, just let me know down in the comments. I love the imagery of good poetry. Until then, see you until next poem of the week. God bless. Travel well.